Chapter 1086. Futian returned to the cottage and told everyone about his meeting with the queen. Futian returned to the cottage and told everyone about his meeting with the queen. All from the 9 states were shocked. Queen Xiao was something indeed. If she were to simply order Futian to keep his hands from Xiaosheng, she would not have been able to budge Futian at all. However, at present the queen was taking the soft approach. She simply rewarded him and never mentioned anything about Xiaosheng. That ended up dissipating Futian's intent to kill Xiaosheng altogether. Despite wanting to kill Xiaosheng still, it would have been a lot more difficult. The queen gave him plenty of face and rewarded even the people of the 9 states. Her actions of compensating them was actually an act to have them spare Xiaosheng's life. Futian simply was unable to do anything about it. His only backing would have been Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan. Even if he intended to make a move against Xiaosheng, he needed both of them to back him. But then again, everyone knew what Queen Zhao's identity was, the beloved woman of Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan's biological mother. Brothers, what do you make of that? Futian asked his eldest brother and third brother. It was very sincere of her to summon you for a meeting. If you were to refuse her offer and intended to still make a move on Xiaosheng, you would have appeared insolent. Furthermore, if you were to offend Queen Xiao simply to take Xiaosheng's life and things were keep developing from there would be no telling if both Emperor Xia and the princess would be displeased with you. The Sword Saint said to Futian, Xiaosheng's life is worth less than that. Better put it aside for the moment. The news that was spread all over the place seemed to have been pulled intentionally by those from Emperor Li's realm, and it was done none other to instigate you to kill Xiaosheng, eventually pitting you against the Xiao clan and the queen. It's an extremely disadvantageous turn of events for you, and they sure know how to pull something so devious. Gu Donglu added, Xiaosheng should have been punished by death for what he did in the Battle of Empty Realm. But then again, he wanted to have you killed due to jealousy nonetheless. Now that his future path is in shambles because of that, you'd irk him further by getting better with your own life. There is no need for hurry. Any training methods in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, if you were to seriously take your time to select, would have been worth considerably more than Xiaosheng's life. What is there to refuse? A voice was heard and Futian turned around to address the woman walking in. He then called, "Ya." What Xiaosheng did involved more than just Futian alone, so it was not something that he could have simply decided on his own. At present, however, it seemed that no one agreed to him making a move against Xiaosheng. Even Yaya shared their opinions on the matter. He understood without doubt that if he were to insist on killing Xiaosheng, it would have simply meant that he was letting his emotions do the talking. But if he were to truly weigh the pros and cons, it became obvious that Xiaosheng's life was not worth it. There is a training method in swordsmanship in the Golden Hall of the Lotus called the Taishan Sword Sutra. The training method in swordsmanship is suitable for any swordsman and resembles the training methods of the swordmaster of Lihan in certain ways. Copy the methods and make it into one of the 10, and you could make it something to be passed down in the Holy Ji Palace, Yaya said to Futian. All right then. He did not have anything further to say, since Yaya had put it that way. Furthermore, there were actually many swordsmen training in the Holy Ji Palace to begin with. If he were to count those by his side, Yaya the Glass Saint, the village chief, Qin Zhuang, Wuchen, Su Shang, the sword demon, Zui Qianqiu and some others were all practitioners of the arts of the sword. The Holy Ji Palace indeed lacked a power training method in the way of the sword. Would there be any need of other training methods? Futian then asked Yaya, if you were to see Huangting Fist will at the 8th floor, feel free to take it. I don't know much about the others, but since you could now come and go as you like, you could take your time and browse the training methods. Decide for yourself which of them would prove useful, Yaya said. Futian nodded. It was actually rather difficult to just pick 10 to pass down as legacies. He needed to first take the training of the people around him. All of those people around him were people who followed him through thick and thin, establishing the foundations of the Holy Ji Palace. If he were to pick training methods to pass down, he would have naturally needed to take their needs into consideration. The Taishan Sword Sutra would be useful for the swordsman. As for other methods, he would have needed to take his time and select carefully. The one that I acquired for Luofan back at Xuanji Mountain is useful enough for me. There is no need to find another for me in this trip of yours. Yu Qi spoke first after seeing Futian eyeing the crowd. He was only allowed to take 10 methods. and anyone that he would have taken would have been invaluable. Futian, there is no need to deliberately consider for everyone's needs here. It would suffice to pick that you deem the most powerful, Dozhan said as well. He too was willing to put his own interests aside and consider for the Holy Ji Palace. If the difference in power proves great enough, then I shall pick the strongest there are. If there are those suitable for some of you here and those methods are powerful enough on their own, I don't see any reason to not take them. Yi Futian continued, relax. I know what to do. Right? Everyone nodded hearing what Yi Futian said. Yi Futian came to Emperor Xia's palace several days later. Xia Qingyuan walked with him after knowing that he came, heading for the deeper parts of Emperor Xia's palace. Emperor Xia's palace was a very big place. Palaces shrouded in mists and ancient halls stood tall everywhere. Despite having been there before, he had only been to Xia Qingyuan's residence and nowhere else. He came to a place and saw many steps in front of him. Clouds shrouded the sky of that place, like a paradise on earth. There was a golden ancient hall that resembled a lotus on top of those steps, and the place was none other than the Golden Hall of the Lotus, which was also the library of Emperor Xia's palace. There were no guards around the Golden Hall of the Lotus, as if anyone could have came and went as they pleased, but everyone around knew that it was one of the most important places in the palace. No one dared to step foot inside without orders. Xia Qingyuan said to Yi Futian as they stood before the hall, the Golden Hall of the Lotus had a myriad of books and all of them were saint-level training methods. You can't find anything lower than that. You could say that it is the most important treasure trove in Emperor Xia's realm. Not only would you be free to pick any that you find suitable for yourself, you could also study other methods as well, comparing them and advancing your training further. Yi Futian nodded. He naturally understood that he needed to incorporate his own understanding in his path of training. The halberd of nothingness that he created was one that incorporated the understanding that he developed back in the endless ocean, as well as training in the 9 heavenly attacks. His own understanding of things became even more important after breaking into Saint Plain. Let's head inside, Xia Qingyuan said, and she went into the Golden Hall of the Lotus together with Yi Futian. She was at the pinnacle of Sage Plain herself and needed to make a breakthrough into Saint Plain. It was without doubt beneficial for one to further their training by reading a myriad of books. Furthermore, she could have provided some opinion for Yi Futian as well. She was very familiar with the Golden Hall of the Lotus after all. Yi Futian was quickly enamored by the ocean of training methods laid out before him after stepping inside the Golden Hall of the Lotus. He seemed to have lost track of time as he went on to further his understanding within. At that moment, Yi Futian came to a row of books at the 7th floor of the Golden Hall of the Lotus, flipping through the pages of the training methods available. All training methods available there were specifically that of speed, suitable for cultivators training in the power of the Great Path with wind and space attributes. Most of them were spells at saint level which proved useful for enhancing movement speed. However, there was one that seemed rather special. It was one on footwork. Footwork of Xianyuan. Yi Futian frowned at the name of the training method. Does this have anything to do with the Xianyuan Palace? It was said that the ancestor of the Xianyuan Palace was a Renhuang. Yi Futian started flipping through the pages. There were introductions to the footwork at the beginning. The footwork of Xianyuan was created by the Renhuang of Xianyuan all those years ago. It was of formidable might, enabling one to take to the skies with a single step, melding with the Great Path. It was lost in the generations and there was no detailed explanations on where the footwork originated from actually. The footwork belonged to the Xianyuan clan. After it was lost in the generations, my father felt it a pity to see it fade from history. As such, he went on to combine his own understanding with any records left by the Xianyuan clan, and created this new breed of footwork of Xianyuan. It paled in comparison to the original created by Emperor Xianyuan all those years ago, however, as everyone developed different understandings in their training after all. There is a copy of it in the Xianyuan Palace as well, bestowed by my father, Xia Qingyuan explained. Yi Futian nodded. If it was something created by Emperor Xia himself, then it would have been extremely formidable regardless. Understandings developed by a Renhuang would not have been common things after all. He flipped through the pages detailing the essences of the art, and extended his spiritual powers to the jade scroll at the side, seeing immediately a blurry figure standing tall in the sky. Every step the figure took seemed to have been able to crack the heavens and the earth, bringing down the sky. The strength of the steps compounded as they were merged with the great path. Yi Futian sensed pressure beyond his tolerable limits, and the footwork took a turn after melding with the great path, conjuring many mirages and making it look like that of a matrix, enabling the user to appear in any corner at will. Every single step taken remained terrifying. If the footwork were to be merged with the great path, especially that of suppression and space, then it would have enabled a perfect melding in the arts, enabling defense and offense to be carried in a single move. Even when used for escape, it would still have demonstrated impressive offensive might. Yi Futian felt shaken after his spiritual powers were rescinded. Even though it was a lost art that Emperor Xia built from scratch again, it was still terrifyingly formidable. "This is it," Yi Futian said. He reserved a spot in the 10 for the footwork of Xianyuan. Yi Futian put footwork of Xianyuan aside for the time being, and continued to browse other training methods. The reading process actually took him months. There were simply too many books to be found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, and all of them were of great depth. If one were to truly spend time understanding every single training method to be found within, it would have taken years, and yet one would not have yet been able to finish, let alone spending just months. As such, at later stages, there were many methods that he did not take more than a look of. As time passed, he selected quite a number of very powerful methods. He was rather undecided what to take and left the decision at the very end. Yi Futian saw the Huangting Fist will at the 8th floor. There were 33 layers to the art, one layer being stronger than the one before. If one were to be able to train in all 33 layers, one would have been able to break through the great path itself. Furthermore, he discovered that Huangting Fist will was an offensive art that Xia Qingyuan trained before. It was no wonder why Yaya asked him to pick that up. It was obvious that she knew how powerful it would have been. The further one proceeded with their training in the art, the more terrifying it would have become. Huangting Fist will was very suitable for furthering his and Yushang's training. He continued reading the others without stop and quickly reached where the Taishan Sword Sutra was. The Taishan Sword Sutra was one that trained the heart of the sword and tempered the will of the sword. He extended his spiritual powers into the Jade Scroll of the Taishan Sword Sutra and immediately found himself in another space. Swords were everywhere in there. The sword of the Great Path rained down and fused within his will. The sword merged with the Great Path and conjured different sword will of the Great Path. There was one extremely formidable figure standing tall in the void, who waved about with his hand, and swords appeared. Every single sword was an embodiment of a way of the sword. When the swords were launched, the heavens and the earth trembled. At that moment, Yi Futian felt as if he was coursing with sword will all over him. The world tree in his life palace swayed. Sword will seemed to have begun to develop and continued to grow. It went on until his entire life palace was shrouded by the sword will. Chapter 1087. Xia Qingyuan came to where Yi Futian was at the 8th floor of the Golden Hall of the Lotus, staring straight at him. Xia Qingyuan came to where Yi Futian was at the 8th floor of the Golden Hall of the Lotus, staring straight at him. She saw Yi Futian being circled around by sword will at that moment, which gradually coalesced into a sword. Her eyes were filled with shock and puzzlement. It seemed that her father was not wrong about Yi Futian. He was indeed possibly been of extraordinary birth. A sword was seen circling around the world tree in Yi Futian's life palace after a while. The sword will fell and gave birth to a sword spirit. The world tree and freedom meditation had once again given birth to another life spirit. Of course, doing so required powerful references in reality for developing understanding. Sword will flashed in Yi Futian's eyes as he opened them. He turned around and found Xia Qingyuan standing there. The Taishan Sword Sutra was of mysterious depth. My catastrophe swordsmanship was imbued with understanding of the Taishan Sutra as well, Xia Qingyuan said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. It was a training method mentioned explicitly by Yaya, so he had to copy it. He went on to comprehend the Taishan Sword Sutra further, before continuing to roam about in the Golden Hall of the Lotus. He came to a remote corner after a while and flipped through the methods available there. The training methods here are available for practice to those possessing specific powers, or even life spirits. They are not one-size-fits-all types of methods. It is best not to make them methods to be passed down in the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, But you are free to study them yourself, Xia Qingyun said to him. The Taishan Sword Sutra was not actually a specific training method of a certain way of the sword. It was more like a comprehensive outline of the arts of the sword, suitable for use for any swordsman. The footwork of Xianyuan and Huangting Fist were suited for cultivators training in multiple abilities, enabling them to meld their ways within. Training methods found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus were all of saint level and melded well with the Great Path. Many of those methods were capable of being melded with great paths of different sort, bringing formidable powers to bear. All right. Yi Futian nodded and continued to read the methods over there. A training method caught his eye after a while. Art of Thousand Phantasms. Yi Futian read the book and was able to deduce from the title that it had something to do with illusions-related training. It was indeed as Yi Futian had speculated after flipping the pages. The Art of Thousand Phantasms was indeed a book on the arts of illusions. However, it possessed the ability to bring illusions into reality, changing one's immediately reality so much that one could have even changed one's appearance and bearing. It was something that only cultivators training in spiritual type of arts could have trained in. Furthermore, the one created the art had a peculiar life spirit, the Fox of Thousand Transformations. The Fox of Thousand Transformations was a peculiar beast capable of mystical abilities, and take thousands of different forms. They were very eerie beings, and legends had it that such foxes reaching enlightenment would have been able to enchant people, with nothing more than a single look. There had been foxes of thousand transformations taking forms of women of extreme beauty, possessing the ability to enthrall the people. Yi Futian extended his spiritual power into the jade scroll of the book, and felt a vast power of the Great Path. His eyes had even taken an eerie demonic form, making them capable of enthralling others without fail. There was a godly fox of thousand transformations appearing in his spiritual world. Those eerie eyes seemed to have been able to cast him into the depths of an illusory world. Boom! Yi Futian's spiritual will shuddered violent as he shook free from those eyes. His spiritual will left the world of the jade scroll, yet the eyes imprinted in his mind nonetheless. In that split second, he felt as if his spiritual will had been taken over by something else. The Eye of the Storm passed down by Emperor Yi Qing enabled him to take control of demonic beasts. Yet that godly fox of thousand transformations enabled it to take control of humans with its spiritual will. What differed was that the Eye of the Storm was capable of planting a mark in the target's spiritual will, giving him permanent control. The Fox of Thousand Transformations, on the other hand, probably required eye contact to maintain the effects on the target's spiritual will. Even so, it was nonetheless extreme terrifying. Yi Futian's eyes glimmered looking at the methods before him, seemingly thinking of something. He stepped away after a while and went on to browse other arts. Some time passed and he exited the Golden Hall of the Lotus, after picking the 10 training methods. He left the Emperor Xia's palace and returned to the cottage with the methods, letting the crowd take their pick on what to train with. At the same time, he had his teacher, Dozhan, as well as Yu Qi and the others, return to the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State with the training methods. There was one among the 10 that was of an extremely potent sealing art. Queen Zhao's orders required that he only pass down the chosen methods within the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. As such, Yi Futian suggested to the Moon Saint and had him pick the most extraordinary student among their clan to train within the Holy Ji Palace. Doing so enabled them to gain the sealing art, so the Moon Saint agreed to it. It made no difference whether said person trained in the Yu clan and the Holy Ji Palace after all. Furthermore, Yi Futian's status at the upper worlds was such that he was placed with extreme importance by both Emperor Xia and the princess. Even if Queen Xiao intended to save his nephew, she had to resort to rewarding Yi Futian to do so instead. It was a testament of the bright future ahead of Yi Futian. There was simply no way the Moon Saint would have refused having one of his own clansmen train in the Holy Ji Palace. He clearly knew that Yi Futian had actually chosen the sealing art, just so to return the favor of having the Yu clan participate in the sacred war. He was even thinking if he himself should have joined the Holy Ji Palace as well. He would have been able to train in such a powerful saint-level method by doing so after all. Dozhan, Yu Qi and the others returned to the lower worlds, back to the Holy Ji Palace after settling with the arrangements. Yi Futian came to Emperor Xia's palace again, and he went to look for Xia Qingyun at her place instead. "I need a favor from you, princess," Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. What would that be? Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. He actually came asking me for help on his own will. I want to do something and I might require your assistance in the future, Yi Futian said. Seeing Yi Futian being serious, she straightened up herself and said, Continue then. Yi Futian then told her about what he intended to do, and Xia Qingyuan's face saw a shocking change, saying, Are you out of your mind? You should know that I train in many abilities, princess. I saw that training method in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, and I think it is viable to do so, Yi Futian continued. That is what you think is viable. What happens if things were to go south? Xia Qingyuan stared at Yi Futian with a rather cold expression. What the hell is this bastard thinking? Is there really a need to go so far for revenge? Couldn't you just wait for a bit? My training is now at the pinnacle of Sage Plane, and I have even touched the power of the Great Path, so I'm not all that far from breaking into Saint Plane. I have developed some understanding training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus for months. If I were to break into Saint Plane, I'd need to experience more to temper my mind, allowing my state of mind to stabilize and further my plane level. Yi Futian's eyes were adamant as he said, That shall be one very perfect experience. I still think it is too dangerous, Xia Qingyuan said. Which is why I'd need your help, princess, Yi Futian said. I'm not agreeing to this. Xia Qingyuan eyed him coldly, and her tone was just as determined. Yi Futian frowned. What he intended to do would have been difficult to pull without cooperation from Xia Qingyuan. Furthermore, he would have required large amount of intel. So you're concerned for my well-being then? Yi Futian stared at Xia Qingyuan and asked all of a sudden. Xia Qingyuan was dumbfounded and continued to glare with her cold eyes. You're my valet now. It's a waste to let you die just like that. Xia Qingyuan replied coldly. Cultivators couldn't just simply stick with the beaten path with their endeavors. Haven't you ventured into the Empty Realm, braving the dangers to fight in the Battle of Empty Realm too, princess? Yi Futian then continued saying to Xia Qingyuan, What I intend to do is not actually all that dangerous, and furthermore, I'd have been able to serve His Majesty by doing so. Why would you refuse my suggestion in such an adamant manner? Xia Qingyuan glared at Yi Futian without saying anything. There have been many who took the risk in the Battle of Empty Realm. You have participated in the battle personally and never flinched. Yet now you are worrying about my well-being. Are you hitting on me now? Yi Futian provoked Xia Qingyuan with the look in his eyes. After spending so much time near one another, he naturally learned of Xia Qingyuan's personality and knew what would have worked best on her. Xia Qingyuan's pride simply did not allow her to take such provocations and do nothing about it. As expected, Xia Qingyuan glared at him with her cold eyes and said, If you want to die so badly, fine, I'd oblige you. As for other matters, I'd suggest you not think too much about them. Yi Futian smiled after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words and said, Thank you for your help, princess. His body glimmered after thanking the princess. His Guqin spirit hovered in the air. Xia Qingyuan had no idea what he was up to. She stared at Yi Futian, who then said, I'd like to request you to destroy it, princess. Xia Qingyuan's expression turned grim. That bastard has indeed gone nuts. He is asking me to destroy his life spirit? Even though she knew that Yi Futian had suffered having his life spirit destroyed before, but she was unable to fathom why he would have wanted her to destroy his life spirit right there and then. Are you hesitating, princess? Yi Futian then continued, If you wish to see me continue to live, then the Guqin spirit needed to be destroyed. Xia Qingyuan then burst with terrifying will of catastrophe swordsmanship after hearing his words. Sword aura circled about her and her eyes were just as piercing as she gazed at Yi Futian's eyes. She took one step and light of calamity glittered, turning into thousands of swords and swooped at Yi Futian's Guqin spirit. The strings were broken and the Guqin spirit was shattered with one rumble after another. Yi Futian grunted and spitted blood. Xia Qingyuan pulled her sword wills back and glared at him coldly. You satisfied now? She then turned around and left, leaving Yi Futian where he was. Her hands, which she had hidden in her sleeves, actually trembled a bit. That bastard. Thank you for indulging in my request, princess. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at Xia Qingyuan, who was leaving. A bitter smile was seen in his eyes. That Guqin spirit had been with him for many years. It actually pained him to destroy it. It was especially so since the Guqin spirit held significant meanings to him. His teacher, Huafeng Lu Jieyu, his grandmaster, all of them were related to the Guqin. At that moment his Guqin spirit was no more. However, determination was seen in Yi Futian's eyes. Even though his Guqin spirit was no more, he had no regrets. What he needed to do next required the Guqin spirit to be destroyed, replaced with other life spirits. Yi Futian bent his knees and sat on the ground, beginning to recuperate from his injuries at the princess residence. Chapter 1088. Yi Futian returned to train in the Golden Hall of the Lotus to train after recuperating from his injuries, spending days inside without taking a single step out. Yi Futian returned to train in the Golden Hall of the Lotus to train after recuperating from his injuries, spending days inside without taking a single step out. As the days passed, year 10021 of Divine Prefecture calendar neared its end. Yi Futian finally emerged from the Golden Hall of the Lotus that day and came to the princess residence. Xia Qingyuan eyed Yi Futian. She never stepped into the Golden Hall of the Lotus all those days. In fact, she had never seen Yi Futian after she destroyed Yi Futian's Guqin spirit. At that moment, she found Yi Futian's bearing took an 180-degree change after seeing him for the first time in many days. Yi Futian of the past exuded exceptional bearing, and there was an unbridled, carefree feel to his handsome face. One could have also felt a sense of gentleness and well-mannered bearing from him, something resulting from having been playing his Guqin for years. Yi Futian at that moment while still could have been described as handsome and dashing, even more so when looks alone was concerned, his handsomeness had a tinge of demonic grace to it. Those deep eyes looked enchanting, making it seem as if one were to fall for him just by looking at those eyes. Xia Qingyuan felt Yi Futian's eyes looking increasingly demonic and enchanting at the moment. It seemed as if there were only those eyes occupying his mind, as if she was going to fall any time. "What are you doing?" Xia Qingyuan snapped out of it and felt a chill running through her spine, turning her eyes away from that pair of eyes of his. "Just want to try it out for a bit." "Forgive me, princess," Yi Futian replied. His expression returned to normal, but nonetheless looked very handsome still. However, the bearing on Yi Futian began to change. His features changed gradually and his silver hair turned black again. Yi Futian seemed to have become someone else altogether. While he was still exceptionally handsome, but his looks and bearing were no longer what it had been in the past. "Seems like you have mastered the art of thousand phantasms then." Xia Qingyuan kept her eyes at Yi Futian. She had to admit that if it had not been for her witnessing Yi Futian's transformations personally, there would have been no way she would have recognized him. Even if a cultivator were to change their appearances, there was no way they could have changed their bearing and aura. Regardless of how powerful a cultivator would have become, one could have still told who they were with just one look. However, not only did Yi Futian change his appearances, his aura and even his entire bearing bore no resemblance to what they had been before. It was a complete transformation from head to toe. "Princess, would you mind if I let His Majesty take a look at me?" Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan stared at him, knowing what he meant. "Wait here." Xia Qingyuan left where she stood after saying that. Xia Qingyuan returned after a while and said, "You can rest easy now." "Thank you, princess." Yi Futian nodded. What Xia Qingyuan said meant that Emperor Xia saw all of that. Despite the art of thousand phantasms being extremely mystical, he nonetheless still had his worries, being concerned that extremely formidable beings could have still saw through his disguise. However, he no longer needed to be concerned about that anymore. "I've taken your time long enough, princess," Yi Futian said. "It's time that I head back and get ready. I'd still need your help in the future, princess. If I were to not be around, I'd send word through my stead. You would be able to know of my whereabouts at all times." Xia Qingyuan gave him one cold look. Yi Futian cupped his hands and returned to his original form, concealing his aura somewhat, and left the place. A figure came to Xia Qingyuan's side after Yi Futian left, chuckled in a low voice and quipped, "Interesting little fellow indeed. Do you like being a voyeur so much, father?" Xia Qingyuan glared at the figure that just appeared. "This world belongs to your father to begin with. Would I really need to peek at anything?" Emperor Xia chuckled and said. Xia Qingyun was rather exasperated and had no words to retort. Are you telling me that you have fallen for the kid? Emperor Xia asked. Xia Qingyun glared at him and said, I'd fall for anyone but him. Makes sense. The kid sure knows how to piss people off. I feel like giving him a good beating myself. Emperor Xia nodded with a smile. If he wants to venture on a pilgrimage outside on his own, let him be. There is no need to maintain contact with him. The world would be a more quiet place with him dead somewhere out there. No one else would come to bother you in the future. Xia Qingyun looked at her father with a dumbfounded expression. Why are you looking at me like that for? Emperor Xia smiled and said, while he is one hell of a jerk, he is nonetheless very exceptionally talented. He might yield unexpected results from his journey. Just have one of your shadow guards keep an eye on him, Xia Qingyun said to the emperor. If he wants to die so badly, why bother? Just leave him to his own devices then, Emperor Xia said. Xia Qingyun glared at Emperor Xia and said, have it your way. She then turned around and left. Someone is not speaking their mind here, Emperor Xia said with a smile, seeing Xia Qingyun leaving in an exasperated manner. She was in no mood to be bothered with him and just kept walking. There were definitely less than 3 people who dared behaved in such a manner in front of Emperor Xia throughout Emperor Xia's realm. Xia Qingyun, whom the emperor had doted on since a very young age, was no doubt one of those 3. Emperor Xia smiled and turned his gaze far away. This kid sure is interesting. At the end of year 1021 of Divine Prefecture calendar, Yi Futian was seen training at the mountain behind the villa. Sword will coursed about Yi Futian's body, emanating sharpness throughout his entire being. Countless sword will coalesced and terrifying fires emanated from his body. The fires were of raging might as it merged with the sword will. The sword will of flames condensed in a frenzy, being gradually compressed at a single point, which eventually took the form of a sword. The sword pulsed with scorching light throughout its entire form. Yi Futian exuded a totally different aura throughout his being after the sword was conjured. It was an aura of coldness. His surroundings seemed to have been invaded by the sword will of coldness, which was coalesced into yet another sword, hovering before Yi Futian. The third sword after that was that of storms. The fourth, a heavy blade of the stars which suppressed the heavens and the earth. The fifth, a blade that was conjured by countless particles, which could have been separated into thousands of swords at any given moment. The sixth, a sword of lightning infused with explosive powers. The seventh, a blade which flickered in and out of tangibility, looking unreal. The eighth pulsed with the light of space. All 8 swords pulsed and emanated different sword wills. Stifling pressure was felt throughout his immediate vicinity. Yi Futian's eyes seemed to be shining with the light of the swords. The 8 swords then circled about him. Other than the Taishan Sword Sutra, he learned many other types of sword arts while training with the Golden Hall of the Lotus during the time spent there. Every single art corresponded to one type of elemental powers, which he melded with his own training. His way of training would have been different from that of other swordsmen, making him unique. Yaya continued to stare at him from behind. She had never seen any cultivator like Yi Futian. It seemed as if he would have been able to master any art quickly, so long as he had the will to do it. At present, no one would have doubted Yi Futian's authenticity as a swordsman. Furthermore, even if he were to claim that he had been practicing arts of the sword right from the beginning when he began training, no one would have doubted him after seeing what he was capable of. Yi Futian was indeed a swordsman. Furthermore, he was a swordsman that was considerably more powerful than conventional ones of his current plane. Yi Futian waved his hand. Sword wills shot out and leveled a hill far away right there and then. The sword wills about him dissipated and he set his sight far away, thinking that since he had came to yield some results with his sword training, he would have grown more powerful if he were to merge the footwork of Shenyuan and Huangting fist will with his way of the sword. Even if he were to lay off using his previous powers, he would have still been invincible under Saint Plane, not one bit weaker than he had been before. You have changed your bearing and took to studying the art of the sword. What are you up to? Yaya asked Yi Futian. Very few cultivators did what Yi Futian did. There were definitely reasons for him to be doing what he was doing. Yaya, I might be leaving for some time. Take care of the villa for me, Yi Futian said. Where would you be going to? Yaya asked again. Somewhere far away. Yi Futian said. I have hit the bottleneck with my training. If I were to break into Saint Plain, I'd need to go on a pilgrimage. I intend to do this on my own, without bringing anyone with me. No idea when I'd be departing, but I'd leave the bird behind. I'd know if anything would have happened to any of you. You are going into Emperor Li's realm, aren't you? Yaya's eyes seemed to be saying that she knew what Yi Futian was thinking. If you're only embarking on a pilgrimage, why would you choose to go alone? Even if the pilgrimage were to be one putting your life on the line and you don't intend to bring saints with you, why not take Yushang and the others with you? Furthermore, having changed his bearing and trained in the art of the sword, all of that seemed to have suggested that he was in disguise. She speculated that the faraway pilgrimage that Yi Futian talked about was one to be carried out in Emperor Li's realm. Don't think too much about it, girl. Yi Futian extended his hand, but Yaya anticipated it and dodged, glaring at him. Girl. Yi Futian put his slightly shaking hand down, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Yaya walked up to him seeing how he acted. Yi Futian flashed a warm smile seeing her move. He extended his hand and stroked her hair, saying, No need to worry about me. Have you learned the art of disguise? Yaya looked at Yi Futian and asked. It was inadequate to just change his bearing and the arts he trained with. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded. His features began to change as Yaya eyed him. It did not seem as if he was in disguise at all. Instead, the man that stood before her had been someone else altogether. What do you think? Yi Futian returned to his original looks. Even if you are able to change even the world around you, but if you were to kill Li Yao in Emperor Li's realm and assuming if you succeed, how are you going to make it out alive? Yaya continued to ask. Who says that I'm going to kill Li Yao? Yi Futian smiled and said, I'm just going to Emperor Li's realm to train. I wouldn't be stupid enough to go and kill him. Relax. Yaya's eyes continued to be filled with distrust. Going to Emperor Li's realm just to train? What kind of an excuse is this? There were plenty of places to train in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and there were definitely many places stronger than Emperor Li's realm, yet he insisted to train Emperor Li's realm instead. But since Yi Futian put it that way, she saw no need to argue further. If you were to run into any danger, remember to keep me posted. Yaya continued to stare at him, but she was unable to say anything to stop him. If he had made his decision, then it was possibly something that she had no way of changing. Let's talk about something else. Tomorrow would be the first day of the new year. Let's celebrate together. Yi Futian smiled and said, taking her to the villa. The black-winged condor ran in Yi Futian's direction not far away and said, What are we going to eat for the New Year's feast? Roasted meat? Indeed, roasted condor. Yi Futian turned around and said to the bird, Hey bird, seems like you have grown quite a bit of meat from eating too much. Could you actually still fly? How about we take some of those extras off? The bird shuddered and whimpered in an instant, looking at Yi Futian feeling wronged. All right. Lay off the jokes. I just go on a diet. Chapter 1089. Emperor Li's realm was ruled personally by Emperor Li himself, establishing the Dali dynasty and ruled both the upper and lower worlds. Emperor Li's realm was ruled personally by Emperor Li himself, establishing the Dali dynasty and ruled both the upper and lower worlds. The upper worlds were naturally ruled directly by Emperor Li himself, while the lower worlds were ruled by the members of Emperor Li's royal family. Furthermore, suitable talents were selected from the lower worlds and sent to the upper worlds for further training. The Dali dynasty's lower worlds were divided into 9 counties, which somewhat resembled the 9 states in Emperor Xia's realm. What differed was that all 9 counties were ruled by sheriffs with absolute power within the country they were in charge of. Conventionally speaking, they were usually the most powerful person to be found in the county. The county of Yan ranked at top 3 among the powers of the 9 counties of the lower worlds of Dali dynasty. The county of Yan had been famous for years for producing swordsmen. There was a saying in Dali dynasty that went, the swordsmen of Dali were divided between the swordsmen of the country of Yan and the swordsmen of other counties. As such, swordsmen of Dali would have all trained in the county of Yan. There were 5 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yan, and there were 18 sword saint level figures in them. It served as the testament of the power of the swordsmen of that county. Swordsmen were usually a preferred choice of many cultivators, And there were many stories of swordsmen. There was a story in Luiyue City of the county of Yan at the moment. There was a young swordsman rising to fame in Luiyue City, which was said to have hailed from the mountain of hidden swords in the east, who developed his powers in a single day, embarking on a journey to help the downtrodden and cut down the wicked. Blood would have spilled as soon as his sword was drawn. Among the stories, there was one where there had been robbers throwing their weight around outside of the mountain of hidden swords, robbing everywhere they went and enslaved the weak. Said swordsman traveled 1,000 miles on a single sword, going into the lair of the robbers alone, and causing a bloodbath in that mountain all on his own. There was also one telling of a clan of swordsmen who performed wicked deeds in secret and even trained in evil arts, using young women to further their training. Said swordsman went up to the clan and cut down the head of the lord. But of course the most renowned one told was one that happened recently in Luiyue City. There was a son of the younger sister of the city lord of Luiyue City, who was known for being lecherous. He took a liking to a woman he saw in the city. However, said woman rebuffed his advances, and so he manipulated things behind and backed her family to a corner. That swordsman caught wind of the news and cut that man down. The beloved son of the sister of the city lord of Luiyue City was killed, and the authorities sent men to arrest the swordsmen, who were all ended up killed. The city lord was enraged and led the army of the city lord office to take him down, ordering that he be killed on sight. However, all of the elites from the city lord office perished in that battle. The city lord was killed as well. It was worth noting that the city lord of Luiyue City was at the pinnacle of Sage Plain. However, it was rumored that said swordsman only took one attack to take him down. In actuality, such stories were filled with conventional tropes, and they were happening everywhere all the same. Bullies, perverts, and robbers, those people were found in abundance, and there was never any shortage of those kind of people. No one could have ever cut every single one of them down. But it was just a coincidence that the swordsman kept running into those people, and proved mighty enough to slay them without delay. None of those matters would have been all that much of a story in the vast Dali dynasty otherwise. It was rumored that that swordsman went by a very simple name. It was anything but overbearing and very memorable. He was known as the Seventh Swordsman, and some speculated that he had the name due to having carried 7 swords with him. None of them would have naturally expected that the man had only took such a man due solely to laziness. There had once been a swordsman he knew named Yan Jiao, whose name meant loosely Yan the Ninth, so he just called himself the Seventh Swordsman instead. The death of the city lord of Luiyue City kicked up quite a ruckus. It was worth noting that other than being city lord, the man had another identity, a student of the sword clan of the Gale, a holy land of the sword. The Holy Land was established by a sword saint named Jian Quangren, whose swordplay was known for its overbearing and ferocious nature, with many of its moves consisting of strong blows and wide sweeps. Luiyue City was under rule of the sword clan of the Gale. There was no way said Holy Land would have simply let the death of the city lord slide just like that. It was said that there were already mighty ones heading towards Luiyue City. Within a villa found inside Luiyue City at that moment, there was a woman who was playing the guqin. The woman had soft features and looked quite stunning. She was alluring enough to pique the interests of any lecherous fellow. A man was lying on the ground near the woman, who had a sword placed at his side, while carrying a gourd on his right hand, drinking from it. The young man had stunning looks, and those eyes of his had a mystical charm to them. At that moment he looked like he was enjoying himself, drinking and listening to music. The man was none other than the talk of Luiyue City at the moment, the Seventh Swordsman. The man was also one who hailed from the 9 states of Emperor Xia's realm, who came to Dali dynasty on pilgrimage, Yi Futian. He trained as he traveled, venturing into the lower worlds of Dali dynasty from the 9 states, instead of entering Emperor Li's realm from the upper worlds directly. Yi Futian had 2 goals for making the trip, with one of them being truly to train on his pilgrimage, tempering his mind. As such, it was not an odd choice for him to travel through the lower worlds instead. His second goal was to avoid any troubles or suspicions, which might have happened if he were to enter Dali dynasty right away from Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Li's realm had a way of investigating a swordsman from the lower worlds. It was especially so for a swordsman who ventured out from the Mountain of Hidden Swords, a holy land of the sword, in the county of Yan. His journey was an extremely risky one, so he naturally needed to be very careful and had to cover his tracks all the time. The woman gradually stopped, for the tune was over, turning her eyes at the handsome man who lying about drinking. She then said, Mr. 7th, it's best for you to leave. The Sword Clan of the Gale is a holy land of the sword. Even if there were to find out the truth, they might not come looking for trouble with us. But since you've killed the city lord of Wuxia City, they will sure come for you. Having a pretty woman by my side drinking fine booze, and having superb music being played, this is just heaven for me. Why should I leave then? Futian smiled and asked. The woman lowered her head for a bit and looked rather embarrassed. She then turned her eyes again at Futian, who was lying about, and thought that it was quite lucky for her to even get to meet one such dashing figure, while they have yet to get to know each other for long. Yet the extremely dashing young man left a deep, lasting impression on her. The man was carefree and abrasive. It seemed that it was always how he had been carrying himself. However, what made him so unforgettable to her was how stunning and extraordinary he looked when he worked with a sword. It seemed as if he was able to put anyone under the heavens in their place with little more than a sword in his hand. Blood would have been spilled as soon as the sword was drawn. Furthermore, is the Sword Clan of the Gale really that powerful? The young man put his gourd down. Those extremely charming eyes of his met hers with a smile. The woman felt dazed for a second, seemingly attracted by those eyes. She turned her eyes away and dared not look at them any further. She lowered her head and said, I know that your training is superb, Mr. 7th, yet the Sword Clan of the Gale was still a holy land nonetheless. There were quite a number of extremely powerful genius swordsmen in the place. The ones who are coming would definitely be anything but weak, and there would be quite a number of them as well. You might be very powerful, but there is simply no need to stay behind and risk your neck for me. Don't think too deeply into it. I'm not doing this for you, Futian smiled and said. The woman felt her cheeks burning as soon as she heard that. It's a good opportunity for me to get to know just how powerful the swordsmen of the Sword Clan of the Gale are. I wonder if the genius swordsmen of said holy land would be able to make me use a second attack on them. Futian sounded lazy when he was saying all of that. There was no way he would have left. He was already in Dali Dynasty and he was compelled to attract some attention somehow. He needed to attract not only the attention of holy lands of the lower worlds, but also cultivators of Dali Dynasty of the upper worlds. As such, he needed to take quite a bit of shortcuts, but then again he still had to be careful not to overdo it. The woman felt rather exasperated, but she seemed to have gotten used to Futian bragging. She heard quite a bit over the time she spent around him. Mr. 7th. An anxious voice was heard at that moment. A middle-aged man walked towards him in a hurry and took one look at his daughter, before saying to Futian, who was casually lying about, Mr. 7th, Yun of the Sword Clan of the Gale brought his men personally to Wuxia City. It was said that they were already at the city lord's office. I thank you for your kindness, but it's best that you leave. If I were to drag you into my mess and end up getting you killed, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Is this Yun that powerful? Futian did not seem fazed at all, as he asked in a lazy manner. He is the number 1 in the Sword Clan of the Gale. The powers of Yun would have ranked him in the top 10 in all of the county of Yen, the middle-aged man said. Top 10 in the entire county of Yen, huh? Futian then continued nonchalantly, even if the number 1 below St. Plain in all of county of Yen were to show up, I can tell you that they wouldn't even be able to make me dish out a second attack. Is that so? A voice was heard from afar. There were swords whooshing from far away as the question was asked. One figure after another was seen arriving on their swords. Furthermore, there were more and more mighty ones closing in on the villa, peering inside as they moved. The number 1 figure below St. Plain in all of county of Yen unable to make you dish more than one attack, you say? A cold voice was heard. Everyone was baffled. The 7th swordsman was no doubt very powerful, but they nonetheless deemed him to have been too pompous and reckless for boasting like that. The county of Yen was vast and there were plenty of genius cultivators about. Talented swordsmen were in untold numbers, and one could have imagined how powerful the number 1 below St. Plain had to be. The middle-aged man and the woman turned pale, knowing that it was too late for them to do anything further. The middle-aged man steeled him at the moment and walked forward, saying, Senior, you need to know that it is indeed the city lord's people going too far in this matter. The The seventh swordsman here was simply helping us out. If you insist on taking someone, then take us instead. This has nothing to do with the two of you, Nie Yun said plainly. Many gasped as he said that. They were indeed people from a holy land, seeing how they had done their investigations beforehand. Claiming that the matter had nothing to do with them meant that they did not intend to pursue the matter further with them both. However, it remained a fact that the city lord died by the hands of that swordsman. There was no way the sword clan of the Gale would have simply let things slide like that. Many took to the air and looked into the compound, seeing that swordsman remained lying about lazily. He was totally unfazed even after seeing Nie Yun showing up. Seeing as how you people could still tell right from wrong, I just spare you people then. Just go home, Yi Futian said plainly. How insolent! Nie Yun berated angrily. He stepped out, bursting with towering sword will and ferocious winds whipped about, then diving below at Yi Futian. He was not the only one who had gotten angry, as all swordsmen from the sword clan of the Gale shared the same sentiment, as they burst with their sword will. Why do you have to make me do this? Yi Futian said lazily and slowly got up, taking to the air and set his eyes at Nie Yun. Draw your sword. Yi Futian gazed at Nie Yun, whose expression turned somewhat severe seeing Yi Futian's eyes. Violent aura burst around him and coalesced into swords. Swords were conjured around Nie Yun, all imbued with the sword will of storms. He looked extremely overbearing at the moment. Everyone around them turned their attention to Nie Yun, who whipped up a terrifying storm of sword aura around him, as he stood tall in midair. Many gasped as they witnessed the number 1 below Saint Plain in the sword clan of the Galen in action. Boom! Gale blew and Nie Yun streaked forward, his storm getting increasingly powerful as it whipped at Yi Futian. The place was filled with sword aura in an instant. Yi Futian sensed that storm coming at him and conjured a heavy sword right before him. He took one step forward as Nie Yun came. The space around them shuddered as the heavy sword was brought down like a bolt of lightning. Many witnessed the sword cutting through the storm right there, and then like hot knife through butter, tearing the storm apart. Boom! Nie Yun's body halted with a rumble, before falling below right there and then. Chapter 1090. Nie Yun, who dropped below, spat up blood. His insides felt as if a heavy sword had cleaved them apart. His insides were so violently rattled that he felt as if his body would come apart at any given moment. Nie Yun, who dropped below, spat up blood. His insides felt as if a heavy sword had cleaved them apart. His insides were so violently rattled that he felt as if his body would come apart at any given moment. Nie Yun looked up at the young man before him and sported a surprised look. The man had indeed dealt only one attack. He was not the only one feeling dumbfounded. Many around them stared blankly at what just happened. Nie Yun, the number 1 below Saint Plain from the sword clan of the Gale, a holy land of the sword, had only been able to make that young man attack once, just like how it was with that city lord. Just how powerful was he? The students from the sword clan of the Gale sported frustrated looks. They flashed about and burst with towering sword will, making their way towards Yi Futian. Swords came raining down from above, bursting with mighty sword will within an instant. All of the other mighty ones around them felt dazed. That space seemed to have been filled with nothing but sword aura. At that moment, however, they saw Yi Futian's body burst into brilliant light, like a blazing sun. There seemed to have been a red sun shining in the sky. Yi Futian pointed at the air, and a scorching hot blade emerged from that sun. His sword aura swept all over the place. Go! Yi Futian pointed forward, and within an instant, the flash of the sword of the sun burst with blinding light. The students from the sword clan of the Gale felt their eyes hurt. It was as if they had been burned by the fires of the sun. When the solar sword flash fell onto them, they felt as if they were covered in scorching heat within a heartbeat. All of their sword will was burned away immediately. Wherever the light of the sword hit, smoking noises were heard as the clothes of many caught in flames and began to burn. Eerie gashes of the sword were left on some of them as well. Everyone stopped what they were doing in an instant, looking at the extremely brilliant young swordsman with astonished expressions. That handsome appearance of his seemed rather demonic. Even men had to admit that those eyes were indeed mesmerizing. Since when did the Mountain of Hidden Swords produce one such mystical swordsman? You failed to discipline your people despite claiming to be of a holy land of the sword. That city lord bullied others using his status, thinking that he had nothing to fear due to having been a student of the clan. It is no wonder why you people failed to produce any swordsman worth mentioning, Yi Futian said, completely monotone. He was exuding an extraordinary bearing all over him. It was as if the Sword Clan of the Gale was entirely beneath his notice. The students of the Sword Clan of the Gale all looked frustrated, yet they were unable to come up with any words to retort him. They, the student of the Sword Clan of the Gale, were unable to withstand more than one attack from him, after all. That there is one true swordsman. Many young swordsmen from Liyue City looked at Yi Futian with admiration. All disputes were to be settled with the sword as the swordsmen ventured on their way to do good, taking no more than one attack to deal with any one person. Any unjust matters of the world shall be taken care of with a single swing of the sword. You're all from Holy Land, so what? Care to take one swing of the sword from me? That was the true personification of a swordsman. If you feel vexed, then go back to your clan and tell everyone what is happening. I want to see if the saints of the Sword Clan of the Gale will come for me, just like you people, Yi Futian said plainly and waved about with his hand. Sword will fill the place as he said. What are you still here for? Let's go, Nyeyun said. The mighty ones then retreated in a heartbeat, with their tails between their legs. Many felt dazed about what just happened. Those people were students of a holy land of the sword. Nyeyun was known to be the number one below St. Plain, one who ranked among the top 10 in the county of Yan. They expected Yi Futian to be taken away by the Sword Clan. No one would have anticipated that he still lashed out with just one attack. Just how powerful is this seventh swordsman? They wondered. Mr. Seventh. The father and daughter in the villa looked just as dazed. Their hearts continued to race. He was just too powerful. They were not even able to begin imagining how powerful Yi Futian was. He used only a single attack, be it when he was dealing with Nyeyun or the others after all. I studied the art of the sword for many years before venturing outside of the Mountain of Hidden Swords, thinking it would be a good thing to see how capable swordsmen outside were. I never expected to find the swordsmen to be so weak. Now, I'm wondering if there are actually swordsmen worth mentioning in the county of Yan. Yi Futian shook his head and said, Man, this is boring. It seems like more fun to drink and listen to the Guqin indeed. Many were rendered speechless hearing Yi Futian talk. He was wondering if there are actually swordsmen worth mentioning in the county of Yan. Gosh, just how boastful could he be? It was worth mentioning that over half of the swordsmen of Dali dynasty hailed from the county of Yan, which actually sent many geniuses of the sword up to the upper worlds. Some top-notch geniuses were extremely renowned in the county of Yan. However, the way Yi Futian talked, it seemed as if he was suggesting that there were no swordsmen in all of the county of Yan. But then again, when they recalled what happened moments ago, it seemed to them that he was rightful to boast, given how he had what it took to back his claims. Where did you train in the Mountain of Hidden Swords, senior? A young man then bowed and asked Yi Futian, Is there any place in the Mountain of Hidden Swords that you can't train in? Yi Futian retorted with a single question. The young man was dumbfounded and then bowed at Yi Futian, saying, I do still have much to learn. Thank you for your guidance. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded and looked like he was some kind of master. Little did the young man know that Yi Futian was making things up. While he had been to the Mountain of Hidden Swords before, he did little more than take a scroll there. The place was too big after all, and he was just there to get familiar with the place, just so to prevent him from getting his cover blown in the future. The seventh swordsman was an orphan who hailed from the Mountain of Hidden Swords. He had a single-minded devotion to the art of the sword, and did nothing but practice his way of the sword. He was also of supreme talent in the learning of the way of the sword. That constituted his identity at Dali dynasty. That identity of his would one day be the talk of all of Dali dynasty, becoming an extremely renowned genius in all of the realm. Yi Futian hovered to the ground and smiled at the woman at the villa below. Would you mind if I trade that attack for one more tune? I'll play as many as you wish to hear, Mr. Seventh, the woman said softly and then began to play the Guqin again. Yi Futian continued to drink, without any intention of leaving the place. He was waiting for the Sword Clan of the Gale to send more people his way. Be it to extend an invitation or to deal with him, he was indifferent. The middle-aged man smiled a bitter one as he shook his head while looking at Yi Futian. That daughter of his was considered beautiful and prudent, and it seemed as if she was about to really fall for the man. However, he knew that one such mystical man was not someone that his daughter would be able to tie down. That previously unknown young swordsman who hailed from the mountain of hidden swords had truly set the world on fire. That one attack of his would earn him fame throughout the entire county of Yan. As Yi Futian expected, Nie Yun came back to Liwa City on the same day, looking for Yi Futian. You want to try your hand again? Yi Futian sat on the ground and drank quietly, looking at Nie Yun who had just gotten there. Our clan leader extends an invitation, Nie Yun said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes flashed as he drank with his head down. He then put his cup down and said to Nie Yun, I'm not interested in joining the Sword Clan of the Gale. I know. Nie Yun looked at Yi Futian coldly. While he acknowledged Yi Futian's strength, he deemed him to be unnecessarily prideful. But he nonetheless knew that there was little for Yi Futian to gain in joining and training in the Sword Clan of the Gale. Nie Yun was standing at the very top below St. Plain after all. You claim to be invincible in the art of the sword. Wouldn't you want to know what the powers of other top-notch swordsmen in the county of Yan are like? Nie Yun asked. I heard that you rank among the top 10 below St. Plain in all of county of Yan. If all swordsmen from the county of Yan are of a similar caliber, why should I bother? Yi Futian eyed Nie Yun with his charming eyes. Nie Yun was dumbfounded as he glared at Yi Futian coldly. That bastard knows no respect at all, he thought. I'm far from being the only swordsman in all of county of Yan. There are naturally those who are more powerful than I am. Even if the county of Yan proves inadequate, top-notch geniuses are found in abundance through the 9 counties of Dali dynasty. Do you dare to claim to be superior to them all? Nie Yun asked coldly. Why would I not? Yi Futian looked at Nie Yun and continued, I've spent decades in the mountain of hidden swords to perfect my art of the sword. And I gave up fame and glory for over 30 years before I got to where I am today. Dali dynasty has 9 counties, so what? Nie Yun glared at Yi Futian, feeling rattled inside. That man had spent decades perfecting his art in the mountain of hidden sword, spending 30 years learning the sword arts. It was persistence and determination that he found himself impossible to match. It was not surprising that he lost at all. However, Nie Yun still deemed the man before him to have been overly pompous. 30 years learning the art of the sword, and you think you can claim to be invincible throughout the 9 counties of Dali dynasty? He thought. There are trillions of cultivators throughout the world. Mighty ones of Dali dynasty are literally everywhere. Other than the geniuses of the lower worlds, there are still the cultivators of the upper worlds who are even more brilliant and unmatched, whom the ones from the lower worlds are incapable of matching at all. While you have defeated my brother and proven yourself to be of incredible power, deeming everything in the world beneath you and cultivators of all realms not worthy of your notice, don't you think you're too much of a frog in a well? Is this your way of the sword? A woman beside Nie Yun said. The woman was not there previously. She came after hearing that the man defeated Nie Yun with a single stroke of the sword. She wore plain, pitch-black clothes, sporting a dashing, stunning appearance, as well as a well-mannered grace. There was no way she could have known that Yi Futian was able to brag like that because he had already seen what the top-notch geniuses below St. Plain from Emperor Xia's realm, Emperor Li's realm, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm were capable of. If Yi Futian were to be a cultivator who had not been in the scene for long, then the woman would have been right about Yi Futian, a frog in a well whose arrogance knew no bounds. My way of the sword rests with the sword in my hand. There may be countless cultivators throughout the world, but there will only be 1/7 swordsman, Yi Futian said. Brother, while this man truly has exceptional powers, he is not worth inviting over. Let's go, the woman said to Nie Yun, feeling rather disappointed at Yi Futian's extremely boisterous attitude. Nie Yun gazed at Yi Futian and said, This is the order of our teacher. The upper worlds of the dynasty are recruiting extraordinary people. This might be your chance. Since you've claimed to be invincible, I suggest you go and see for yourself. You can take it as I've never said anything to you otherwise. That's so. Yi Futian looked amused. What a coincidence indeed. Dali dynasty ruled both the upper and lower worlds directly, so they would definitely be more strict with the administration of the lower worlds. They might have suffered quite a shock after the Battle of Empty Realm, and were ready to recruit capable people from the lower worlds en masse. The ones who decided the outcome of the Battle of Empty Realm were none other than him, Yu Shang, and the others who had cut down the imperial flag of Dali dynasty, people who hailed from the 9 states of the lower worlds. Since you've put it that way, I shall go and have a look. I'd like to know how many attacks the cultivators of the rest of the world can dish out. Yi Futian got up and began walking. Nie Yun felt dumbfounded. However, being someone who lost to Yi Futian, he had no right to say much about Yi Futian's arrogance. That woman eyed Yi Futian coldly. Even though he had defeated her brother, who was of supreme talent, she deemed Yi Futian someone who would have limited achievements due to his insolent nature. She was slightly disappointed about coming. While Yi Futian looked stunning, those who trained in the art of the sword were not simply common beings. Mr. Seventh. The woman who was with Yi Futian rose, and the middle-aged man came as well, looking at Yi Futian. Fate brought us to meet each other. I think no one else from Liyue City will look for trouble with either of you in the future. I shall take my leave, Yi Futian said and began to walk away nonchalantly, leaving with Nie Yun and his people. The woman continued to gaze at him after he left. She believed that she would hear of his name again soon enough, as he was about to be known throughout the world. Chapter 1091. The Sword Clan of the Gale was one of the 5 holy lands of the county of Yan. Jian Quangren, the clan leader, was a saint at the pinnacle of the first level of Saint Plain. It was said that his way of the sword was filled with pride and unruliness. The Sword Clan of the Gale was one of the 5 holy lands of the county of Yan. Jian Quangren, the clan leader, was a saint at the pinnacle of the first level of Saint Plain. It was said that his way of the sword was filled with pride and unruliness. The Sword Clan of the Gale was considered the weakest out of the 5 holy lands of the county of Yan. Of course, that was also the reason Yi Futian chose to set up shop within Liyue City, a place ruled by the Sword Clan of the Gale, in the first place. Even if he were to get on the bad side of a sword saint of the first level of Saint Plain, he would not have been taken down right away without any way of fighting back. Although he pretended to be extremely arrogant, he nonetheless had to be cautious while operating within the Dali dynasty. He had been a champion of the people, and went around doing good deeds ever since he entered the Dali dynasty. All whom he killed were people who deserved it, so there were little faults others could have found with him. Yi Futian met Jian Quangren at the palace of the Sword Clan of the Gale on a mountain, who was also known as the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. Nie Yun and that woman walked to the sides of Jian Quangren, and there were many students of the Sword Clan of the Gale below him. All of them looked at Yi Futian. So this is the guy who defeated brother Nie Yun with just one attack then, they thought. Yi Futian gauged the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. He was tall and imposing. He emanated sharpness of the sword throughout his being as he fixed his eyes on Yi Futian. I'm the 7th swordsman senior. It is an honor to meet you, Yi Futian bowed and said. Jiang Quangren did not say anything. He emanated formless pressure while his eyes were locked onto Yi Futian, finding the man before him exuding a demonic charm, yet lacked the tension exhibited by many when they faced saints. There were many cities found in the county of Yan, and cultivators were aplenty, yet there were only 18 saints found in the county. All of the sword saints were revered by many. It was the lower worlds after all. Regardless of how superbly talented one might have been, all would have paid due respect to a saint when they saw one. However, Jian Quangren was unable to sense any such respect from Yi Futian. Even that bow of his seemed nonchalant. There was no way he would have known that Yi Futian was a palace lord of a holy land. The saints who served him were all powerful enough to raise the county of Yan in its entirety, so there was no way he would have behaved like conventional cultivators. You don't seem too concerned with saints, the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind said to Yi Futian. As a member of the later generation, it is only natural that I respect my seniors and elders. However, one's training precedes all. Is there a need for cultivators of the sword to be too concerned with propriety? Yi Futian answered. Pressure continued to be emanated from the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind, as he continued to stare at Yi Futian. The man was indeed how he was rumored to be, insolently prideful. One's training precedes all, eh? It seems like you have absolute confidence in being able to break into St. Plain. The sword saint of fierce wind continued. I have heard that you claim that there are hardly any swordsmen who could have you deal a second attack, no? He didn't even bother with the 9 counties of Dali dynasty, let alone the county of Yan. The woman at the saint's side quipped. Yi Futian took a look at the woman and said, if you invited me here to interrogate me, then it's best that I leave. He cupped his hands and got ready to leave as soon as he finished his sentence. If you're so confident in your way of the sword, then I suppose you'd be interested in fighting the geniuses throughout the 9 counties of Dali dynasty. The dynasty is now recruiting people from all over the 9 counties. If you're so confident about yourself, you should test yourself at the event. The sword saint of fierce wind seemed rather calm as he spoke to Yi Futian. Where should I head to? Yi Futian asked. The people throughout the 9 counties are gathering at Liwang City. The sword saint of fierce wind continued. If you're of supreme talents, you could train in the upper worlds right away. There might be cultivators coming from the upper worlds of Dali dynasty this time. If you're truly that powerful, perhaps you might be able to achieve fame and glory with a single step even. Does that interest you enough? Not interested. Yi Futian answered plainly. So you're saying that there is a competition of martial arts at the lower worlds, then? Perhaps. The sword saint of fierce wind nodded and looked slightly amused. He said that he was uninterested, eh? Just how many cultivators throughout the 9 counties of Dali dynasty are worthy of having me draw my sword? Yi Futian said plainly, such competitions sound boring. As for training at the upper worlds, I'd be able to head there any time the sword is in my hands. As for fame and glory, that sounds even more boring. What I seek is none other than the supreme way of the sword. If I were after fame and glory, I wouldn't have spent decades polishing my art and have emerged only recently. Supreme way of the sword, is it? Interesting. The sword saint of fierce wind looked increasingly amused with Yi Futian. He then said, cultivators of the sword do indeed need to have little concerns with fame and glory, devoting themselves single-mindedly instead, in tempering their minds of the sword. Seems like you have a high state of mind. It is no wonder that you were able to achieve this much. But even if you're interested in polishing your art and think that few throughout the 9 counties are worthy of making you draw your sword, then there is all the more reason you should head to the upper worlds to train, don't you think? Indeed. Yi Futian nodded. In that case, let's travel together. I'm curious about your way of the sword. If you think that few throughout the 9 counties are worthy of making you draw your sword, then how about you wait until you find someone who can make you do so? Very well, I shall travel with you, senior. Yi Futian nodded. That was his goal after all. It would have been easier for him to add another layer to his identity by being among the ones from Holy Lands, instead of just one guy appearing out of nowhere. Huanxue, find him somewhere where he can train. The sword saint of fierce wind said to the woman beside him. The woman was dumbfounded. I refuse. The woman was the biological daughter of the sword saint of fierce wind. She would not have dared to take such an attitude, refusing what the sword saint of fierce wind told her. She had had a taste of Yi Futian's arrogance, and now, even before her father, Yi Futian continued to behave insolently. Despite his superb talent, she had no desire to get too involved with him. It seems that you're not ready to travel with us on this trip then, the sword saint of fierce wind said plainly. The woman glared at her father, feeling exasperated as she said to Yi Futian, come with me. She only brought Yi Futian away after that. No one was able to fathom why the clan leader was so polite with that insolent swordsman. While it was true that he had talent, the clan leader was a sword saint, and there was simply no need for him to be so polite. You're dismissed. The sword saint of fierce wind then waved at the people, who then left. Nie Yun was still around, looking at the sword saint of fierce wind as he asked, are you that appreciative of this 7th swordsman, teacher? That kid has the will of the way about him. The sword saint of fierce wind did not look at Nie Yun, casting his gaze far away as he continued. There are indeed few below St. Plain in all of the county of Yan capable of matching him in a fight, let alone you. If he were compared to those throughout all of Dali dynasty, there are but a handful of people capable of matching him. He heard from Nyeyun that the man came from the Mountain of Hidden Swords. That place was indeed a pure land of training of those who were steeped in the art of the sword. He spent decades polishing his art and only emerged after 30 years of age. If he had indeed turned out to be such, then that man's mind of the sword was undoubtedly pure, and he hardly matched whose aptitude for the way of the sword in the county of Yen. There were few swordsmen throughout the county of Yen capable of learning that much all on their own, after all. In that case, why not take him in as a student of the clan instead, teacher? Nyeyun asked. If he was able to come this far all on his own, there is no way the sword clan of the Gale will be able to keep him around. He belongs to the upper worlds of Dali dynasty. I have my agenda of having him travel with us. The sword clan of the Gale had been the weakest holy land of the sword throughout the county of Yen for many years. If there is one swordsman in our midst who proves capable of shining brightly through Dali dynasty and overwhelming those from other holy lands of the county of Yen, it'd feel rather satisfying nonetheless. The sword saint of fierce wind smiled as he said so. It was not that much of an agenda. One could have said it was only something saints would have found amusing. And yeah, don't tell your sister about this, the sword saint of fierce wind said. Why would that be? Nyeyun asked in puzzlement. There is a need to give her some shock. The greater the shock, the greater her gain would be in tempering his state of mind. The sword saint of fierce wind then turned around smiling, leaving the place. His daughter Huanxue escorted Yi Futian to a compound of the clan and said, "Stay here and train. The sword clan of the Gale is a holy land of the sword, and there are many forbidden areas. Don't loiter around elsewhere if you're not training." "Thank you." Yi Futian walked straight ahead into the compound and did not bother to take another look at the woman. He had no doubt saw through her attitude and did not bother. They were hardly acquaintances after all. The woman was scarcely surprised about Yi Futian's attitude as well. She then turned around and left. The mighty ones from the sword clan of the Gale departed several days later. Their sword will filled the place as they headed far away. Yi Futian was naturally with them on the trip as well. However, their destination was not Liwang City. They were heading to Yendu City, which was where the sheriff of the county of Yen was found. All 9 counties of Dali dynasty had their respective sheriffs, reigning supreme over the own counties. Even holy lands were subjected to their rule. Mighty ones were found everywhere in County King's residence in Yendu City at the moment, seemingly waiting to receive something or someone. The sheriffs were known as kings of counties as well. The king of the county of Yen sat upright on his chair. Many mighty ones lined his flanks, waiting in silence. That day was the day he had set to meet with those from holy lands throughout the county of Yen. They were to gather there and head to Liwang City together. Who among the cultivators of the county of Yen will reign supreme in this trip to Liwang City? The king of the county asked as he addressed the crowd. He naturally knew that it was an extremely rare chance as the event was concerned with the upper worlds of Dali dynasty selecting genius cultivators. As the king of the county of Yen, he naturally hoped that there were few more geniuses selected. It would have reflected well on him after all. There is no doubt that the 2 princesses will make it, someone below quipped, and all turned their eyes at the 2 women beside the king of the county. The 2 women were gorgeous, and what was even more shocking was that the 2 of them looked identical. It was as if they were copies of each other. The 2 princesses of the county of Yen were twins and shared a telepathic link. They trained in the way of the sword together and possessed superb talents. Li Hanqing of the Ziwei sword clan, one of the princesses uttered. Kai Huang of the Juk sword clan, the other one said. Everyone nodded. Both the Ziwei sword clan and the Juk sword clan were the most powerful of the 2 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen. The 2 figures mentioned by the princesses were the strongest students studying in those places, and they were among the strongest to be found below St. Plain in the county of Yen. If there were anyone from the county of Yen who could make it, then those 2 would definitely be among those people. The king of the county looked up far away and heard brimming laughter. "Thank you, princess, for thinking so highly of that brat of a student of mine." Powerful sword aura was sensed from far away. 2 sword clans came together, yet they were clearly separated. They were none other than the Ziwei sword clan and the Juk sword clan. The king of the county smiled as he rose to receive them. The mighty ones from the 2 sword clans landed and cupped their hands at the king of the county. Cultivators from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan and the Sword Clan of the Storm arrived shortly after as well. The place was vivacious. The Sword Clan of the Gale was the last to arrive, and Yi Futian was with them. Chapter 1092. The entire County King's residence turned extremely rowdy. There were people continuously showing up at the door to pay a visit, wanting to see those top-notch figures from the Holy Lands for themselves. The entire County King's residence turned extremely rowdy. There were people continuously showing up at the door to pay a visit, wanting to see those top-notch figures from the Holy Lands for themselves. The County King of Yen threw a banquet for the mighty ones as well as those who came all the way to Yendu City to visit the place, to show his appreciation as the host. They were to leave for Liwang City right away after the banquet was over. Yi Futian came with the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind, so it was only natural for him to sit with them. However, the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind kept a low profile in the banquet. The Sword Clan of the Gale was ranked the lowest among the 5 Holy Lands of the Sword after all. He was less formidable somewhat compared to the Saint Lords of other Holy Lands. As such, he spoke little and listened more to what others had to say. County King, who is the one from the upper worlds who would be coming to the lower worlds? The Sword Saint of Ziwei asked. They all knew that someone from the Dali dynasty of the upper worlds would be coming down to the lower worlds to pick geniuses, who would then be sent to the upper worlds to further their training. However, they did not know who would have been the one showing up. The County King of Yen was in charge of the County of Yen and had the title of King. His high status meant that he might have known more. I'm not all that sure about the details myself. We'd only find out once we got there. The County King of Yen then said, but there was one thing I was sure of. The operation was ordered personally by the Imperial Advisor. It involves more than just the 9 counties of Dali, as even the upper world seems to be up to something as well. It might have had something to do with the Battle of Empty Realm that happened last year. Everyone present there was of high status. The County King of Yen was already one of the handful of people standing at the top of the lower worlds, so he naturally would not have been oblivious of what was happening in the upper worlds like most common folk. The Imperial Advisor. Respect was seen in the eyes of many. There had been many rumors regarding the Imperial Advisor. He had been playing an important role in bringing about the massive strength of Dali dynasty after all. Even those from the lower worlds would have known about the Imperial Advisor's status in Dali dynasty. He was someone who stood at the Emperor's side and a top-notch figure revered by the saints. If the Imperial Advisor has a hand in arranging this, then the upper worlds would definitely be placing a lot of importance in this matter. How many slots would there be? The Sword Saint of Juk asked. It is said that there would be mighty ones coming down to see for themselves. There is no telling of the actual number of slots. Perhaps anyone that they take a liking to would be permitted to train in the upper worlds, so much so even be allowed inside top-notch forces in the upper worlds. The County King of Yen added, would you be reluctant to let your students go? Well, we would be able to help nurture capable ones for Dali and our students would get to widen their vista. What is there to be reluctant about? The Sword Saint of Ziwei smiled and said, I hope that Hanxing would be able to get to the Sword Mountain in the upper worlds to train instead. Speaking of which, I assume that you would be reluctant to part with the princesses, no? The County King of Yen took a look at the twin sisters at his side and said, well, I'm sure reluctant, but nonetheless, they would need to venture outside eventually. Furthermore, they might have their own partners in training in the future. There is no way I would be able to stay by their sides forever. With their stunning appearances and talents, I think that the princess's path in training would surpass even yours. There is no need to worry about their partners in the future at all, the Sword Saint of Ziwei said with a smile. Speaking of which, girls would always have it worse than guys when venturing outside. But if they chose the path of a swordsman, I just hope that they would see it throughout their lives. Being someone who was in charge of managing the County of Yen, it was only natural that he was familiar with the sword saints from the Holy Lands of the Sword, which was why he was able to chat so freely with them. Li Hanxing of the Ziwei Sword Clan, Kai Huang of the Juk Sword Clan, Qixia, Qi Yao of the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan, Linya of the Sword Clan of the Storm, and Ye Yun of the Sword Clan of the Gale. You all are the most capable of swordsmen from the Holy Lands of the Sword in the County of Yen, and you may have a chance to make it up to the upper worlds this time. I know that there are rivalries between the sword clans, but if you were to be able to make it up there to train, I sure hope that you've gotten each other's backs." The county king of Yen turned his eyes at the geniuses of the Holy Lands. The ones that he mentioned were the most renowned of the 5 Holy Lands of the sword in the county of Yen. If I were to be able to make it to the Sword Mountain of the Upper Worlds and train there, I'd surely have the backs of the princesses, Li Hanqing said to the king, who nodded. "I shall recommend one person to you, County King of Yen." A voice was heard and the king turned his eyes at that voice's direction. He then looked at the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind and asked, "Who is he?" Nie Yun, his daughter Huanxue, and one other person was sitting at the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind's side. Many took notice of that person when he arrived, as he looked extremely handsome, maybe even demonic. That might have had something to do with his training. Furthermore, he sat next to the daughter of the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind, so it was only natural that he attracted attention. However, that young simply enjoyed his drink and food all the way through, so the others did not pay him any further heed. 7th Swordsman, the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind called. Yi Futian looked up at the County King of Yen and cupped his hands, saying, "I'm the 7th Swordsman. It is an honor to meet you, County King of Yen." The deep eyes of the king remained on Yi Futian for a bit. It seemed that Yi Futian's eyes looked impeccably dashing, and he was even able to sense charm exuding from them. Yi Futian's eyes shone like the stars, bright, deep and bottomless. Despite being only a sage, but the king was able to tell that the young man was rather exceptional, judging from his bearing alone. But then again, he had not sensed any might of the great path from Yi Futian. He had deliberately emanated some vague will of the great path to resist the pressure emanating from the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind, but he was not doing that then. "Not bad. A student that you had just taken in?" The County King of Yen turned his eyes away and asked the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. "No." The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind shook his head and elaborated. The kid spent over 30 years training in the Mountain of Hidden Swords, polishing his art at the sword throughout the decades. His way of the sword was only accomplished as of late, and he chose to travel the world. He caused quite a ruckus at my place not long after he came, even killing a city lord, who had been a student of mine. I ordered Nie Yun to arrest him, but Nie Yun was unable to withstand a single attack from him. "That's so." The king's eyes sparkled. While he knew well that Yi Futian would have been someone exceptional, he never expected that Nie Yun, the #1 student of the Sword Clan of the Gale, had not been able to take even a single attack. Among the 5 Holy Lands of the Sword in the county of Yen, the Sword Saint of the Gale was ranked last. Nie Yun was probably somewhat inferior when compared to the other top-notch figures from the Holy Lands of the Sword. However, there were actually only about 1 or 2 among them who were able to completely overpower him, which was why he was able to make it to the top 10. The mention of only 1 attack surprised many. The County King of Yen was not only the other one who was gauging Yi Futian, as every sword saints present were doing the same. Needless to say, the top-notch geniuses were doing the same as well. All of them naturally knew each other, and there were many who have fought each other before. But this 7th Swordsman guy, did he really just appear out of nowhere and brought down Nie Yun with a single attack? "You spent decades polishing your art of the sword," you said? "That will of yours was indeed commendable. So tell me, 7th Swordsman, what kind of art of the sword have you been studying all these years?" The County King of Yen asked. "The sword of blazing sun, the sword of freezing ice, the sword of raging storm, the sword of blitzing thunder. Throughout my 30 years of study of the way of the sword, there was no art of the sword that I was unable to wield," Yi Futian said calmly. Everyone had their eyes on him at the moment. "No art of the sword that I was unable to wield. He really has a big mouth indeed." But then again, that was how it usually was with geniuses, especially he was one who had studied the way of the sword for 30 years and found his training completed one morning, who then went into the world and achieved fame with just a single attack. There was no reason for him not to be proud. "So you are saying that you possess talents of multiple attributes and you have infused them all into your way of the sword then?" It would seem that yet another genius of the sword emerged in the county of Yen then. The County King of Yen hardly minded Yi Futian's big mouth. He had been training for years and had seen too many younger generations of excellent caliber. Be they humble or haughty, eventually it was their swords that did the talking. There was more than one way to walk to the path of the sword. So long as the swordsman was exceptional enough and their mind clear and flawless, any path could have been their own way of the sword. But then again Wuxia, who was at Yi Futian's side, felt rather speechless and was unable to wait to distance herself from him. Other than the county king of Yan, there were also lords of other holy lands present. They were all very powerful sword saints and their students were top-notch geniuses. Despite Yi Futian's extraordinary powers, but he remained haughty even in such an event, claiming as if his way of the sword was unparalleled in the county of Yan. She was puzzled as to why her father bothered to deliberate bring him up. Is father really buying his bullshit? Which of your swords would be the strongest then? A woman beside the county king of Yan asked. Yi Futian turned his eyes to her. The twins were really identical in just about any way. If it had not been for the difference in their clothing, it might have been near impossible to tell them apart. All of them are just as strong, Yi Futian answered. Oh, everyone gave Yi Futian peculiar looks. Despite the fact that he was indeed very powerful for being able to best Nie Yun with a single attack, but did he not know how to be prudent in such situations? All of them are just as strong. Wuxia noticed the eyes that the others looked at Yi Futian with, and she wanted very badly to just leave, instead of sitting beside someone like that. Couldn't you keep a lower profile? Yi Futian, however, looked completely at ease, as if he never noticed how the others looked at him. That was the seventh swordsman, unbridled, free, and going about things as he fancied, yet nonetheless possessed talents of the sword that were peerless. Such a swordsman would have pulled anything and there would have been hardly any reason to be surprised. The princess who asked before was at a loss for words after hearing Yi Futian's answer. One should have a focus in the arts they practice, and more so when it comes to the art of the sword. Picking up too much would render one's way of the sword impure. Despite your supreme talents, you should still have an art that you majored in. Li Hanxing of the Ziwei sword clan looked at Yi Futian and said, "The great path connects all. Knowing one would open the path to knowing all. That is the same with the way of the sword." Yi Futian did not bother to even look up. He added calmly, "Having spent decades to polish my art, no one knows the purity of my way of the sword better than I would. Any ways of training with the sword touched only on the methods. What a swordsman truly studies is the sword and nothing else." So you are saying that you have developed complete mastery of the art of the sword then? Kai Huang of the Juk sword clan asked as well. There are many senior sword saints with us today. Please ask the seniors if any of them dare to claim that they have developed complete mastery. Yi Futian continued. One's journey on sword training has no bounds. None of the others said anything else and simply looked at Yi Futian. Regardless of how good he is with a sword, but you have to give it to him, he really has a way with words. All of what he said made everyone else speechless. Splendid. The county king of Yan smiled and said, after seeing the banquet falling into awkward silence, "The great path is interconnected and knowing one grants access to all. One's journey on sword training has no bounds." Being able to comprehend that much at such an age, it was no surprise why you have been able to accomplish so much with your sword. It would seem that we have yet another top-notch figure who would be able to make it up to the upper worlds for training then. Since the county king of Yan put it that way, no one else said anything. However, all of them remained somewhat doubtful if Yi Futian's way of the sword is actually as extraordinary as he put it himself. Chapter 1093. Things were harmonious at the banquet. Despite the Holy Lands being rivals with each other, they were still at the banquet thrown by the king of county, so they saw fit to reel their usual animosity in. Things were harmonious at the banquet. Despite the Holy Lands being rivals with each other, they were still at the banquet thrown by the king of county, so they saw fit to reel their usual animosity in. With the imperial advisor giving the order and sending people to pick worthy candidates to train, those from the county of Yan saw it necessary to stand together. They needed to send as many geniuses to train at the upper worlds as possible, as the glory of the county of Yan was on the line, and it was not the time for them to fight each other. The banquet did not continue for long, as it was just courtesy of the county king of Yan as the host. The banquet served little purpose but to gather cultivators from holy lands and get ready to depart for Liwang City. As for Yi Futian's appearance, he was little more than a footnote to them, especially to the saints. Having yet another extraordinary swordsman emerging from the sword clan of the Gale was hardly anything worth mentioning. "Let's go," the county king of Yen said after the banquet was finished. The mighty ones nodded and took to the air in an instant, their sword while blazing in the sky. The county king of Yen was at the very front with his people from the county king's residence. The mighty ones from the 5 holy lands followed behind them. All had their respective saint in the lead, summoning huge swords to serve as steeds. "Go!" Sword will burst throughout the sky as soon as the county king of Yen was done. The sound of sword aura bursting throughout the county king's residence was heard from inside out. Many looked up in the sky at the impressive scene and were thoroughly shaken. Over 1,000 swordsmen flew while riding on their swords. Over a dozen saints took the lead right in front of them, creating a very shocking scene. The swordsmen of Dali went outside the county of Yen, and everyone was hoping that the trip to Liwang City would have allowed the swordsmen of the county of Yen to shine at their best. The swords flew high up in the sky. Yi Futian was traveling with the ones from the sword clan of the Gale. The sword saint of fierce wind invoked a huge sword of the storm and streaked the air. Huanxue, who was beside Yi Futian before, deliberately took several steps away to distance herself from him. That bastard's arrogance knew no bounds, and he didn't even bother to reel his ego in before the significant figures of the county of Yen. It was as if he was the only one in the entire county of Yen who knew how to wield a sword. That was an insult like no other. Regardless of how great his talents with swords were, Huanxue had no intention of getting involved with him any further. Yi Futian stood on the huge sword, his hair billowing in the wind. He naturally noticed what Huanxue was doing. However, he behaved calmly and did not mind at all. No one liked someone who was abrasive, unbridled, and had an ego, especially those who thought themselves to be above others. But then again, he was never there at Dali Dynasty to make friends. If one had extraordinarily stunning looks, traits like stubbornness and contentiousness could be considered affectionate and charming instead. If one possessed unparalleled talents, one's arrogance and boisterousness would be accepted by the people around them, thinking such traits to be typical among supreme beings. Those traits would have even been regarded as unique personalities. After the trip to Liwang City, the people would have naturally accepted his arrogance, and those from the upper worlds had extended their invitations for him to train in the upper worlds. These were his true intentions for the trip. He did not head straight to the upper worlds but had instead taken a detour by first setting up shop at the lower worlds of Emperor Li's realm. The princesses, Yanqingyi and Yanzi, complement each other with their way of the sword, and they are versed at sword arts of twin shadows, extremely formidable when they fight alongside each other. There is hardly anyone below the Saint Plane in the county of Yen who is capable of beating the two princesses when they join hands. The only people who could threaten the princesses are Li Hanxing of the Ziwei Sword Clan and Kai Huang of Juk Sword Clan. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind added quietly, other than that, Qi Xia and Qi Yao from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan, and Linya from the Sword Clan of the Storm are mighty as well. Despite looking straight ahead, Yi Futian was able to tell that the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind was speaking to him. "What do you mean by telling me all this?" Yi Futian asked. "It is a given that I hope the swordsmen of the county of Yen can become the leading figures of the 9 counties on this trip to Liwang City. But then again, as every cultivator in the county of Yen was a swordsman, it became even easier to compare them with each other. If you wish to find someone more powerful to hone your way of the sword with, then you need to stand out among the most exceptional ones among the swordsmen of Yen. Those people might not be a match to your powers, but there is no doubt that they will be compared to you," the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind answered. "I see," Yi Futian said. "You've got nothing else to say?" The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind turned his eyes to the side to look at Yi Futian. "That's all with that kid?" he thought. "I'm looking forward to seeing who will be worth having me draw my sword. If there are any such capable ones around, then I will fight," Yi Futian said. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind was dumbfounded but quickly laughed it off. It seemed that he had gotten used to Yi Futian's insolence. He thought if the kid had been too steeped in his training with the sword for the past decades to know how to deal with people. He was thinking if it was all due to him not knowing where his way of the sword stood at, having little idea of how capable the cultivators of Emperor Li's realm were. So the kid wants to get to know the cultivators of Dali better than, the sword saint of fierce wind thought. He found such possibilities to be very plausible. Huanxue distanced herself even further from the sword saint of fierce wind's side, finding the conversation intolerable. Nie Yun was speechless as well. This guy damn. But then he recalled the attack he took and his annoyance dissipated. Liwang City was the capital of the lower worlds of Dali Dynasty, and the #1 city in all of Dali Dynasty. It was situated in the central region of Dali Dynasty. Liwang City was so huge that it was comparable to hundreds of cities throughout the 9 counties. The 9 counties of Dali Dynasty were divided with Liwang City serving as a divider at the center after all. One could only imagine how magnificent Liwang City had been. Liwang City was directly connected to the upper worlds, and King Li, the master of the city himself, was a member of the royalty from Dali Dynasty in the upper worlds, being tasked to manage the entire lower worlds. It was rumored that King Li's palace had received orders from the upper worlds at the start of the year, intending to select genius cultivators and have them train in the upper worlds. The selection processes were to be carried out at Sage Plane, and it was not even limited to just pinnacle levels of Sage Plane. King Li's palace began to spread the news to the 9 counties as soon as the news was received. The county kings of the 9 counties proceeded to notify the Holy Lands, and after that, what took place at the county of Yan happened. The county of Yan was not the only county rising to the occasion. Liwang City and all of the other counties of Dali Dynasty were in an uproar. The most capable of cultivators were gathering at that largest imperial city of Dali Dynasty, making the event unbelievably grand. There were many voices heard throughout Liwang City at the moment. It was said that the cultivators of the 9 counties had all arrived before Liwang City. Many people from Liwang City were able to see cultivators from Holy Lands across the 9 counties walking outside. There was news that there would be cultivators of top-notch forces coming down from the upper worlds of Dali Dynasty. Those people had all arrived at King Li's palace at the lower worlds. Countless people in Liwang City were asking about which top-notch forces had come from the upper worlds. According to rumors, some people came personally from the royal palace of Dali Dynasty. The imperial advisor of Dali Dynasty sent his students personally to the lower worlds to select geniuses. At that moment, a huge banquet was thrown in the grand, magnificent King Li's palace. A regal figure in a golden threaded robe of the snake was seen sitting at the throne atop the jade steps. The middle-aged man exuded an upper-class, supreme bearing. He was none other than King Li, who was in charge of managing the lower worlds of Dali Dynasty. A young man was sitting on the ground quite a distance away below where King Li sat. Despite wearing only a simple robe, the young man's extraordinary bearing was unmistakable, and he looked surreal. King Li even went to toast the young man personally. King Li was important not just because he was in charge of more than just the lower worlds, but he was also of true royal blood of Dali Dynasty. A figure like him toasting to a young man spoke volumes of that young man's prestige. Many ministers and officials from King Li's palace were seen sitting at the seats below. Emperor Li's realm had been the weakest among the 3 Emperor Li's realm, Emperor Xia's realm, and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, in the Battle of Empty Realm 10 years ago. Yet, there was one person who turned the tables for Emperor Li's realm. That man reversed the trend by sacrificing a considerable number of Emperor Li's realm's forces to numb their opponents, bagging the final victory to that Battle of Empty Realm. Mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm slaughtered their way into Emperor Xia's city in that Battle of Empty Realm, killing countless enemies and cutting down the enemy's imperial flag. Any who participated in the Battle of Empty Realm would never be able to forget one name: Lu Chuan, a personal student of the imperial advisor of Dali, and was someone whom the imperial advisor held in very high regard. Lu Chuan's name was known throughout Emperor Li's realm, after winning the last Battle of Empty Realm. He achieved great fame at the pinnacle of Sage Plane and was greatly valued by Emperor Li. The young man who was sitting on the floor at the moment was none other than Lu Chuan, a genius who would probably succeed the imperial advisor's position in the future. What Lu Chuan did in the Battle of Empty Realm 10 years ago was equivalent to what Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm pulled 10 years later. His story was told everywhere by mighty ones of Emperor Li's realm. In actuality, there were also many mighty ones from top-notch forces of the upper worlds present other than Lu Chuan, student of the imperial advisor. All of them responded to the imperial advisor's call and went to the lower worlds to select geniuses, seeing if there were any among them who would make decent students, which included sword saints from holy lands like the Sword Mountain. Even so, Lu Chuan was still undoubtedly the main character of the day. His status, talents, and what he did at the Battle of Empty Realm enabled him to enjoy all of those privileges. Nobody objected to his privileged status. Lu Chuan was, at the moment, already a saint. He definitely would be a crucial figure in Emperor Li's realm in the future. Everyone knew and did not doubt that. I have heard from father about your esteemed bearing, and I have long admired you, sir. Here's a toast to you from me, Li Yu. There was a stunning woman who looked incredibly regal and elegant in her long pretty dress, who was sitting not far away from Lu Chuan. Her voice was gentle, and she had extremely stunning looks. The surname of Li, and where she sat at the moment spoke volumes of her status. You're too kind, princess. I only performed puny matters that are hardly worth mentioning. I hardly have the esteemed bearing that you speak of. Lu Chuan raised his cup and drank, both hands holding the cup. He then raised his palm and the cup as a gesture of respect before putting it down. Princess Li Yu did the same after him. King Li was in charge of the 9 counties of the lower worlds, and he was the king of the lower worlds. Emperor Li allowed his children to be addressed as princes and princesses. Many looked at the two of them with smiles on their faces. One of them was an extraordinary student of the imperial advisor and the other, daughter of King Li, who had stunning looks. They were both humble and polite and looked quite like a perfect match. You bagged victory for Emperor Li's realm at the Battle of Empty Realm single-handedly, besting the strong as one of the weak, and His Majesty rewarded you for it. You are too humble to deem such impressive feats not worth mentioning. Li Yu smiled and said. She was regal and elegant, yet still had a gentle beauty to her. I did not intend to be humble. That battle happens once in 10 years, and there are incredible people emerging in every single battle. In the Battle of Empty Realm last year, there had been a member of the younger generation of Emperor Xia's realm appearing out of the blue. What he pulled was far superior to what I did in my time. Other than the Battle of Empty Realm, there are still many other magnificent people. I dare not brag with that many being better than I am. Lu Chuan then said slowly, my teacher has asked me to come to the lower worlds to recruit capable people and strengthen the Dali dynasty. My mission is an important one indeed. Chapter 1094. Many were impressed, hearing Lu Chuan's words. It was indeed rare for someone with Lu Chuan's status and talents to be so humble. Furthermore, he even claimed to be inferior to that other person who achieved so much fame in last year's Battle of Empty Realm. Many were impressed, hearing Lu Chuan's words. It was indeed rare for someone with Lu Chuan's status and talents to be so humble. Furthermore, he even claimed to be inferior to that other person who achieved so much fame in last year's Battle of Empty Realm. There was a name that spread far and wide after last year's Battle of Empty Realm. It was the name of their opponent, and he was but a sage. It was extremely rare for a foreign name to be so well known in Emperor Xia's realm. Even Lu Chuan, the personal student of Dali Dynasty's imperial advisor, had to acknowledge how extraordinary that other person was, even though a younger brother in training of Lu Chuan had perished in that Battle of Empty Realm. Yuan Jin, yet another student of the imperial advisor, died in that Battle of Empty Realm. While that person from Emperor Xia's realm was a deciding factor of the outcome of the Battle of the Empty Realm, he had only been able to win due to having the element of surprise. No one knew he was able to enthrall the demonic beasts, and that cost Demon Peacock Emperor Realm's place in that battle. Those from Emperor Xia's realm even used them, and it all seemed just too convenient. Another prince of Dali at Li Yu's side said, if you, sir, were of the same era as him and had been able to fight him on the same battlefield, you would have won. Everyone naturally knew the one they were talking about was none other than Yi Futian. There had been an extraordinary figure that appeared out of nowhere in the ranks of Emperor Xia's realm. He single-handedly acted as the key to Emperor Xia's realm's victory in emerging victorious in the Battle of Empty Realm. He had also joined hands with Xia Qingyuan and killed Yuan Jin, causing severe casualties to the mighty ones of Emperor Li's realm at the same time. There are no ifs in the world, only results. If he had been able to do that much, then there is no doubt that he performed excellently. Despite being of opposing sides, I acknowledge his prowess. I would only be able to defeat him should we cross paths in future battles, Lu Chuan replied calmly, elaborating on his thoughts instead of riding on that prince's words simply because it was the prince who lauded him. You do have a solid point, sir. That prince nodded with a smile and did not mind at all. King Li, have the cultivators of the 9 counties arrived at Liwang City? Lu Chuan did not dwell on the topic and asked King Li instead. They are all here, King Li nodded. Well then, please see to the arrangements. There are many forces from the upper worlds coming this time, and I hope they all return with something, Lu Chuan said. Yi Futian did not know that he was mentioned by the ones attending the banquet in King Li's palace. He did not know of Lu Chuan, but he heard of some things about the Battle of the Empty Realm from 10 years ago. Yi Futian was in a palace which served as an inn of sorts in Liwang City for the ones from the 9 counties. Dali dynasty was a force that reigned all over Emperor Li's realm. King Li was in charge of the lower worlds, and all of the county kings of the 9 counties were subordinate to him, and they, in turn, ruled over the holy lands in their respective counties. At that moment, the mighty ones from the 9 counties gathered at Liwang City, and they had their palaces to serve as their accommodations. Those palaces were not connected, as they were scattered throughout different corners outside of King Li's palace. At that moment in the county of Yan's palace, Yi Futian was sitting alone in a compound training. Despite being very boisterous with his words outside, he nonetheless knew where his way of the sword stood. All that talk about him having spent decades studying and perfecting his art of the sword was work that he had been doing for several months. But then again, he was confident that due to his extensive training throughout the years, he would nonetheless be able to reign supreme below the Saint Plain in Dali, wielding only the sword, despite having only practicing sword arts for months. Footsteps sounded at that moment. Yi Futian, who was training, dispelled the sword while coursing about him. He opened his eyes and saw a dashing silhouette walking by. It was none other than Huanxue, but she was standing far away outside the compound. She looked at him and said, "The swordsmen from all holy lands were exchanging thoughts and arts at the arena. My father told me to come fetch you." She turned around and left right away after delivering her message, not caring if Yi Futian bothered showing up or not. Exchanging arts of swords, huh? Yi Futian was hardly interested. But since the sword saint of fierce wind was there, he deemed it necessary to have a look. He rose and left. By the time he arrived at the arena, many swordsmen from holy lands were present, but all of them looked nonchalant. Even the sword saint of fierce wind was standing around, looking at what was taking place quietly at the side. Swordsmen from all of the holy lands verified their arts with each other in the vast arena. However, the exchange was hardly an official one, and they sparred for a bit to get a grasp of the level of the other party's training, as well as that of their own. But then again, they were also those who took such sparring and exchanges very seriously. "You have been practicing with your sword?" The sword saint of fierce wind turned around and asked Yi Futian, who came to his side with a smile. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. The sword saint of fierce wind looked somewhat satisfied. Despite being arrogant and unbridled due to his supreme talents, the young man seemed to be very diligent in the study of the sword. His mind of the sword was definitely very pure. The probability of such swordsmen making it to sainthood was very high. "It's a good thing to see how others are doing with their arts of the sword," the sword saint of fierce wind quipped. At that moment, the 2 top-notch figures from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan, Qi Xiao and Qi Yao, were standing at the arena. They were siblings, an elder brother and a younger sister. They were practicing their arts of the sword with others. Their prowess with the sword was very powerful. Crimson shimmer flashed when their swords were drawn, looking incredibly sharp. They turned to look at the crowd when they stopped fighting. Qi Yao took notice of Yi Futian, who was walking in their direction. "Qi Yao of the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan. Would you mind sparring with me, 7th swordsman?" Qi Yao asked Yi Futian across the distance. Many looked at Yi Futian. The sword saint of fierce wind claimed that Yi Futian had beaten Ye Yun with a single sword attack, and she had no idea how much of it was made up. There was at least no doubt that he had beaten Ye Yun, and he was probably far more powerful than Ye Yun was. Furthermore, Yi Futian had been very boisterous with his words, claiming that there was hardly anyone who could beat him at the art of swords. She had already wanted to test that figure out. He claimed to be peerless in his way of the sword at the county of Yan. She wanted to know where she stood. Qi Yao was not the only one. In truth, swordsmen from the holy lands of the county of Yan were also very curious about how capable the seventh swordsman was. My sword isn't used for sparring. Yi Futian looked at Qi Yao and said, "Find someone else instead. I have tested my prowess against the swordsmen of holy lands last year." Qi Yao replied. The topmost handful of the swordsmen had fought at an event in the county of Yan in the previous year. Yi Futian would probably be a good opponent, which would have served her well in her training before getting into King Li's palace. In that case, just wait for the mighty ones from the 9 counties to show up then. Yi Futian answered and did not bother to give her any face. What harm would there be just to spar for a bit? Another figure said. It was none other than Linya from the Sword Clan of the Storm. He crossed his arms before him and had been looking at Qi Yao, only turning his eyes to look at Yi Futian when he talked. Yi Futian glanced at Linya and said, "If you test your art out against me, I'm afraid you'll all end up returning to the county of Yan and begin to train in isolation instead." All the others looked at Yi Futian with their mouths agape, feeling speechless. It was indeed just like how he behaved at the county of Yan. He cared for nothing. "If you do not intend to spar, why are you here? We will fight each other all the same when all cultivators from the 9 counties meet." Qi Shao looked at Yi Futian and said, "Since when did I say anything about being a part of the fighting between the cultivators of the 9 states?" Yi Futian said as he looked at Qi Shao. He never thought about it before at all. "Then why are you here?" Qi Shao wore a sarcastic expression as he talked. Dali dynasty intended to select geniuses to train in the upper worlds, and fighting between cultivators would have been a must. "I'm just here to see if there is anyone worthy of having me drawing my sword," Yi Futian said. Qi Shao and Qi Yao both took a good look at Yi Futian and understood that there were people who were beyond reasoning with. Both of them walked out of the arena, and Qi Yao dropped a line. "I look forward to seeing your sword leave its scabbard then." Many from the Holy Lands looked at Yi Futian and found him puzzling. Yi Futian naturally did not wish for any of them to see through him. He left the place not long afterward. Mighty ones from King Li's palace sent word at the same time, asking for them to be inside the palace 3 days later. The outside of King Li's palace was flooded by a massive crowd 3 days later. Countless mighty ones gathered about, and it was a scene like no other. The gates of the palace opened that day to the public. All cultivators of Dali were permitted to enter the palace and head to designated areas. At that moment, a group of people arrived by air from outside the palace. The leading figures were all saints and looked extraordinary. They landed outside of King Li's palace, and some people came to receive them. Mighty ones from county of Shichu are here. Many were able to identify where those mighty ones came from, county of Shichu. Mighty ones from county of Changhe are here as well. A group of mighty ones appeared in the air, and the entourage looked massive. It looked grand as they entered the palace. The ones from county of Dongyang are here too. Towering sword will was sensed high above. Over 1,000 swordsmen arrived by air, and howling sword will shot through above. The swordsmen of county of Yan are here. Countless eyes turned in that direction. The combined might of the county of Yan enabled them to come to the top 3 among the 9 counties. The swordsmen of county of Yan were also extremely renowned. Over half of Dali's swordsmen emerged from the county of Yan after all. Things were extraordinarily solemn and regal within the palace. King Li was sitting on his throne atop the eastern steps. There were mighty ones on every single step below. Those from top forces from upper world sat at the same corner as he was, casting their gaze at the mighty ones that kept showing up. Such grandeur is not something one would often see even King Li's palace, King Li said with a smile. All holy lands from the 9 counties responded to the call of gathering capable people from King Li's palace. "My lord, we are from county of Shichu." The county king of Shichu led his mighty ones to pay respects to the throne. There was only one emperor in Dali dynasty. King Li was only a king. "Take your seats," King Li said with a brimming voice. Mighty ones from the 9 counties all took their seats later. The grandstands were quickly filled by mighty ones from the 9 counties, surrounding a vast patch of empty ground in the middle. Yi Futian sat among those from the county of Yan. He was hardly noticeable due to being surrounded by a massive crowd. He turned his eyes to where King Li was at the moment. It was said that the event on that day was an order by the imperial advisor of Dali, to gather geniuses of lower worlds and send them to upper worlds for training. It was unknown which of the upper world's top forces had shown up, and Yi Futian naturally hoped that they would have been a lot of them. He saw Lu Chuan right away. Lu Chuan, who was sitting right below King Li, looked extremely dazzling. It was as if one would notice his presence right away, whether one liked it or not. Is this guy a prince? Yi Futian asked himself in secret, but he quickly saw Li Yu, who had stunning beauty. She was sitting not far away from Lu Chuan, and there were several other youths at her side. Those people even bore some resemblance to King Li, and Yi Futian only understood right there and then that they were the princes and princesses of the king. If Lu Chuan were to be able to sit at their side, then there was only one possibility. He was from the royal palace of Dali dynasty from the upper worlds. Chapter 1095. Despite not having been at Dali for long, he had still developed some thoughts about the place. Dali was not like what he had imagined it to be. Under the dynasty's rule, everything was orderly and had a neat hierarchy. Furthermore, it had a higher inclination towards martial arts than the 9 states. Despite not having been at Dali for long, he had still developed some thoughts about the place. Dali was not like what he had imagined it to be. Under the dynasty's rule, everything was orderly and had a neat hierarchy. Furthermore, it had a higher inclination towards martial arts than the 9 states. Currently, people from the upper worlds of Dali dynasty came to the lower worlds to select worthy candidates, and the event was supervised personally by King Li, gathering mighty ones from all over the lower worlds. All of that spoke volumes about how much importance Dali dynasty placed in honoring martial culture. At that moment, the crowd outside King Li's palace was massive, and mighty ones were found everywhere. King Li turned his eyes to the enormous crowd from his throne and said, "Today, people have gathered at King Li's palace from all over the 9 counties to witness what the cultivators from all 9 counties are capable of. The imperial advisor from the upper worlds ordered many top forces to come down here and select worthy geniuses to further their training in the upper worlds. It is a rare opportunity for the 9 counties of Dali, and I hope that there will be more extraordinary people emerging within the lower worlds of Dali, who will become pillars of Dali dynasty in the upper worlds." His booming voice was heard all over in and out of the palace. The messy chatter was quickly suppressed, and everyone quieted down soon enough. Countless looked up at the steps at King Li, who was sitting at his throne. It was said that King Li was already at the 3rd step of sainthood, and he was the most powerful man in all of lower worlds of Dali dynasty. His powers were unfathomable, and he was a flawless saint. The people of the 9 counties of Dali were filled with reverence for King Li. "I shall introduce you all to one person," King Li continued. He extended his right hand and pointed to where Lu Chuan was. Lu Chuan, student of the imperial advisor. 10 years ago, Lu Chuan led the cultivators of Dali in the Battle of Empty Realm. He fought between 3 imperial realms of the upper worlds, besting foes that had been superior to ours and cut down over half of the mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm, thereby attaining a glorious victory in the Battle of Empty Realm. Lu Chuan quickly rose to Saint Plane after the Battle of Empty Realm. He is now at the pinnacle of the 1st level of Saint Plane. He is here today being sent to the lower worlds by the imperial advisor personally, to witness this grand event of Dali. Many turned their eyes towards Lu Chuan. A student of the imperial student and one who was introduced personally by King Li was someone extraordinary. Yi Futian only came to learn who he was by then. Being a student of the imperial advisor of Dali meant that he was Yuan Jin's elder brother in training, which in turn made him the extraordinary figure who brought about the glorious victory to Dali in the Battle of the Empty Realm 10 years ago. Lu Chuan stood after hearing King Li's introduction of him. He cupped his hands at the crowd, looking polite and well-mannered as he said, "You're too kind, King Li. I, Lu Chuan, am but only a witness to the grand event sent here on my teacher's orders. The geniuses of Dali are the true main characters of the event, which both I and my teacher, look forward to very much." He cupped his hands again after he was done and returned to his seat. Many gasped and were impressed by his bearing. "That is the student nurtured by the imperial advisor of Dali for you. It is indeed rare to find someone of such status to possess such bearing," many thought. As someone of such status and introduced personally by King Li, it sufficed for him to nod to the crowd, enjoying the prestige afforded to him. The county king of Yan, at the county of Yan's corner, rose and spoke. "The imperial advisor is indeed the pillar of Dali dynasty. All students that he nurtures are exceptional people without doubt. You all should learn from him." The people from the holy lands of the county of Yan all nodded in agreement. Huanxue cast a glance at Yi Futian, who was beside the sword saint of fierce wind, but she said nothing. Despite both the seventh swordsman and Lu Chuan were geniuses, that bearing alone said that Lu Chuan was far more superior than the seventh swordsman. The difference was glaringly obvious, and Lu Chuan was indeed the dragon among people. Yi Futian was somewhat surprised himself as well. He initially thought that someone who had gone about killing over half of participating mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm would have been someone who reeked of killing intent. However, Lu Chuan looked and felt well-mannered and humble to him instead. Despite being an enemy, Yi Futian had to admit that cultivators of Dali were more exceptional than he had imagined them to be. Not only Lu Chuan, but the student of the imperial advisor is also here at this time. Even top forces like the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds are here en masse as well. Any who can perform with flying colors here will get the chance to train in the upper worlds. It is very rare for Dali to see such opportunities in years past. Please seize the moment as best as you can." King Li smiled and added, "The event is open to cultivators at Sage Plain, and holy lands are gathering places for these people. All sages of the holy lands of the 9 counties, from lower to higher planes, are free to fight at the platform before you to showcase your talents. Please give it your all and wait until the people of holy lands finish showcasing their prowess. Any selected may be challenged by any who think themselves to be at the top of their training. You are free to challenge any selected geniuses of holy lands and show everyone present what you've got." There were countless cultivators all over the 9 counties of Dali, even though the event was restricted to sages. Dali dynasty did not ask for cultivators to get things done quickly. Such showcases would be done in one-on-one duels, just for the holy lands to assess how capable every single contender was. As such, it was naturally impossible for everyone to get a turn on the platform as there was still the matter of time to consider. Cultivators from holy lands were made a priority instead. This would be carried out until someone from the holy lands got selected by the top forces from the upper worlds before being challenged by others in Dali. By doing so, no one who was not of the very top would dare to step onto the platform. Such rules enabled all to see clearly what the top sages of all over Dali were actually like. "Let's begin," King Li said. A mighty one said with a brimming voice below the steps, "Get the wine ready and open up the platform." The voice was heard throughout the place, and servant girls from the royal palace went on to zip about where the audience was, serving wine. But then again, all who earned the right to sit were cultivators from holy lands all over the 9 counties. The cultivators who only came to witness the event were only able to watch everything going on from below. The grand event was to be held over many days. There were people from the holy lands of the 9 counties getting up one after another, walking up to the platform. There were also several from the county of Yan making a move, with their swords strapped to their backs. When 2 people stepped onto the middle of the platform, that was when the event truly began. However, those 2 were sages of the first plane. Yi Futian turned his eyes at the platform. He had never expected to be able to one day see the cultivators of Dali fight each other, while he sat somewhere in King Li's palace. There had been a 9-state forum back in the 9 states all those years ago, and that was already considered the grandest of events to be had. However, with the imperial advisor of Dali giving the order and King Li hosting the battle between the 9 counties, the scale of the event was evidently far more extensive than the 9-state forum back then. One could have even said that they were of different orders of magnitude altogether. All top-notch figures from Dali participated in the event. Better still, there were also people coming down from the upper worlds to attend the event. It could be said to be the largest sparring event to be had below St. Plain. The battles went on and on with the county of Qin Dongyang and Yan having the highest level of cultivators on average. Those 3 counties were the top 3 strongest counties in Dali, to begin with, and their holy lands were also superior to others. What do you think? The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind asked Yi Futian while they were watching at the corner of the county of Yan. He had bought the idea of Yi Futian training his way of the sword hard at Mountain of Hidden Swords all those years, never having ventured into the world to train. As such, he took to asking Yi Futian what the young man thought about the cultivators of Dali. Weaker than I expected them to be. When I was at that plain all those years ago, I wouldn't even need to draw my sword to fight those on the platform, Yi Futian said. You are something. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind shook his head with a smile. He had already gotten used to how Yi Futian talked and continued to ask. The battle between sages at the pinnacle of their training will probably be at the very end. You can join the fight as a student of the Sword Clan of the Gale. Thank you, Senior. Yi Futian nodded and said. But I'll need to see if any in the 9 counties are worthy of having me draw my sword. What happens if there aren't any? The Sword Saint's face looked peculiar as he asked. Then I shall keep my sword sheathed, Yi Futian said. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind was slightly exasperated, but he then said, in the 9 counties of Dali, there are also holy lands from the imperial city itself as well. I'm sure you'd find someone worthy of having you draw your sword. That would be best. Yi Futian nodded. The 2 of them did not go out of their way to conceal their voices. Cultivators had very good ears. So many cultivators from holy lands across the county of Yan heard the conversation between both of them. Many even looked in Yi Futian's direction deliberately, finding his antics baffling. Does he want to see if anyone throughout the 9 counties of Dali is worthy of having him draw his sword? They wondered. It seems like his insolence isn't restricted only to the county of Yan. Then, if you're able to make it to the upper worlds, then by all means get up there to train. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind said all of a sudden. Look at the cultivators from Sword Mountain. That is the most powerful holy land of the sword in both the upper and lower worlds. You may be able to find a lot of opponents there. Look at Lu Chuan, the Imperial Advisor's student. That is some bearing you'd hardly find in the lower worlds. Yi Futian took a look at the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. Regardless of standpoint, he found such bearing truly impressive indeed. Yi Futian came to deem it best to keep a certain distance from him, however. The fighting on the platform continued. Yi Futian drank and enjoyed himself as he watched the fights going on, amusing himself as time passed. At the princess residence of Emperor Xia's palace of the upper worlds of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyun stood quietly, and there was a black-winged condor before her. Where is he? Xia Qingyun asked the black-winged condor. She already knew about Yi Futian's ability to control demonic beasts. The beast before her was Yi Futian's steed, and they shared a telepathic link. King Li's palace, the black-winged condor looked at Xia Qingyun and said. Xia Qingyun's expression changed a bit, and she said coldly, what is he doing at King Li's palace? The imperial advisor of Dali gave the order to select geniuses from the lower worlds to train in the upper worlds, and they gathered people from all holy lands of the lower worlds for sparring. The imperial advisor even sent his student down to the lower worlds. Guess what that would be, princess? The black-winged condor said. However, Xia Qingyun felt as if she was hearing Yi Futian talking instead. She knew right away that it was a result of Yi Futian and the black-winged condor sharing wills, and the bird was speaking with his tone. What would that be? Xia Qingyun asked. Lu Chuan, the bird answered. Xia Qingyuan's eyes sparkled. She naturally knew who Lu Chuan was. What are you going to do? Xia Qingyuan's expression changed again as she stared at the black-winged condor and asked. Training while I'm on pilgrimage, of course, the black-winged condor answered. Xia Qingyun glared at the bird's eyes and said, Are you trying to get into the top forces of Dali to train? Or are you trying to get near Liao? Please excuse me, the black-winged condor said. Yi Futian withdrew his will, and the black-winged condor was seen flapping its wings. It said, Master is gone. Can I go home now, princess? Xia Qingyuan's expression was a cold one. That bastard sure is having a good time. He went to the royal palace of the lower worlds of Dali dynasty, she thought. No. You are not to step outside the residence for even a single step. Xia Qingyuan glanced at the bird and said. The black-winged condor blinked his eyes. You are not happy with master, and you're taking it out on me then? I thought. Princess, I still have matters to attend to. The black-winged condor wanted to bail. The palace was too strict and no fun. Guards, Xia Qingyuan said. Someone responded and came. If the bird dares to step outside for even a single step, roast it, Xia Qingyuan said. The bird's legs gave and it slumped to the floor. Just what did I do wrong here? I thought. Chapter 1096. The battles going on in King Li's palace had been going on for days. The spectacular fights taking place opened their eyes of many cultivators of Dali, who came to watch the event. The battles going on in King Li's palace had been going on for days. The spectacular fights taking place opened their eyes of many cultivators of Dali, who came to watch the event. All of the topmost geniuses from Liwang City, and the Holy Lands of the 9 counties all gathered around the platform, showcasing their astonishing talents. However, despite the impressive showcase, students that actually caught the attention of Upper World's forces were but a handful, numbering in tens. It was a testament of the high requirements they had for the ones they were about to pick. As the planes of the fighters grew, battles fought on the platform got increasingly spectacular. There were already saints from King Li's palace laying down barriers to prevent the battles from affecting the grandstands and the audiences. The battles between sages at the 8th plane finally ended. Battles between upper-level archmages were about to begin in King Li's palace, which also happened to be the highest level at Sage Plane. Everyone wore solemn expressions, as all of them knew that the upcoming battles would have been that between those at the very top below the saints. The top-notch figures from the various holy lands in the county of Yan were eager to get to the stage. That was the battlefield where they were about to shine. Someone already stepped onto the platform at that moment, bursting with frightening combat capacity with moments. The spectators were all in awe. Even the cultivators and even King Li himself took a more serious attitude towards those battles than before. That plane was the nearest to Saint Plane. If there were those who were of exceptional talents right there, they would have been picked to be nurtured until they became saints. Battles continued to take place between cultivators of the 9 counties, with many very formidable figures being known. Who from the county of Yan would go on to fight the first battle? The county king of Yan said to those from Holy Lands at the county of Yan's direction. All of the 9 counties fielded very powerful figures to fight the first battles. As such, it was unacceptable for the county king of Yan to lose out in terms of putting up airs. That was why the county king of Yan asked personally, "I'll go." A voice was heard and the first student from the Juk Sword clan walked out and stepped onto the battlefield. His opponent was someone from the county of Beima, who had bested their opponent and yet chose to continue doing battle, instead of walking out to take a break. That person was very powerful. Kai Huang of Juk Sword clan was very formidable, and was trained in the Sword of 8 Corners of the Juk Sword clan, possessing extremely formidable offensive powers. You could pay close attention to it. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind said to Yi Futian. The Sword Saint noticed that Yi Futian was somewhat slacking off before and very few battles interested him, so much so that he actually shut his eyes for a bit occasionally, as if none of the battles going on concerned him. But at the moment, those were battles that were fought at Yi Futian's current plane. So the Sword Saint deemed that they would have made him sit upright. Celine lifted his head somewhat and looked at the platform, seeing Kai Huang, the number 1 student of Juk Sword clan, summoning his life spirit. His body burst with towering sword will and a heavy sword appeared before him. The sides of that heavy sword was different from conventional swords. The edges were serrated, making it not only heavy, but sharp as well. He was seen dragging his sword with both hands as his sword will built up. Dazzling shadow of the sword appeared around the blade, pulsing with frightening sword will as he thrust at the enemy. His surroundings resonated and the heavy sword burst with sharpness, as if it was an extremely ferocious beast charging at its opponent. Power of rules coursed about his opponent, who then summoned a golden stone wall in front of them. The huge sword was pierced into the wall with a boom, bursting through it. The sword will on the blade, however, dissipated altogether. Kai Huang, who had been holding the sword with both hands, pulled his left arm back and lifted the sword up with his right. He then took one step forward and brought the sword down from above, as if he was to split the ground open. Terrifying, overbearing power was sensed from above. Multiple shadows of the huge sword flashed as they came down alongside Kai Huang's body. The blade burst with terrifying aura as it cut through space. Some overwhelming swordplay indeed. The minds of many mighty ones from the 9 counties trembled for quite a bit, as if that sword was being brought down onto they themselves. The trailblazing sword seemed to be about to split their surroundings apart when it was brought out. Its aura swept through all directions. Even if one were to watch the swordplay from afar, one would have still been able to feel the overbearing might of the sword. The defensive powers of that mighty one from the county of Beima shattered in an instant with a boom, while his opponent had burst with the most formidable of powers to block his sword. But when Kai Huang brought the huge blade down with his entire being, everything before him shattered. His opponent was hit squarely by the sword, and was thrown to the edge of the barrier of the platform. They were bloodied and no one knew how many bones had been broken. Boom! Kai Huang landed with a rumble and the huge sword in his hand disappeared. He then walked off the platform. He had intended to fight to the very end, so it would have been impossible for him to keep staying behind on the platform. That victory belonged to the swordsman of the county of Yan. What do you think? The sword saint of fierce wind asked Futian after seeing Kai Huang walked off. However, he found Futian's eyes to be extremely calm and unfettered. Futian nonchalantly picked up a cup and drank from it, looking poised and carefree. He then asked, "You like an honest opinion, senior?" The sword saint of fierce wind looked rather puzzled and answered, "Of course." Too weak. He took 3 strokes to deal with his opponent. "If it were to be me, 1 attack was all it would have taken," Futian said. The sword saint of fierce wind's eyes froze. If Futian were to point out Kai Huang's other weaknesses, he probably would not have felt surprised. However, Kai Huang's sword was extremely heavy. The way of the sword of 8 corners was one that raised everything in all directions. Its sheer force was overbearing and unforgiving. Yet, Futian said that it was too weak. Many from the county of Yan looked at Futian and looked just as puzzled. Did this guy really just take down Yeyun with 1 attack? No matter how they saw it, they found Futian to be one who brags a lot but has little to show. Kai Huang being weak? Many around him snorted. "I'll look forward to seeing you in action then," someone from the Juk sword clan said to Futian coldly. Futian smiled and said nothing as he continued to watch the battles. Many others stepped onto the platform later. There were also 1 swordsman from the county of Yan after another walking up to the battlefield. Linya of the sword clan of the storm caught a lot of attention when he stepped onto the battlefield. His sword of storms was not only fast, but also overwhelming. His thundering sword was so unbridled and ferocious that he took only 2 attacks to overwhelm his opponent. What do you think? Linya actually went up to ask Futian after he returned to the sword clan of the storm's corner. It was apparent that he was doing so due to what Futian said about Kai Huang before. He wanted to see how Futian would have assessed his abilities. Lacking in explosiveness, Futian answered calmly. Linya smiled and said, "I look forward to seeing your sword at work." Those from the county of Yan were speechless yet again. Linya's swordplay was known for its explosive power and Futian should have been able to see that much. Yet he claimed that Linya's swordplay was lacking in explosiveness. Everyone was beyond baffled by then. A lot of swordsmen from the county of Yan that stepped onto the platform afterwards would have asked for Futian's opinion regarding their swordplay. However, Futian simply shook his head and did not even bother saying anything to most of them. As such, Futian became the one that all swordsmen from the county of Yan wished to see in action without exceptions. They looked forward to see him at work more so than Li Hanqing from the Ziwei sword clan and the 2 princesses. However, Futian remained unfettered and showed no signs of wanting to do battle. He continued to eat and drink, enjoying himself very much. After a while, the county king of Yan turned to look at where the ones from the sword clan of the Gale were at, when the 2 princesses of the county of Yan walked onto the platform, and said to Futian, 7th swordsman, "I'd like you to assess how both of them are doing." Many looked rather baffled at how even their county king wanted to hear Futian's thoughts. It seemed to have become something seen only among those in the county of Yan. The seventh swordsman was indeed like no other. He reached new heights with being pompous. The county king of Yan smiled and added when he saw Yi Futian was about to speak, "I want honest opinions." "All right." Yi Futian nodded unapologetically. Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi both fought like a single entity, and as such they were fighting against two opponents as well, and those two were also very powerful cultivators. However, both Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi seemed to have turned into mirages. They seemed to be seen everywhere on the battlefield within a heartbeat. Sword aura whooshed, but it seemed as if no one was able to actually locate them, only crisscrossing blades flying about. When they both finally stopped, they returned to where they first stood, while their opponents were all bloodied but sustained no serious injuries. It was apparent that the princesses went easy on their opponents. At that moment, many at the corner of the county of Yan turned their eyes at Yi Futian. The county king of Yan then asked, "Well?" "They are doing all right," Yi Futian said. The eyes of many sparkled. "So the guy stops bragging in front of the county king of Yan then? Finally some decent opinion." But they were still too slow and they were too fancy. All fluff and no punch. What Yi Futian said next made the eyes of many froze, before silently turning around. No one else looked at him anymore, as if none of them know him. The girls might not be top-notch with their art, but they are doing quite all right, I'd say, especially how their way of the sword synchronize with their movements. While it is not to say that they're unbeatable when they join hands, but they do fine for their planes. Why would you have such opinions, seventh swordsman? The county king of Yan asked curiously. Even he became curious as to how capable Yi Futian would have been. If the princesses were to take on conventional cultivators on the platform, their powers would have naturally sufficed, making it easy for them to take down their opponents. But if they were to take on truly supreme swordsmen, they probably wouldn't have been able to stand around for long. Yi Futian answered. "Supreme how? Someone like you then?" The two princesses walked by and heard what Yi Futian said, and one of them asked. Yi Futian turned his eyes at both of them and said with a smile, "It is totally fine for you to think that way." Sword will emanated from Yan Qingyi after she heard his reply, wanting to test Yi Futian out right there and then. However, the county king of Yan interjected, "Qingyi, I was the one who asked for honest opinions from him. Just sit back and watch the fights." The sisters glared at Yi Futian coldly before returning to their seats. Yi Futian saw how similar their movements were with each other, so much so that they even had to fight together, and felt it to be peculiar. However, he did not dwell on the thoughts for long. He deemed it to have something to do with them being twins and they have trained together since a very young age. He then continued to watch the fights on the battlefield. No other swordsman from the county of Yan that fought the subsequent battles asked for Yi Futian's opinions anymore. They have had enough of him. That guy really has skin as thick as a wall. Better not ask to be insulted instead. Even those from the sword clan of the Gale felt rather embarrassed and wondered what was their lord thinking. Yi Futian did not care for any of that. He had an easy time with none of them asking him anything, and he simply continued to watch the battles in silence. As the battles raged on, many suffered defeats. The ones who stepped onto the platform had gotten increasingly powerful, as it was the clash of the titans between winners of previous battles. Chapter 1097. Countless looked at the battlefield in King Li's palace, watching two people fighting on stage while the spectators were unusually silent. Countless looked at the battlefield in King Li's palace, watching two people fighting on stage while the spectators were unusually silent. Everyone was drawn to what was happening in the battlefield. Some power indeed. Many gasped. With battles getting that far, it was almost exclusively clashes between titans at the pinnacle of their training. All remaining mighty ones were frighteningly powerful. There was only one person who took to the air in the battlefield, whose palm was infused with the might of the great path, booming in the air and down on his opponent. The one at the receiving end was unable to hold out for long and was quickly thrown off. 18 consecutive victories. Many were astonished at the scene happening before them. A lithe figure clad in golden, elegant robe was seen on the platform. His eyes were condescending as he stood tall in the air. 18 consecutive victories. That young man had fought round after round without breaks, regardless who he would have been fighting. It was confidence like no other indeed. Furthermore, there was already top-notch forces of the upper worlds extending their invitation to him. That man was from the county of Shangqin, named Qin Song. Qin Song finally turned around and flashed, returning to the county of Shangqin's corner. Many sighed a breath of relief. There were many who found themselves utterly incapable of showing their prowess with him around, as they would have probably just ended up being overwhelmed. Unsurprisingly, Qin Song might have actually been the one of the strongest persons below St. Plain in Dali. Spectacular. Even King Li came to praise him by then. Many nodded in agreement. Qin Song was indeed very powerful and had already touched the Great Path. His Void Walk and Madra of the Void techniques were also extremely formidable, and there were hardly anyone capable of fighting him. His 18 consecutive victories made the massive number of spectators around the platform in King Li's palace silent. What do you think? By then, the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind, who had not been speaking for quite some time, asked Yi Futian. He knew that Yi Futian had already been able to touch the Great Path. Finally someone who you'd find worthy of fighting, no? He's okay, Yi Futian said plainly. He watched Qin Song fight as well. Qin Song was the first among the fighters who fought to have touched the Great Path. Cultivators like that were but a handful even if one were to look throughout the entire lower worlds of Dali. That was prowess at the pinnacle right below St. Plain after all. Being able to touch the Great Path unaided meant that they were having half of their being breaking into St. Plain. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind smiled, finding it amusing that even someone as powerful as Qin Song was only able to make the young swordsman say, "He's okay." Just how powerful the mighty ones needed to be in his eyes. Yet another person emerged on the platform at that moment. Many gasped in shock, as it was apparent that many recognized the one who walked out. Zhuozhengdao of Dongyang, many said. He was indeed Zhuozhengdao of the county of Dongyang, and he was very renowned in his home county indeed. Is he really that famous? Some asked curiously. It was only natural that not all from the 9 counties of Dali knew of Zhuozhengdao. He was known to be the number 1 figure below St. Plain in Dongyang. Some sported solemn looks. Zhuozhengdao walked onto the platform after Qin Song walked out. It was apparent that he intended to fight Qin Song sometime later. Those 2 mighty ones would have probably fought at least once later. Many mighty ones hesitated somewhat seeing Zhuozhengdao being of such renown. However, a mighty one from the county of Nanyue emerged on the platform. His eyes were brimming with vigor as he gazed his opponent. It was precisely because his opponent was so powerful and renowned that he deemed that he would have earned greater prestige when he defeated said opponent. Doom! That mighty one from the county of Nanyue stepped out and the air shook. Boundless heavy pressure emanated from him, shrouding Zhuozhengdao's surroundings. However, Zhuozhengdao simply stood calmly where he was, with his eyes fixed on his opponent. The mighty one from the county of Nanyue continued to walk. Every step seemed to be stepping onto the minds of the spectators, imbued with extremely overbearing pressure of the rules. This guy really is formidable. Many whispered deep down to themselves. That man who emerged from the county of Nanyue was definitely no weakling. The people from the county of Nanyue all knew who he was, a very renowned figure. That mighty one from the county of Nanyue walked step by step diagonally above Zhuozhengdao, like some kind of celestial god and looking extremely overbearing. He lifted his hand and threw a palm attack below, with power capable of pulverizing mountains and rivers. At that moment, Zhuozhengdao burst with extremely dazzling glimmer all of a sudden. Golden divine fires burst from his body and he was bathed in it like some god of war. He simply lifted his hand after seeing his opponent making a move on him. He pointed a finger in the air and tore through his opponent's attack. The palm attack crumbled within mere moments and the underlying rules were nowhere to be found. The power of that one finger burst with dazzling light and continued shooting upwards at his opponent's body. The one on the upside threw palm attacks in a frenzy, but quickly found Zhuozhengdao flashed at the very next moment. His finger was pointed forward yet again. Their surroundings became bathed in his power. His opponent was quickly shrouded in divine light and looked terrified. "I yield," he shouted, feeling as if he was going to be destroyed at the very next moment. Zhuangdao's opponent's body was thrown off with a boom. His clothes were torn apart and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth, while his hands were still twitching. The power of the Great Path. Many saints looked at the scene and thought Zhuangdao's power to truly be adequate to fight Qin Song toe-to-toe. The mighty ones of the 9 counties felt pressure on their shoulders. Zhuangdao continued to score consecutive victories in the following battles. No one was able to fight him. He ended up bagging 18 consecutive victories, just like Qin Song before walking off. Who in the county of Yan would be able to fight them? The county king of Yan asked. Both Qin Song and Zhuangdao were very formidable, and as the county king of Yan, he naturally hoped that there would have been one such formidable figure emerging from the county of Yan. A figure rose and walked up to the platform. He was none other than Li Hanqing of the Ziwei Sword Clan. Many mighty ones from the holy lands of the county of Yan looked startled. The county king of Yan then asked, "So Li Hanqing has been able to touch the Great Path then?" "You'd know soon enough, my lord," the sword saint of Ziwei replied. The faces of the other sword saints froze. If the sword saint of Ziwei was putting it that way, then it was extremely possible that Li Hanqing had indeed been able to touch the Great Path. The following battle was as they had speculated. Li Hanqing burst with frightening sword will, and none who emerged were able to withstand his sword attacks. 3 extremely formidable fighters emerged one after another in the battles, and their emergence had brought the event to its climax. "What do you think now?" Huanxue asked for Yi Futian's opinion, something she would not have done otherwise. Yi Futian never thought much about the swordsman of the county of Yan prior after all. However, it became evident at that moment that Li Hanqing had indeed been able to touch the Great Path, but he had been keeping a low profile all the while. Yi Futian was the complete opposite, so much so that he was considered a freak. "I wonder if he is feeling ashamed of himself now." "No comment," Yi Futian replied. Huanxue glanced at him. It seemed hopeless to have him admit to anything. She wanted to see how he would have joined the fight instead. Li Hanqing returned to the corner belonged to the Ziwei Sword Clan, and the county king of Yan said with a smile, "Seems like Li Hanqing is truly the number 1 below Saint Plain among the swordsmen of the county of Yan." Many nodded in agreement. Li Hanqing had been able to touch the Great Path and possess formidable sword techniques to boot, so much so that he had earned the approval of the county king of Yan. That meant that he deemed both princesses beneath Li Hanqing in terms of combat prowess. Every single battle that was fought after that was extremely spectacular ones. While there was not another top-notch figures who had touched the Great Path emerging, but every single combatant had been of formidable combat prowess. Every single battle had been a clash between titans. As the battles raged on, many came to realize where they stood. Those of insufficient strength dared not even step foot onto the platform. The same could have been said for even those from holy lands. Nie Yun of the Sword Clan of the Gale stepped onto the battlefield as well, but he lost to a top-notch figure from the county of Shichu in a battle. There were no other new challengers from all holy lands going up onto the platform after that. Those who had never lost in their prior battles began to fight other powerful combatants. Other than to fight for the chance to train in the upper worlds, they were also doing so to hone their own martial will. Qi Xiao and Qi Yao from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan lost one after another. Kai Huang of the Juk Sword Clan lost afterwards as well. As the battles continued, Li Hanqing became the only one among the swordsmen of the county of Yan who had yet to lose a battle. Even the 2 princesses had lost to the most powerful figures from the county of Changhe. However, Li Hanqing quickly stepped into the battlefield to avenge the princesses and defeated the ones who won over the princesses. That act earned him some points with the swordsmen of the county of Yan. Li Hanqing became the only hope for the swordsmen of the county of Yan by then. "Splendid," King Li praised. There were hardly anyone who stepped onto the platform by then. Zhuangdao was standing tall on the platform, and it seemed as if no one dared to challenge him. Li Hanqing eventually rose from the corner of the county of Yan. He moved alongside his sword and stepped onto the platform, standing opposite Zhuangdao. Loud cheers and roars were heard in the King Li's palace. Is the battle between fighters at the pinnacle about to begin? Even Lu Chuan and the other top-notch figures from the upper worlds came to pay close attention to the battlefield. looking forward to the upcoming battle. Who do you think would win this battle, sir? Princess Liu asked Lu Chuan, who was at his side, with a smile. Zhuangdao seems to have better chances. But then again, Li Hanqing has a fair chance as well, Lu Chuan replied. Li Hanqing has exceptional talents, and if he were to train in the sword mountain of the upper worlds, his way of the sword would definitely be able to reach higher heights. Li Yu's smile looked gentle and pretty. The battle on the platform began. Zhuangdao was bathed in divine light like a golden divine furnace, looking indestructible and invincible, and his fingers seemed to be swords themselves. Li Hanqing's sword will of Ziwei seemed like the stars, and every sword will was imbued with supreme offensive powers. Both figures fought on the platform. Violent auras swept through the place, and the King Li's palace was surprisingly quiet. Everyone was paying close attention to the clash of the titans on up there. Both men traded blows using pure offensive skills and clashed untold amount of times. Li Hanqing's sword finally broke with a boom. His body was thrown behind and blood spilled from his mouth. Zhuangdao's shirt was torn at the same time as well. However, it was clear that Li Hanqing lost the fight. The people of the county of Yan had their eyes fixed on the battle and were all gasping. Li Hanqing's swordplay was superb. Yet he still proved inadequate to beat Zhuangdao. Li Hanqing then walked off the stage dejectedly. Qin Song then emerged and asked Zhuangdao if he needed rest. Zhuangdao replied that he would like to continue. The vast royal palace was completely silent when the battle raged on. Everyone kept their eyes at the two violent figures, as if the spectators have all stopped breathing altogether. The battle between supreme ones below St. Plain indeed, the county king of Yan praised. Mighty ones from all over the 9 counties were gathered at King Li's palace by King Li, with the mighty ones from the upper worlds coming down to witness the battles. That very battle before them were indeed one fought between titans. Qin Song eventually won against Zhuangdao. It was a fight that seemed to prove that he was indeed the peerless one below St. Plain. Countless eyes gazed at the two combatants with reverence. Despite having lost the fight, Zhuangdao remained standing proud. Qin Song remained standing where he was after Zhuangdao walked off the platform. No one else went up the platform after that. King Li then asked personally, "Is there any from the 9 counties of Dali who would like to fight?" No one else answered. There was simply no one who dared to fight him, after seeing what he was capable of. "Are you still going to keep your sword sheathed?" The sword saint of fierce wind asked Yi Futian in a low voice. Many from the county of Yan turned to look at Yi Futian without caring much. That guy had been extremely boisterous, but after seeing that battle between titans, they deemed him too cowardly to emerge and fight. Yi Futian took one look at Qin Song. He smiled and shook his head lightly, before drinking from his cup. No one else would challenge Qin Song after this battle. You wouldn't have another chance if you were still going to keep your sword sheathed. Regardless if you win or lose, it's best to have those from the upper world see what you are capable of, the sword saint of fierce wind added. Even the people from the holy lands of the county of Yan turned to look at the sword saint with startled looks. It seemed that he placed a lot of trust in the 7th swordsman. Yi Futian put his cup down and looked at the platform nonchalantly, saying, "No one from the 9 counties of Dali is worthy of having me draw my sword. I shall leave it at that." He had deliberately emanated some vague will of the great path to resist the pressure emanating from the sword saint of fierce wind, but he was not doing that then. "Not bad. A student that you had just taken in?" The county king of Yan turned his eyes away and asked the sword saint of fierce wind. "No." The sword saint of fierce wind shook his head and elaborated. The kid spent over 30 years training in the mountain of hidden swords, polishing his art at the sword throughout the decades. His way of the sword was only accomplished as of late, and he chose to travel the world. He caused quite a ruckus at my place not long after he came, even killing a city lord, who had been a student of mine. I ordered Nie Yun to arrest him, but Nie Yun was unable to withstand a single attack from him. "That's so." The king's eyes sparkled. While he knew well that Yi Futian would have been someone exceptional, he never expected that Nie Yun, the #1 student of the sword clan of the Gale, had not been able to take even a single attack. Among the 5 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yan, the sword saint of the Gale was ranked last. Nie Yun was probably somewhat inferior when compared to the other top-notch figures from the holy lands of the sword. However, there were actually only about 1 or 2 among them who were able to completely overpower him, which was why he was able to make it to the top 10. The mention of only 1 attack surprised many. The county king of Yan was not only the other one who was gauging Yi Futian, as every sword saints present were doing the same. Needless to say, the top-notch geniuses were doing the same as well. All of them naturally knew each other, and there were many who have fought each other before. But this 7th swordsman guy, did he really just appear out of nowhere and brought down Nie Yun with a single attack? You spent decades polishing your art of the sword, you said? That will of yours was indeed commendable. So tell me, 7th swordsman, what kind of art of the sword have you been studying all these years? The county king of Yan asked. The sword of blazing sun, the sword of freezing ice, the sword of raging storm, the sword of blitzing thunder. Throughout my 30 years of study of the way of the sword, there was no art of the sword that I was unable to wield, Yi Futian said calmly. Everyone had their eyes on him at the moment. No art of the sword that I was unable to wield. He really has a big mouth indeed. But then again, that was how it usually was with geniuses. Especially he was one who had studied the way of the sword for 30 years and found his training completed one morning, who then went into the world and achieved fame with just a single attack. There was no reason for him not to be proud. So you are saying that you possess talents of multiple attributes and you have infused them all into your way of the sword then? It would seem that yet another genius of the sword emerged in the county of Yan then. The county king of Yan hardly minded Yi Futian's big mouth. He had been training for years and had seen too many younger generations of excellent caliber. Be they humble or haughty, eventually it was their swords that did the talking. There was more than one way to walk to the path of the sword. So long as the swordsman was exceptional enough and their mind clear and flawless, any path could have been their own way of the sword. But then again, Huanxue, who was at Yi Futian's side, felt rather speechless and was unable to wait to distance herself from him. Other than the county king of Yan, there were also lords of other holy lands present. They were all very powerful sword saints and their students were top-notch geniuses. Despite Yi Futian's extraordinary powers, but he remained haughty even in such an event, claiming as if his way of the sword was unparalleled in the county of Yan. She was puzzled as to why her father bothered to deliberate bring him up. Is father really buying his bullshit? Which of your swords would be the strongest then? A woman beside the county king of Yan asked. Yi Futian turned his eyes to her. The twins were really identical in just about any way. If it had not been for the difference in their clothing, it might have been near impossible to tell them apart. All of them are just as strong, Yi Futian answered. Oh, everyone gave Yi Futian peculiar looks. Despite the fact that he was indeed very powerful for being able to best Nie Yun with a single attack, but did he not know how to be prudent in such situations? All of them are just as strong. Huanxue noticed the eyes that the others looked at Yi Futian with, and she wanted very badly to just leave, instead of sitting beside someone like that. Couldn't you keep a lower profile? Yi Futian, however, looked completely at ease, as if he never noticed how the others looked at him. That was the 7th swordsman, unbridled, free, and going about things as he fancied, yet nonetheless possessed talents of the sword that were peerless. Such a swordsman would have pulled anything and there would have been hardly any reason to be surprised. The princess who asked before was at a loss for words after hearing Yi Futian's answer. One should have a focus in the arts they practice, and more so when it comes to the art of the sword. Picking up too much would render one's way of the sword impure. Despite your supreme talents, you should still have an art that you majored in. Li Hanxing of the Ziwei sword clan looked at Yi Futian and said, The great path connects all. Knowing one would open the path to knowing all. That is the same with the way of the sword. Yi Futian did not bother to even look up. He added calmly, having spent decades to polish my art, no one knows the purity of my way of the sword better than I would. Any ways of training with the sword touched only on the methods. What a swordsman truly studies is the sword and nothing else. So you are saying that you have developed complete mastery of the art of the sword then? Kai Huang of the Juk sword clan asked as well. There are many senior sword saints with us today. Please ask the seniors if any of them dare to claim that they have developed complete mastery. Yi Futian continued. One's journey on sword training has no bounds. None of the others said anything else and simply looked at Yi Futian. Regardless of how good he is with a sword, but you have to give it to him, he really has a way with words. All of what he said made everyone else speechless. Splendid. The county king of Yen smiled and said, after seeing the banquet falling into awkward silence, the great path is interconnected and knowing one grants access to all. One's journey on sword training has no bounds. Being able to comprehend that much at such an age, it was no surprise why you have been able to accomplish so much with your sword. While there were few who performed rather admirably, but he did not see any supremely powerful figures that H wished to see. But then again, those handful would have emerged to be extraordinary cultivators once they were further nurtured in the upper worlds. What are you doing following us? A voice was heard below the steps. Many turned around and saw quite a number of swordsmen of the county of Yen heading towards the direction of the ones from Sword Mountain, led by the county king of Yen. Li Hanxing was among those swordsmen as well. However, there was an unusually handsome figure walked behind those swordsmen, seemingly heading towards the same direction. Yin Qingyi's brow twitched seeing that and said to Yi Futian, I'm not following you, Yi Futian replied plainly. The county king of Yen turned around to look at Yi Futian. Kai Huang of the Juk Sword clan then jabbed sarcastically, you didn't even dare to fight in the prior battles, and now you actually have the gall to come right behind us swordsmen from the county of Yen? Yi Futian glanced at him and remained standing where he was. He looked straight ahead of him and ahead of the swordsmen of the county of Yen. He saw a group of people who stood upright quietly somewhere, as if they were all swords. Those people were from the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds. My name is Seventh Swordsman. I have heard that the Sword Mountain was the number holy land of the sword in the entire Dali dynasty. As such, I came to ask for a challenge, Yi Futian said with a brimming voice, which pierced through the space like a sword. The chatter around them gradually subsided within mere moments, and their surroundings turned dead silent before long. Countless eyes turned to look at one direction at that moment. Yi Futian was seen standing upright like a sword, as if he was the only one worth being noticed in all of the heavens and the earth. Someone from the lower worlds actually skipped the entire event of battles and went up to challenge the swordsman of the Sword Mountain. The sword saint of fierce wind stood up from far away, who was speechless after hearing Yi Futian's voice. Did he really think that no cultivators throughout the 9 counties of Dali were worth having him draw his sword? So he actually went up to challenge the Sword Mountain instead? Someone who spent 30 years polishing his art of the sword is actually this arrogant? The eyes of the swordsman of the county of Yen froze and looked at Yi Futian with baffled expressions. He is actually challenging the Sword Mountain? How insolent, the sword saint of Ziwei said. The 7th swordsman did not participate in the battles prior, and Yi Futian was actually coming up to challenge the students of the Sword Mountain, when his student Li Hanxing was going to greet them. What is he trying to pull here? Even the likes of King Li and Lu Chuan turned their eyes to look at the handsome figure standing alone. We have not seen you fight in the battles before. Why do you come to challenge the Sword Mountain instead? Princess Li Yu turned her eyes at Yi Futian. It seemed baffling that someone just appeared out of nowhere to challenge the number 1 holy land of the sword in the upper worlds. Yi Futian turned to look at Li Yu calmly and said, I have watched the battles and saw none of the cultivators of the 9 counties were worthy of having me draw my sword. As such, I'd like to try my hand against the Sword Mountain instead. Insolence. Li Yu's expression changed somewhat. His father was the one who managed all of the 9 counties of Dali. His father had called all cultivators of the 9 states there to hold the event as the upper worlds were recruiting, and yet Yi Futian claimed that none of the cultivators of Dali were worthy of having him draw his sword. Lu Chuan looked at Yi Futian with puzzled eyes. Throwing such words in such an occasion was not action that could have been amply described by the word insolence alone. The swordsman of the county of Yen stopped and looked at that lone figure. A figure stepped out at that time, and it was none other than the strongest swordsman below St. Plain of the Juk Sword clan, Kai Huang. Every step he took was imbued with frightening power, and he pressed on to Yi Futian. His life spirit burst forth and a huge sword appeared. Terrifying sword will was shot at Yi Futian within moments. Boom! Kai Huang stepped into the air and heavy swords lined up around him. The raging pressure was transformed into torrential sword aura. The heavy sword streaked through the air ferociously with a boom. Yi Futian looked up at him and stood quietly where he was. Sword will coursed about his body, and the huge swords, which were shooting down at him, stopped all of a sudden before him, as if they were all blocked by a powerful sword will. Boom! Kai Huang took a huge sword and charged straight at him. Yi Futian waved his hand and a heavy sword appeared right before him as well. Extremely heavy pressure burst forth. He pushed with his hand and the heavy sword shot forward, clashing with Kai Huang's sword. A low rumble was heard and Kai Huang's charging figure was stopped altogether, and it seemed as if his sword was suspended as well, feeling terrifying pressure bearing on his entire being. Yi Futian slapped on the heavy sword, which flew in with sharp, piercing noises. Kai Huang's sword was broken inch by inch, until Yi Futian's heavy sword punched right through his defenses and landed on his body. Kai Huang was thrown far away within an instant, throwing up blood from his mouth. "The power of your sword is too weak," Yi Futian said plainly. He never moved an inch throughout the fight, and launched only one single attack with one single clap. "Too weak," had been his appraisal of Kai Huang before. Crack! Towering sword will shot to the air at the moment. Linya of the Sword Clan of the Storms brought terrifying sword will of the storms down from above, as if the air was about to burst. Lightning crackled about Yi Futian and a sword of lightning appeared before him. He took one step forward and charged into the massive bolts of lightning. One sword attack and the surroundings seemed to have split open. The lightning was nowhere to be seen anymore. Boom! A rumble was heard, and at the very next moment, lightning crackled all over Linya of the Sword Clan of the Storms. His clothing was all torn and his face looked burnt. "You lack explosive power." Yi Futian's voice was heard from midair. That was how he evaluated Linya before. Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi took one look at each other and the sisters flashed about, turning into mirages. Sword will filled their surroundings, as if countless specters lashed out at Yi Futian with boundless sword will. Yi Futian's eyes were as pointed as swords. As he calmly glanced at the two of them, he stepped out and disappeared from where he stood right away. Dazzling flash of the sword was seen in the air and thousands of sword aura were launched. One sword was all it had taken to break all of their spells. The swords of both Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi were nowhere to be found. A corner of their dresses were torn. They stopped moving and looked down at their torn corner of their clothing, while their arms were shaking. It still took just one attack. None of the swordsmen of the county of Yan had been able to withstand more than one sword attack. Chapter 1099. The Yan Sisters, the Daughters of the County of Yan. The Yan Sisters, the Daughters of the County of Yan. Kai Huang and Linya, both of whom were number ones of the Juk Sword Clan and the Sword Clan of the Storm in the County of Yan respectively. None of them were able to take more than a single attack from him. In just one instant the vast space turned dead silent. The minds of the swordsmen of the County of Yan were rattled. Their eyes were pointed as they looked straight ahead at Yi Futian. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind went out of his way to introduce Yi Futian, claiming that he had bested Niayun with just one attack with his sword. Many thought Yi Futian would have been extraordinary, so much so that even the County of Qing shared that opinion. Yet, when it came to the battles, Yi Futian had been all talk and no show. No one else paid him any attention by then, especially after his wildly insolent words, which made him look more like just an unruly jerk. And then he finally drew his sword. One attack on one opponent. That was all. The very reason why he acted as such in the prior battles was not because he was unable to draw his sword, but that no one was truly deemed worthy enough for him to do so. As such, he skipped the battles altogether and came to ask those of the Sword Mountain, the number one holy land of the sword in all of Dali instead. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind stood far away, with his eyes fixed on the lone, proud figure standing high in the air. His handsome figure emanated intense sword will, which had the bone-deep pride weaved into it. That pride was that of a swordsman. That was probably the true seventh swordsman, a swordsman who ventured outside of the mountain of hidden swords, a swordsman who was little else than a swordsman. He sought to further his way of the sword and nothing else. He cared little for the opinions of others, for his concern was reserved for his sword, and his sword only. Thus, he did not play according to the rules of Dali and fought in the battles, as he simply deemed that no one fighting in those battles had been worthy of fighting him. Wuxia watched the dazzling flashes of the sword by the sword saint of fierce wind's side and was utterly speechless. If he was so capable with a sword, why did he not fight earlier? Wuxia said in a low voice, seemingly finding the state of affairs unacceptable. Cutting-edge geniuses were mostly stubborn and lonesome. True extraordinary figures are the ones with the right to break all rules. The sword saint replied, maybe, he truly is one of those people. If Futian had been able to hear the sword saint of fierce wind's comments about him, he would have thought about how successful that image that he fashioned had been. At the very least, in the eyes of the sword saint of fierce wind, that was the seventh swordsman that he would have wanted the people of Dali to see. An insolent, arrogant, stubbornly prideful swordsman of extraordinary caliber, who saw everyone else to be beneath him. In the world of the seventh swordsman, there was no place for overbearing authority and rules. There was only the way of the sword. With the imperial advisor of Dali ordering to gather geniuses from all over the lower worlds personally, a student of the imperial advisor coming all the way to the lower worlds, and King Li hosting an event to gather mighty ones of all 9 counties to King Li's palace, there was no doubt that Dali dynasty would have been able to stomach a stubborn yet extraordinary swordsman like him. All of you stand down, an elder of the Sword Mountain said to the people of the county of Yan. The county king of Yan led the swordsmen and stepped aside, except one. The one person was Li Hanxing of the Ziwei sword clan, who was ranked 3rd in the battles prior, and was taken in by the Sword Mountain to be their own. So you skipped the battles altogether and challenged those from the Sword Mountain, because you thought that none in the 9 counties of Dali were worthy of having you draw your sword? A saint of the Sword Mountain asked Futian. Indeed. Futian nodded. Yet, the few moves that you have just showed remained inadequate to have the students of the Sword Mountain accept your challenge. That sword saint gazed at Futian and said, if he intended to break the rules, then he needed to bring corresponding prowess for doing so. Li Hanxing walked up to Futian as soon as the saint finished talking. Li Hanxing was 2 from the 9 counties of Dali, but Futian claimed before that none were worthy of having him draw his sword. He glanced at Li Hanxing and sensed the sword will on his would-be opponent. He then turned his eyes to look at Zhuangdao and Qinsong, saying, I said that none who fought in the battles were worthy of having me draw my sword. If you want to see me in action, then all 3 of you shall move against me at once. Everyone was speechless after hearing that. The 3 he meant were naturally the top 3 strongest figures who fought in the battles. Qinsong of the county of Shangqin, Zhuangdao of the county of Dongyang, and Li Hanxing of the county of Yan. All 3 of them were figures at the absolute top, who had been able to touch the Great Path. They were the 3 strongest figures below St. Plain in all of the 9 counties of Dali. Even at that very moment, Futian still claimed that they were not worthy of having him draw his sword, and he had all 3 of them gang up on him instead. His unbridled nature ignited the blood of countless. They thought before that the battles were already over when Qinsong proved invincible in all of the 9 counties of Dali. No one would have expected that the 7th swordsman, a nobody at that moment, emerged out of the blue and challenged those from the Sword Mountain. Qinsong, Zhuangdao and Li Hanxing all looked at Futian. All 3 of them have already proven that they were the strongest in all of the lower worlds of Dali. At that moment Futian walked out. Is he trying to just step on us to prove his superior talents? Li Hanxing took to the air and a sword appeared in his hand. Stars dazzled and the skies were lit up. Sword will circled around him and the will of the great path strewn about. Countless sword flashes of the stars rained down on Futian like swords of meteors, whooshing loudly as they bombarded the ground from above. Futian gave him a cold look and burst with terrifying sword will about him, emanating the will of the great path as well. Interesting. King Li chuckled. The 7th swordsman only emanated the will of the great path at that moment, as if none of the swordsmen from the county of Yan before were worthy of having him do so. The light of the sun seemed to have burst from behind, emanating scorching heat like that of the sun as well. A scalding sword of blazing sun appeared before him, pulsing with the will of burn everything down. At the very next moment, their surroundings became covered with freezing ice. A sword of freezing ice appeared right after. Storms raged after that and howled in the air, as the sword of raging storms appeared. Lightning flashed about like the light of calamity of doomsday, as the sword of blitzing thunder appeared. And finally, the heavy sword of the stars materialized with powerful might. The 5 swords lined up and hovered right before Futian. The swordsman of the county of Yan was astonished once again. The pupils of the sword saint of fierce wind dilated. Futian claimed in the county king's residence that blazing sun, freezing ice, raging storms, blitzing thunder. There was no art of the sword that he was unable to train with. Those big words have proven true after all. Li Hanqing's expression changed somewhat when he saw all that. He flashed like a comet and drew his sword, which rained down on Futian like meteor shower. Blazing sun. Futian's will merged with his surroundings and the sword of blazing sun shot out as he willed it. It seemed as if the light of the sun dazzled in the air, devouring the stars, and within an instant, the rain of swords burned. That sword continued its way forward, charging through the rain of swords and headed towards Li Hanqing. Countless swords which had been raining down, merged into a single blade and clashed with the sword of blazing sun, intended to destroy it from within. Freezing ice. The second sword was launched, emanating cold that was seemingly about to freeze souls. The sword of freezing ice streaked forward, conjuring frost as it went along. The flow of sword wills around it slowed down and Li Hanqing seemed to have been covered with a sheet of frost. Li Hanqing's body spun and through a dazzling flash of the meteor. Countless sword will in the air melted into a beam of dazzling light as it tore through space. Futian remained standing where he was silently. He moved his hand and had both swords of raging storm and blitzing thunder shot out. They streaked through their air. The sword of raging storms cut right through Li Hanqing's sword, and the sword of blitzing thunder closed in. Li Hanqing's face turned pale. Boom! A rumble was heard as his body seemed like it was about to explode. The lightning flashes consumed his body, and that mighty one from the Ziwei sword clan sported startled looks. However, Futian's sword did not destroy Li Hanqing, and had simply sent him flying far away. He then spitted quite a bit of blood. Futian, on the other hand, never budged throughout the fight. Dao made his move right afterwards, turning into a beam of burning golden light, heading towards Futian like a god of war. His moved like a bolt of lightning and was emanating overbearing will of the great path throughout his body, intending to crush everything in his path. The 4 swords appeared and yet, Dao did not flinch at all. He turned into golden lightning and continued to streak through the air. The swords came soon enough and the wills of the great path from both sides clashed. The space was rattled and Dao looked like a true god of war, with the sword seemingly incapable of breaking through him. He actually intended to take Futian's swords head-on. That scene excited countless. Dao might have proven capable of fighting Futian toe-to-toe after all. However, at that moment Futian finally moved. He stepped out and the air seemed to rattle as he did, with his immediate vicinity shrouded in his might. Many saw Futian took one sword with both hands and descended from above. The heavy sword was brought down as their surroundings howled. Dao felt the looming pressure and his expression finally changed. He roared angrily and turned into a golden god of war, continuing to charge into the air. Futian's sword came. Boom! A stifling rumble was heard and as expected, Dao's body dropped from the sky. Boom! The platform was shaken as Dao's body hit the ground below, feeling as if his internal organs had all been ruptured as blood came spilling from his mouth. Qin Song took to the air and his body disappeared from where he stood right away. He appeared right above Futian at the very next moment, shooting out with his palm attacks right onto Futian. Futian threw his hand at the attacks, cutting through the palm strikes as if his hand was a sword itself. However, Qin Song disappeared right away and appearing somewhere else again, throwing down his palm attacks. It all happened in an instant, and the spectators saw the space being filled with Qin Song's silhouette everywhere. Every single attack seemed to be imbued with the power of the Great Path, tearing the air apart as they flew at Futian. Return. boundless sword will circled around Yi Futian, capable of tearing anything that had gotten near apart. His body spun at the very next moment. Countless flashes of the sword howled at the same time in an instant, shrouding the sky, and the flashes of the sword were seen everywhere. Boom, 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 the huge palm attacks continued to rage on. Sword will filled the air in that very next instant. Regardless how Qin Song dodged, he was forced to take Yi Futian's sword head-on. Raging aura coursed around his body, merging with the great path. His palm attacks shot in a frenzy to resist the sword wills, tearing them apart. Yet, at the very next moment, he saw a mirage and sensed extremely scorching sword will. He roared and his hands were thrown out with earth-shattering might. A sword was lashed out, cutting through space and shattering the palm attack. The flash of the sword emerged and his face was frozen with shock. His heart raced and he felt as if he was about to asphyxiate. The flash of the sword came and went before him in an instant. Time and space seemed to have been halted. Qin Song's body shuddered as he extended a trembling hand, touching his brow from top to bottom, finding a shallow gash. The sword was not brought down on him. Qin Song took one look at the streak of blood on his fingertips and looked up at Yi Futian. He thought that he had been invincible below St. Plain in all of Dali. He also proven that with his efforts in the battle. Yet, there was an extraordinary swordsman appearing out of nowhere right before him. None in all of the 9 counties of Dali are able to take on your sword indeed. Qin Song turned around and left, looking somewhat dejected. Countless eyes gazed at that handsome swordsman standing in the air at that moment. None in the 9 counties of Dali were able to withstand a single attack from his sword. Yi Futian did not concern himself with the opinions of the people. He turned his eyes at the ones from the Sword Mountain and said, "I, the 7th swordsman, wish to challenge the Sword Mountain." The 7th swordsman seemed to have seen nothing but the way forward with his sword. Chapter 1100. The 7th swordsman challenged the Sword Mountain. The 7th swordsman challenged the Sword Mountain. Countless cultivators of the 9 counties of Dali, and many from holy lands gazed forward. His sword proved that none in the 9 counties were able to take him on. Not even the 3 strongest from the battles of the 9 counties had actually been able to make him go all out, be it Li Hanxing, Zhuozhengdao or Qin Song. In truth, none of them had been truly able to take that one sword attack he threw. Who the hell is this 7th swordsman? The people of the 9 counties were not the only ones being impressed, as even the county king of Yan became astonished by Yi Futian's power. That young man that the sword saint of fierce wind introduced to him had indeed made it seem like there were no swordsmen below St. Plain but him. None had been able to take even one sword attack from him. Even someone as powerful as Li Hanxing proved utterly incapable of taking even a single attack from him. Spectacular! King Li, who was sitting on his throne on top of the steps, praised. He had truly dared to break the rules with his swords, ignoring the rules of the event, and went straight to the Sword Mountain, as if there were no swordsmen in all of the 9 counties to begin with. He was arrogant and unique. King Li did not mind at all, as he deemed that truly extraordinary people needed to possess the courage of breaking rules, and only truly extraordinary people had the right to do so. There had been quite a number of people from the battles fought between the 9 counties had been selected by the cultivators of the upper worlds. Qin Song of Shangqin, Zhuozhengdao of Dongyang and Li Hanxing of Yan were all fine candidates. However, as the king who reigned all over the lower worlds of Dali, he nonetheless felt something was lacking. There was a lack of a figure who was truly able to stand above all, a lack of an absolutely exceptional genius who was able to shake the top forces of the upper worlds. While Qin Song had beaten Zhuozhengdao and came to be number 1 in the battles, there was still something lacking about him. The emergence of Yi Futian made up for that lacking. King Li saw a supreme youth who was truly unbridled, and one who possessed the combat prowess that truly stood above all. As King Li, he naturally knew that there was no lack for talent or geniuses in Dali dynasty. What the dynasty lacked was people like Lu Chuan, geniuses who were capable of steering the direction of the Battle of Empty Realm single-handedly. They lacked someone like Yi Futian, who had been able to single-handedly decide the outcome of the Battle of Empty Realm last year, through his efforts alone. While it would have been nice to have some geniuses enter the upper worlds to train, but it was probably someone like that that would have truly caught the imperial advisor's attention. He did not know if the seventh swordsman had what it would have taken to live up to such expectations, but at the very least, he stood a chance of doing so. Lu Chuan gazed at Yi Futian, but he did not speak and did nothing. He simply watched the events unfolding silently. It was the shadow-bearing sword saint that led the ones from the Sword Mountain in that event. His eyes were pointed like swords as he gazed at Yi Futian. The Sword Mountain was the #1 holy land of the sword in the upper worlds, and they had many students. Any one of them had made it through trials after trials and all had superior talents. But then again, there were still stronger and weaker ones among them. In actual fact, Yi Futian had already proven the power of his way of the sword when he had defeated those swordsmen from the county of Yan. However, as the #1 holy land of the sword, they were unable to simply allow anyone to ignore the rules and challenge them. Anyone who wanted to challenge the Sword Mountain needed to prove the strength of their way of the sword first. It was apparent that Yi Futian performed with flying colors in that department. "You're from the county of Yan?" the shadow-bearing sword saint asked. "I am," Yi Futian replied. "Who was your teacher?" The sword saint continued to ask. "I have learned and trained under many wandering swordsmen and rangers. I've been guided by them and walked the path of the sword, but I've never truly studied under any teacher in my journey," Yi Futian answered. "So you're self-taught then?" The shadow-bearing sword saint continued to ask. "How many ways of the sword have you developed? I assume that you have developed the general principles of the sword, the blazing sun, the freezing ice, the raging storms and so on, all on your own, no? I've picked up quite a number of incomplete manuscripts about sword arts. If I were to be said to have a teacher, then one could say that I've picked up my arts learning from the sun, moon, stars, storm and rain. The nature itself is my master," Yi Futian continued to answer. He then asked the sword saint, "Are you done with your questions, senior? Would you like to come with me and train in the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds then?" The sword saint did not ask any further, extending his invitation to Yi Futian instead. An invitation to ask him to train in the Sword Mountain. It was not a turn of events that would have surprised anyone, despite his unbridled personality, but Yi Futian's talents in the way of the sword proved superior and peerless among those of the lower worlds of Dali. Furthermore, there was simply no way the Sword Mountain would have simply let someone who was so pure in their seeking of the way of the sword. They would have even gladly overlooked his unbridled nature. "I have spent 30 years studying the way of the sword. After venturing outside of the Mountain of Hidden Swords and into the county of Yan, I quickly found none of the swordsmen of the county of Yan worthy of having me draw my sword. I then heard that King Li was gathering cultivators throughout the 9 counties, so I came here intending to find a worthy opponent. However, the cultivators of the 9 counties of Dali continued to be devoid of one such person." Yi Futian's voice was as sharp as the sword, as he turned around to look at shadow-bearing sword saint and said, "I heard that the Sword Mountain was the #1 holy land of the sword in the upper worlds. If anyone from the Sword Mountain prove capable of defeating me, then I shall come with you, senior, to studying the way of the sword in Sword Mountain. So you're saying that if none of us are able to defeat you, then you wouldn't join us then?" the shadow-bearing sword saint asked. "If none of the students who emerged from the Sword Mountain is able to defeat me, then what is there in the Sword Mountain that would be worth seeking for me?" Yi Futian said proudly, and those words made all who heard them speechless. None from the sword being able to defeat him. What is therein that would be worth seeking for him? It was clear that he remained as arrogant and unbridled as he had been. However, none of them saw Yi Futian with the same eyes they did before. That unbridled swordsman would have been able to join the Sword Mountain, if he were to just simply nod. However, he sought only the way of the sword. "Good point," the shadow-bearing sword saint smiled and said, not minding Yi Futian's attitude one bit. Truly extraordinary people seem to be stubborn to a fault in furthering their way of the sword. That was a manifestation of their obsession with the sword, and their yearning for it. He seemed to be able to see all of that from Yi Futian. "Yuan Gang," the shadow-bearing sword saint called. A figure emerged from the crowd behind him. There were few from the Sword Mountain who came to the lower worlds, and there was coincidentally one who had just touched the Great Path recently. It would have been very difficult for anyone to defeat the seventh swordsman otherwise. In the previous battles, it was shown that Yi Futian was versed in many arts of the sword, and it was also seen that he possessed immense strength, being able to cleave Zhuozhang Dao from above with just one swing of the sword from above, serving as testament to the might of his heavy sword. Yuan Gang was also versed in peculiar, uncommon ways of the sword. Yuan Gang stepped forward. His silhouette was clear and it seemed that he was oozing with explosive power. Every step he took seemed to emanate a sense heaviness, instead of sharpness common with swordsmen. One was unable to even sense any sharpness from him. "Draw your sword," Yuan Gang said to Yi Futian, with a heavy sword appearing right in front of him as soon as he finished. Furthermore, there was a sword without an edge, which was how he was like as a person. Heavy, clumsy, without any hint of sharpness. Many sported funny looks when they saw him in action. The blunt sword in Yuan Gang's hand seemed to be utterly incapable of piercing into the body of anyone. However, given that he was nonetheless a student from the Sword Mountain, there was still no one who dared to underestimate him. Yi Futian stepped out. The light of the sun bright and scorching as it shone from above. He held the sword of blazing Sunday, its heat burning the sky as it was brought down from above. One swing with the sword and the air looked as if a fire dragon had manifested. Yuan Gang seemed to be cradling the blunt sword at first. His body then coursed with silver light, transforming into a suit of armor. Boom! He stepped out and his movements looked clumsy and heavy. He held the blunt sword and swung it, clapping Yi Futian's sword aside. Yuan Gang did not pierce with his sword. He bashed with it instead. The sword of blazing sun was brought down and banged onto the blunt sword. Sparks sprayed all over and Yuan Gang leapt into the air with his sword. Yi Futian's sword of blazing sun cut all the way through the air onto Yuan Gang's blunt sword. The terrifying flames actually reeled back and causing the sword of blazing sun to be shaved off bit by bit. Boom! The blunt sword continued to clap and Yi Futian took to the air, heading straight into the clouds and gazed below. Boom! Yuan Gang shot to the air while cradling his sword. Multiple blunt swords appeared in the sky and they grew in numbers as they stacked on top of each other. It seemed as if their surroundings were filled with nothing else but that edgeless blunt sword. All ways of the world could be made into swords, the shadow-bearing sword saint said as he pointed the fact out. Many came to realize that they were thousands of ways of the sword, instead of being confined to one single path. That sword saint from the Sword Mountain was actually letting Yuan Gang teach everyone else a lesson. You are correct, senior. All ways of the world could be made into swords. Yi Futian replied with a brimming voice high above in the sky. He extended his hand and multiple heavy swords appeared around him, carrying the weight of stars. Every single sword seemed to be emanating terrifying powers. A humongous heavy sword materialized between his hands. Rumbling noises were heard as Yuan Gang shot upwards with his layers of shadows of the blunt sword, heading straight for Yi Futian. Go! Yi Futian took one step in the air and dived, which seemed to be melding with his way of the sword. The swords around him dived as well, bombarding the first blunt sword his opponent was wielding. Intense explosions continued to be heard afterwards. The rumbling shook the world around them. The stacks of blunt swords clashed with Yi Futian's swords. Yuan Gang finally reached his target with the sword in his hands. He yelled and the shadow of blunt sword swept above. However, Yi Futian arrived at that moment, bringing down that heavy sword that was imbued with limitless power down. Countless swords of the stars around him fell, clashing with the heavy swords. Two massive forces clashed with each other, whipping up a devastating storm in an instant. Down! Yi Futian uttered a word. Extremely furious power burst with the will of great path. The heavy sword he wielded bombarded the blunt sword, pummeling it down. Boom, boom, boom. Tremendously terrifying explosions continued to be heard. The crowd was shocked to find two silhouettes dropping at extreme speeds. The stacks of heavy swords before Yuan Gang continued to explode and shatter as they went. He roared and yet remained incapable of stopping that overwhelming tide. The seventh swordsman pointed at the sky with one hand, summoning more heavy swords to rain downwards. Rumbling noises continued to be heard. Boom! A massive rumble was heard all over the place. Yuan Gang's body became pinned on the platform. His hands continued to resist with that huge, blunt sword of his, but Yi Futian came down with the sword of the Great Path, bringing down one attack after another on him, causing Yuan Gang to grunt. He then spit blood and the armor on him shattered. Yi Futian took one furious step and finally, the blunt sword was shattered. Yuan Gang remained all sprawled on the ground. Yi Futian got up to the sky again using the recoil. He stood tall in the air and turned to look at shadow-bearing Sword Saint, asking who else. His booming voice was heard throughout the venue. Everyone from the 9 states of Dali felt their hearts racing. The 7th swordsman did not only make it as if there was no formidable fighters in all of the 9 counties. His power was such that even a swordsman from the number 1 holy land of the sword in the upper worlds lost by his hands. It did not matter that his opponent was someone from the upper worlds. He took them down all the same. The shadow-bearing Sword Saint looked at Yuan Gang, who was being pinned flat on the ground, and was unable to say anything at that moment to reply Yi Futian's question. Chapter 1101. Everybody looked in the direction of Sword Mountain as if they could perceive the silence of the Sword Saint of Shadow Bearing. Many people had a strange look on their faces. What came after was shock. Did it mean even the disciples of Sword Mountain were not able to fight him? Everybody looked in the direction of Sword Mountain, as if they could perceive the silence of the Sword Saint of Shadow Bearing. Many people had a strange look on their faces. What came after was shock. Did it mean even the disciples of Sword Mountain were not able to fight him? Looking at that peerless figure, many were speechless. This peerless person who came from nowhere, not only conquered the elites of the 9 commanderies of the Great Li all by himself, but he also made no one in Sword Mountain dare fight. Who else could question that he broke the rule? Perhaps now, even the powers of the uppermost rank, such as Sword Mountain, were all planning to recruit him. This time the King Li convened practitioners of the 9 commanderies, including so many gallant heroes. But now, it seemed all became nothing but a foil for this swordsman in training. He conquered everything as if the aura of the Great Li only belonged to himself. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind stood aside and watched the scene, slightly affected. Although he had thought that this 7th swordsman was something, he had not expected him to be this strong and defeat the swordsman in training of Sword Mountain with one strike. As for Huan Shui, who stood beside him, she had already been stupefied. Yi Futian's presumptuous words were still in her ears. However, were they presumptuous? Who in the Great Li could withstand his attack? I didn't expect that such an outstanding swordsman in training could appear in the Yen commandery of my Great Li, King Li said, smiling. 7th swordsman, since you have mastered swordsmanship of such a level, you are overqualified to cultivate in the lower realm of the Great Li. The Sword Mountain is the holy land of swordsmanship cultivation for the kingdom of Great Li upper and lower realm. How about you follow the elders of Sword Mountain to cultivate in the upper realm? You won the battle, but this time, the Sword Mountain didn't bring many swordsmen in training to the lower realm. If you join the Sword Mountain, of course you can find rivals there. The King Li commended Yi Futian's gift, and unraveled the awkwardness of Sword Mountain at the same time. Many people slightly nodded. Although Sword Mountain was mighty, they were in the lower realm, and the Real Masters might be all in the upper realm. Let's call it a day, King Li continued. Yi Futian weakened his force and landed on the ground from the hollow sky. He stopped where he should stay. He had achieved his goal. The people from both the upper and lower realm had remembered the name of the 7th swordsman. If he had entered the field and joined the fight in the law battle and taken first place all the time, he could have made the people of the Great Li remember him too, but obviously, they would not have been so impressed. He broke the rules and skipped all the people of the 9 commanderies to directly challenge Sword Mountain, which made him more like a swordsman in training who was arrogant to the extreme. Your Majesty, I came here just for an opportunity to find opponents. Since there is no sword for me to seek in Sword Mountain, I will not go there, replied Yi Futian. Although you defeated Yuan Gang, there are stronger swordsmen in training in Sword Mountain, numerous classics of swordsmanship and sword saints who can guide you. How do you know there is no sword that you want? The Sword Saint of Shadow-Bearing said. Apparently, he cherished his talent, so even though Yi Futian had disrespected Sword Mountain, as long as he showed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, the disrespect could be ignored. This was what a real swordsman should be like. He didn't know that the reason why Yi Futian dared to push his luck like this was that he knew the upper realm was seeking talent from the lower realm. Since the imperial advisor of the Great Li had given the order in person to convene the cultivators of the 9 commanderies and select the peerless genius to cultivate in the upper realm, as an unequaled person in the lower realm, he would not bring trouble to himself. If you can't find the sword you want in Sword Mountain, then where's the place for you to seek the sword in the Great Li? King Li also said, saving enough face for Sword Mountain. I appreciate your kind thoughts, Yi Futian said, slightly bowing to him. It's just that I have spent 30 years to comprehend the pith of swordsmanship and have just started to cultivate in the secular world to pursue the law of the sword. The Sword Mountain is the swordsmanship holy land of the First Order. Still, if I entered the sect to cultivate, even though I would receive guidance from the elders and learn from important classics, I am afraid my state of mind would change, and the spirit of my sword would be constricted. I would no longer be able to wander around the world like what I am doing now, free of limitations and welcoming knowledge from the universe. So, if anyone of my level from Sword Mountain can defeat the sword in my hand, this can prove that the law of Sword Mountain is better than my law, and then I will be willing to cultivate in the mountain. If no one can defeat me, it proves that the path I choose is a path toward the great law. So what's the point to forsake the right way and make a detour? He continued. I hope your majesty and every elder here understands the way I am pursuing. As he finished speaking, even King Li of the third plane of the divine path was caught off guard for a second and looked at Yi Futian in surprise. As a person of the sage plane, this 7th sword was able to utter such words, which made the king even more impressed. Many notables of the upper realm nodded and showed approval to him. For all the swordsmen in training in the world, who were not proud of joining the Sword Mountain, everyone hoped to cultivate swordsmanship in the Great Li Swordsmanship Holy Land of the First Order. However, this person thought that the Swordsmanship Holy Land of the First Order was also one kind of imprisonment of swordsmanship thoughts. He challenged Sword Mountain just to verify which was better between the law of the Sword Mountain and the law of his own. Even some figures of the Holy Plane felt ashamed in front of his such spiritual stature. Good. The Sword Saint of Shadow-Bearing was not angry about what he said. The 7th sword was only at the sage plane but had such a stature of pursuing the law. If a prestigious man like him became furious about this, that would be a shame for the law of sword. On the contrary, he showed more appreciation to Yi Futian. If all the swordsmen in training in this world could have the stature of the 7th sword, how much prosperity would be brought to the swordsmanship of the Great Li. But even if you are reluctant to join Sword Mountain now, you can still come to cultivate in the upper realm. After you reach the upper realm, I can arrange disciples of Sword Mountain to practice swordsmanship with you, and you can decide whether to join the Sword Mountain at that time. I respect your decision about whether you agree or not. Countless pairs of eyes looked toward the Sword Saint of Shadow-Bearing. The Sword Saint of the Shadow-Bearing was much admired. This was what the conversation between two swordsmen in training should be like. The Swordsman Junior wholeheartedly pursued the law, and the Swordsman Senior cherished the talent and wanted to reward him with the law. Of course, at this moment, Yi Futian had also provoked the envy of countless cultivators, especially the swordsmen in training of the Yen commanderies. Studying swordsmanship in Sword Mountain was the dream of all cultivators. However, Yi Futian won the chance hands down but still hesitated. It was as if the Sword Mountain begged him to join. Totally absurd. Well done, well done. Thank you, sir, Yi Futian said and saluted the Sword Saint of Shadow-Bearing. He was proud, but he showed respect in front of elders. Today's conversation in the palace will always be remembered, King Li said, laughing. He was satisfied with such an ending. If the 7th sword had not appeared, however, everything would have just been ordinary and tedious. How could they know that the protagonist of this conversation was actually the opponent of the Great Li, whose fame had just reached every corner of the domain of Emperor Xia because of the Battle of Empty Realm? Besides, what Yi Futian was doing had nothing to do with the so-called spiritual stature. He was just a good actor. Since he acted as the seventh sword, he needed to keep in mind what kind of person the seventh sword was. His personality, a peerless, arrogant, and paranoid swordsman who pursued nothing but swordsmanship. If he had aimed at climbing up to a high rank in the kingdom of the Great Li, he would not have been the seventh sword and had flaws in his acting. The seventh sword, how about you stay in the palace and later head toward the upper realm of the kingdom of the Great Li together with the elders of the upper realm? The King Li asked the seventh sword. Sure, Yi Futian said, nodding. Seeing that all elders of Sword Mountain and the King Li showed so much appreciation to the seventh sword, everybody understood that if nothing unexpected happened, the seventh sword would most likely become a top swordsman in training in the upper realm. After the feast, the people of the Great Li departed in succession, but many people were still not satisfied. The long-lasting battle of law let numerous cultivators of the Great Li witness the elite rivalries under the holy plane of the Great Li, especially the seventh sword, who appeared out of nowhere. He was hard to forget. The king of the Commandery Yan was also preparing to lead his swordsmen in training to leave. They bowed to King Li. Behind the king of the Commandery Yan, Yan Qingyi, Yan Zi, Kai Huang, Huan Shui, Nye Yun, and others all looked at Yi Futian. The shock brought by Yi Futian to them was so strong that maybe it would stay in their mind for a long time. The seventh sword, I know you concentrate on the law of swordsmanship, but after you reach the upper world, you should keep a low profile sometimes, especially when facing the notables of the upper realm. Avoid attracting too much attention. The voice of the sword saint of fierce wind whispered into Yi Futian's ears. He had the impression that the seventh sword's talent in swordsmanship was peerless. Still, because he only concentrated on pursuing swordsmanship, he couldn't get along with people, and his personality was flawed. Still, perhaps that was the reason why he could use all his energy on swordsmanship and achieve his aim. But before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Yi Futian that the situation of the upper realm was complicated, and there were many more experts. Not every notable would cherish talents, and if he offended someone, even though he had extraordinary talent, he would risk ending up with a murderous outcome. Thank you, sir. Yi Futian whispered back to him. The sword saint of fierce wind fixed a gaze on him and said, I hope one day you can achieve your law of the sword, and I can hear your name in the Commandery Yan again. And then, he turned around and left together with the swordsman in training of the Commandery Yan. The sword saint of fierce wind would not expect what the situation would be like the next time he heard about Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't turn his head. Neither did he see him off. He didn't want to talk to anyone. One after another, the people of the 9 commanderies left. In the palace there were only some cultivators of the upper world, King Li, and the Chosen One. At this time one gaze fell upon the seventh sword. Yi Futian raised his head and noticed a smiling person looking at him. The person raised his glass and introduced himself, Lu Chuan, the Great Li. Yi Futian had already known Lu Chuan's identity. Still, it was not until now that he actually looked up and down at Lu Chuan, the legendary figure in the Battle of the Empty Realm 10 years ago, the disciple directly taught by the imperial advisor of the Great Li. This leading figure, who had vanquished more than half of the army of Emperor Xia's city, didn't even have a slight aura of violence around him. All Yi Futian could see was a Confucian sage-like figure with extraordinary composure and elegance. Yi Futian couldn't help but become alert. This Lu Chuan must be an uncommon figure, he thought to himself. The seventh sword, a swordsman in training, Yi Futian said. He nodded to Lu Chuan and didn't let his gaze linger on him for too long. These two decisive figures of the Battle of Empty Realm greeted and toasted each other in such a mild way after 10 years. Mr. Lu and the seventh sword will become the mainstay of our dynasty of the Great Li. I will toast to both of you, Princess Li Yuqian said, with a slight smile and no pretension at all. I would be honored, replied Yi Futian. The cultivators of the Great Li were not inferior to the ones in Emperor Xia's domain. Chapter 1102. The next day morning, in the palace of the Great Li, warriors of the upper realms gathered in front of the matrix of the space portal. Lu Chuan, swordsman of Sword Mountain, and the chosen winners ready to cultivate in the upper realms were all here. So was Yi Futian. He had agreed to go with them to the upper realms for cultivation. Although he didn't promise to join Sword Mountain, as a swordsman of his level, he should go to the upper realms to pursue swordsmanship. The next day morning, in the palace of the Great Li, warriors of the upper realms gathered in front of the matrix of the space portal. Lu Chuan, swordsman of Sword Mountain, and the chosen winners ready to cultivate in the upper realms were all here. So was Yi Futian. He had agreed to go with them to the upper realms for cultivation. Although he didn't promise to join Sword Mountain, as a swordsman of his level, he should go to the upper realms to pursue swordsmanship. King Li saw them off in person. Many in the palace went with them, such as the Princess Li Yu. The Great Li dynasty ruled over both realms. King Li was the king of the lower realms, but he was also a duke in the upper realms because he was a royal member of the Great Li dynasty. The princes and princesses in King Li's palace also had royal blood coursing through their veins, so there was no need for them to pass an assessment in order to cultivate in the upper realms. For much of their time, they stayed in the palace of the upper realms. The giant matrix of the space portal at their front was the direct access to the villa of King Li in the upper realms. It could be used to commute any time. Your Majesty, we can see ourselves out here. Lu Chuan saluted with his fist and said to King Li. The swordsman echoed, Please return, Your Majesty. We will come back to visit someday if we have the chance. Okay, please take care. King Li nodded and said. When all the people stood on the matrix of the space portal, one person triggered the matrix using sacred spirit stones. All of a sudden boundless glares erupted. The dazzles rose up high as if they had pierced through the sky dome and been projected into the upper regions of infinite distance, vanishing with the group of people. The matrix of the space portal opened up both realms, so besides the colossal matrix, the launching process each time would also cost enormous sacred spirit stones to create enough energy to send one into the indefinitely distant space. The longer the distance was, the more scared spirit stones it required. So, even for ones of the royal hierarchy, it was very rare to employ the matrix of the space portal, and almost only royal members had the privilege of using it. During the Battle of Empty Realm, the matrix of the space portal was used by Yi Futian and others to cross the endless void space from Emperor Xia's realm into the realm of empty space. They arrived at the Great Li dynasty in the upper realms. Rows of lofty palaces standing erect on the ground exhibited the imperial grandeur. Standing on the top of one palace of this villa and looking afar, one would see a palace of the ninth sky that towered into the clouds like a sacred temple. That was the royal palace of the Great Li dynasty. The villa that stood in the neighborhood of the royal palace of the Great Li must also be uncommon, and in fact, it was where the mansion of the King Li, the lower realms King Li's residential home in the upper realms located. A beam of dazzling light discharged from the mansion of the King Li and hit into the sky dome, containing a very strong spirit of the space law. Following the appearance of the beam, a large team of people showed up in the villa. At this location, the void space was emitting dazzling space rays. A myriad of formations of the Great Law surrounded this area. Everyone's body spun around in the formations until they finally landed. The luminous pattern gradually dimmed too until it vanished. Only then did they adjust and stand still. In the villa, several figures came near. The person who took the lead with unusual charisma was the King Li's eldest son. He somehow took after the King Li and always guarded the mansion of the King Li in the upper realms. The King Li ruled the lower realms for the Emperor Li, while his eldest son Li Yang was arranged to inherit the mansion of the King Li in the upper realms. I am glad to see you back. Li Yang made a fist salute and said to all of them. Your Highness, they answered. Brother Lu Chuan, how was your trip? Li Yang asked Lu Chuan. Apparently they knew each other. After all, the mansion of the imperial advisor was also in the surrounding. Not bad. There were indeed some extraordinary talents in the lower realms of the Great Li, and we have brought them to the upper realms this time, Li Yang said. Sounds good. You must be tired now. Everybody, please have a seat in the villa. I will ask my servants to prepare a feast, Lu Chuan said. Thank you so much for your generosity, Your Highness, but the King Li have served us very well for many days, so we should not bother anymore. It's time to bid farewell, someone said. I should go back and report to my master too. Don't bother preparing it. Li Yang nodded, saying, if so, I will not persuade you all to stay. Please take care. Farewell. People made fist salute and flew away from the place. Lu Chuan and cultivators of the Swords Mountain were the last to leave. The Saint Sword of Shadowbearing's gaze fell upon Yi Futian and asked, "Now we have reached the upper realms, what is your plan? Do you want to come with me to Sword Mountain first?" Sword Mountain was the swordsmanship holy place of the first rank in the Great Li, but it was not in this area and rather far away. "Where are we now?" Yi Futian asked. "Here is the mansion of the King Li, close to the Imperial Palace of the Great Li. This district includes not only the Imperial Palace, the mansion of the King Li, but also the mansion of the Imperial Advisor and many residential palaces of royal members. It is the center of the Great Li dynasty," Princess Liu replied. "If so, I will find a place to cultivate nearby. There must be many top swordsmen in the center district of the Great Li." Yi Futian said, "Of course, I will not forget the promise between us, sir. If any disciple of Sword Mountain can defeat the sword in my hand, I will definitely go to Sword Mountain to cultivate." The Sword Saint of Shadowbearing kept silent for a while after hearing Yi Futian's words. Liu laughed and said, "Sir, let me arrange for the seventh sword. If he doesn't mind, he can always stay in the villa." The Sword Saint of Shadowbearing took a look at Li Yao and slightly nodded. In fact, he really hoped to take Yi Futian to cultivate in Sword Mountain. He had seen Yi Futian's swordplay, and of course he didn't want to miss such an extraordinarily potential young man. If he could join Sword Mountain, he would definitely become a preeminent swordsman in training. "Good, if Princess can take care of him, I don't need to worry about anything, so now I will go back to Sword Mountain," the Sword Saint of Shadowbearing said. It made Li Yong a little curious about Yi Futian. This handsome young man seemed to be somehow unusual. Both Sword Mountain and his sister Liu specially talked about him. Lu Chuan didn't leave as if he was waiting for an arrangement for him as well. The Sword Saint of Shadowbearing led all his swordsmen in training to leave. Lu Chuan said, "I should go too." "Let me see you out," said Liu. "No need to bother about me. I can go back by myself," Lu Chuan said, smiling, and then looked back to Yi Futian. "We shall meet again." "See you again someday," Yi Futian nodded and said. Lu Chuan left with his people as well. After a short while, only people of the mansion of the Great Li and Yi Futian were left. "Yu Li, you haven't introduced him to me yet," Li Yang said with a laugh and looked at Yi Futian. "This gentleman, the seventh sword, is a swordsman in training of our Great Li. As a recluse swordsman, he learned various laws of the swordsmanship by himself. He was the champion among the 9 commanderies of the Great Li, and nobody could resist the attack of his sword. Even Yuan Gang of Sword Mountain was defeated by him. Our father held the feast to convene all the talents of the world where the attention of the realms only belonged to the seventh sword himself. He is peerless in the lower realms." Liu smiled, continued introducing, and the Sword Saint of Shadowbearing invited the seventh sword to cultivate in Sword Mountain and promised if any disciple of Sword Mountain could defeat him, the seventh sword would join Sword Mountain. Otherwise, his current law of swordsmanship will be proved to be the best in the world and he will not join Sword Mountain. Li Yang's eyes widened slightly. "A swordsman in training, peerless in the upper realms and refused to join the sword? No wonder the Sword Saint of Shadowbearing treated you with special respect. It's so glad to see such a gallant hero emerging from the upper realms of our Great Li," Li Yang said, laughing. "I am Li Yang of the Great Li." Li Yang was the King Li's son who was from the direct bloodline of the Great Li dynasty, so he called himself as Li Yang of the Great Li like what Lu Chuan did. Lu Chuan was the disciple of the Imperial Advisor, and the Imperial Advisor of the Great Li dynasty was a close confidant of Emperor Li, so when he introduced himself, he also called himself as Lu Chuan of the Great Li. If one was a disciple of Sword Mountain, he would not call himself like that. Instead he would add Sword Mountain after his name. "I am the seventh sword, a swordsman in training," said Yi Futian. "I am very flattered by Princess. I am a similar age to you, so if you don't mind, you can directly call me Yu Li. Calling me Princess sounds like our relationship is distant," Yu Li said, smiling. Yi Futian looked at her beautiful noble face. Her smile was as soft as a spring breeze that made one feel warm. She was indeed an irresistibly attractive woman. When she sat in the palace of the King Li of the lower realm, she was a vision of grace and elegance. But now, she was as close as a friend who would never let one feel a sense of distance. Yuli Princess Yi Futian directly called her name but added her title princess after it, which adequately kept his distance. Yuli paused a second, laughed and said, "My father is always in the lower realms, so the villa is often empty. If you don't mind, how about staying in the mansion of the King Li for a few days?" Although the King Li was of royal lineage and granted with the title of king, in the world of cultivation, it was one's real strength that determined the rank he belonged to. Take the imperial advisor as an example. Which royal member dared to claim that his position was higher than the imperial advisor? Even the king's own son was extremely deferential to him. There were quite a lot of powers of high rank in the Great Li, such as Sword Mountain and Chao family. Given the talent Yi Tianfu had exhibited if he joined Sword Mountain, it was very likely that he would become an important figure of Sword Mountain. If he chose not to join Sword Mountain, that would mean no peer of Sword Mountain could defeat him, so wouldn't his accomplishment be great in the future? And now such a figure appeared in the mansion of the King Li. As a princess, Yuli naturally would like to get close to him and established a relationship. There were only advantages for the mansion. No disadvantages whatsoever. "I appreciate your kindness, princess. It's just I have been accustomed to living alone on the path of cultivation, and I am afraid I will feel restricted when living in the mansion, so I think I will not stay," Yi Futian refused. It was no doubt that he would approach the core of the Great Li someday, but not in such a way. "If so, I respect your decision," Yuli said with a smile, "but you just came here from the lower realms, and there are many things you are not familiar with in the imperial city. You will not mind if I arrange your accommodation, will you?" Yi Futian could see the sincerity from her gorgeous eyes. It was indeed hard to decline it since Yuli had said in such a way. So he nodded and said, "If so, I am greatly thankful for your help." "It's no bother at all," Yuli said. "You said here is the imperial city, princess?" said Yi Futian. "Yes," Liu nodded and said, "You can come up with me." She leapt up onto the roof after she talked. Yi Futian followed her. Yuli pointed a finger into a far distance, and there Yi Futian saw a palace that towered into the clouds. That is the imperial palace, the absolute center of the Great Li, surrounded by sites such as the mansion of the Great Li. Although there is no specific dividing line between regions, people of the Great Li usually call this district the Imperial District, Liu explained. Yi Futian looked up to the palace that towered into the sky. Liao, he must be living there. Until he reached here, Yi Futian had taken a detour from Emperor Xia's realm and crossed the lower realm. But approaching the imperial palace this quick was indeed out of his expectation. It was his luck to catch such an epical opportunity. Otherwise, if he wanted to go to the upper realms, he would probably have to take much more time to attract the King Li's attention. Chapter 1103 In Emperor Li's City, there was a very famous main street called Emperor Li Avenue. In Emperor Li's city, there was a very famous main street called Emperor Li Avenue. This avenue was the absolute center of Emperor Li's city, as well as the busiest ever place of the boundless Emperor Li dynasty. On both sides of the Emperor Li Avenue, that was to say the outlying district of the Emperor Li's palace, located residential villas whose owners were probably the most prominent figures of the Great Li dynasty. There was a joke that even the doctrine saint of the first level of Saint Plain must behave himself and act humble when walking on the Emperor Li Avenue, because any young person that came out of the revenue might become a figure that ordinary saints didn't want to mess up with. It sounded like a joke, but if one knew whom the villas near the Emperor Li Avenue belonged to, he might not feel it funny. The Emperor Li dynasty ruled over both the upper and lower worlds, and its control to the Great Li was much firmer than in the Emperor Xia's realm. The neighborhood of the Emperor Li Avenue was where the true corridors of power in the Great Li located. There was one advisor and 4 kings in the Great Li, and on the 2 sides of the Emperor Li Avenue, 3 kings and the advisor lived here. Advisor referred to the imperial advisor of the Great Li, and the imperial advisor's residence was in the district of the Emperor Li Avenue. Besides imperial advisor, 3 out of the 4 powerful kings also had mansions here. The King Li residence was one, but King Li only assisted Emperor Li to govern the lower worlds. He had supreme power in the lower worlds, but in fact, King Li was considered as the weakest among the 4 kings. His influence in the upper worlds was far less than other kings, and so was his strength. The other 3 kings were legendary beings of the Nirvana state, all in the ultimate level of Saint Plane. Prince Regent, the uncle of today's Great Li dynasty ruler Emperor Li, once had been in power before Emperor Li was enthroned and now assisted the emperor to rule the Great Li dynasty. As a venerable senior politician of the Great Li, even though he had retired from politics, Emperor Li still remembered his accomplishments and had not deprived him of the title of Prince Regent. Among all royal members, Prince Regent had an extremely high rank and numerous followers. Even Emperor Li attended his celebrating birthday parties in person. So you would know, the Shao clan in Emperor Xia's realm was not comparable with him. In addition to Prince Regent and King Li, another king also had his mansion located in this district. King White, the head of all 3 forces in Emperor Li's realm, ranked even higher than the sacred general of Tian in Emperor Xia's realm. Few could compare with King White in terms of noble status in Emperor Li's realm. However, the imperial advisor was one of them. So was King Tiandao, the most powerful among the 4 kings, and the one who was in charge of the Western army for Emperor Li. People in the Great Li said that among the 4 kings, the King Li ruled the lower worlds but was the weakest. Prince Regent had the most prestigious status and was most respected. But speaking of power and strength, King Tiandao was the strongest. He was Emperor Li's elder brother. If succession to the Great Li throne had been decided by birth order, King Tiandao would have been the one who inherited the throne. Once King Tiandao had been considered to be the one who inherited the Great Li dynasty, but later Emperor Li caught up from behind and became the one who sat firmly on the throne. The reason was that Emperor Li was qualified to do so. He made his breakthrough and entered the Runhuang Plains successfully. There was no voice against him in the Great Li. In the world of cultivation, real strength spoke loudest. Of course, even so, King Tiandao's power in the Great Li was still terrifying. It was only him who dared to directly challenge the imperial advisor. In order to revive the spirit of martial arts, the imperial advisor established the prominent Dali National Academy. Emperor Li devoted all his efforts to promote it, and royal members all joined the Dali Academy to cultivate. The imperial advisor of the Great Li served as the dean in person and cultivated numerous excellent figures for the Great Li dynasty. It was now considered as the top 1 cultivation holy land in the Great Li. The Dali National Academy was also located on the Emperor Li Avenue. King Tiandao envied that Emperor Li paid too much attention to the imperial advisor, and was afraid the imperial advisor would gain a status second only to the one on the throne, so he also established Daily Mountain on the land of the West. Now Daily Mountain had become a holy land of the West and cultivated numerous outstanding figures for the Western Army, as if it was trying to compete with the Dali National Academy. So, people of the Great Li said, inside there was the imperial advisor, and outside there was King Daily. Even though they too had conflicts, the displeasure would not affect either their positions in the Great Li capital or the contributions they had made to the Great Li. Emperor Li was also fully aware of their achievements, but he intentionally let alone their competition because such benign rivalry would be no harm to the Great Li. In fact, he hoped King Li was also capable to build up a holy land such as the Dali National Academy or Daily Mountain. It was just that the gap between the lower and upper worlds was way too huge. Even the whole upper worlds was not able to compete with Dali National Academy or Daily Mountain. But now Yi Futian had been arranged by Princess Li Yu, the daughter of King Li, to stay on the busiest street of the Great Li, Emperor Li Avenue, where numerous top figures lived. In Emperor Li's realm, the avenue referred not only to the street itself but also to the neighborhood around the street. At this moment, Yi Futian lived alone in a villa on the Emperor Li Avenue and concentrated on cultivation. Li Yu had thought about arranging a maid to take care of him, but he declined, since it might be an inconvenience during his cultivation, and according to the Seventh Sword's personality, he was supposed to act in this way. Li Yu did not mind. Yi Futian squeezed his eyes shut, and his soul traveled an infinite distance away, to Emperor Xia's palace where Black Wind Condor was with Xia Qing'an. Files were piled up high in front of Black Wind Condor. He flipped them page by page and carefully browsed these files which recorded all had happened in the Emperor Xia's realm. Soon Yi Futian came to know where he was, the very center of the Great Li. After finishing reading, Black-winged condor flapped its wings. A wind rose up and closed the files. He lifted his head and looked at Xia Qingyuan with a pair of pitch-black eyes. You live on the Emperorly Avenue. Xia Qingyuan asked, staring at Black-winged condor. It was so fast. Last time he said he was in the palace of King Li in the lower worlds of Great Li. And now he had already reached the center of the Great Li. Yes, Black-winged condor nodded, and said in Yi Futian's tone, Lu Chuan, people of Sword Mountain and the prince and princess of the King Li residence all value me and are not suspicious. The daughter of King Li has arranged me to stay in the district of Emperorly Avenue. Maybe I will start my cultivation from now on. You really have some abilities, Xia Qingyuan said coldly. You haven't told me what you want when you will come back. In the Great Li, nothing is in my control. What do you expect me to do? Now I can only do what I can do and see how it goes. But don't worry, princess, now my identity is as a swordsman in training, and I have no conflict with anyone else. Nobody is targeting me. There is not much difference between cultivating in Emperor Xia's realm or in the Great Li. As for how long, maybe 1 year, maybe 10 years, I have no idea either, said Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan became even colder after hearing what being said from the Black-winged condor's mouth. This bastard was going to stay for 10 years there? He didn't even stay that long in Emperor Xia's realm. Whatever you want to do, don't be rash. And be careful of the imperial advisor, Xia Qingyuan reminded him. It is said that the imperial advisor of the Great Li is extremely knowledgeable and skillful. He cultivates in tens of thousands of ways, even including astrology. He was able to see the past and the future. Maybe it is just an exaggeration, but my father said he is really very dangerous. Even though your illusion could dupe my father, you should still always be careful. Thank you for your care, princess, Yi Futian said. Care? Xia Qingyuan looked at the Black-winged condor's eyes with coldness and said in an aloof tone, I just don't want you to die outside. No one will bury your body. Sorry for bringing concern to you, princess. Time to go. I will come back if anything happens. After he said that, Black-winged condor's eyesight changed. Xiao Qingyuan knew Yi Futian had left. Frost spread all over her face as if her mood was not good. He would come to her if anything happened? Good. Releasing the coldness from her body, she moved her palm and struck it on the head of Black-winged condor, directly crushing him to the ground. Oh! The Black-winged condor let out a piercing cry and climbed up, staring at Xia Qingyuan in anger. What are you looking at? Xia Qingyuan asked with coldness. Not looking at you anyway, the Black-winged condor said, but obviously there was a lack of pride in his voice. He turned around and strutted away, unwilling to submit, and kept groaning to himself. The Princess Peacock is much cuter than you. Lord Condor had some nostalgia when he thought about the time he flirted with Kong Xian in the Empty Realm. This princess was too fierce to mess up with. Xiaoqing, Xia Qingyuan called the name. Suddenly strong gusts of wind rose, and from the sky, a cyan Argusianous holy beast swooped down on the Black-winged condor. What? Said Lord Condor. Panicked, he let loose his wings and ran for his life. She was such a bully. Soon, the poor Black-winged condor was ridden by the cyan Argusianous and beaten like hell. The sound of screaming and pleading echoed in the princess's mansion. Lord Condor swore one day he would ride on their backs too. The Imperial Advisor residence, Emperorly Avenue. The great Li Luchuan had been waiting in the front of a palace since he came back. At this moment, a figure in a Taoist gown showed up. It was the Imperial Advisor who came back from the Imperial Palace. Master! Mr. Advisor! Luchuan and others made salutes in a deferential manner. How was your trip? The Imperial Advisor asked. Master, Luchuan told him everything that had happened in the lower worlds from beginning to end and said, it seems that the seventh sword is wholeheartedly pursuing swordsmanship and has an extreme personality. The Sword Saint of Shadowbearing wants to recruit him, so I didn't get involved, but if the seventh sword chooses not to join Sword Mountain, do you think we should invite him to cultivate in the Dali National Academy, Master? Let Sword Mountain move first, the Imperial Advisor said. And you spread the word that I will recruit one more direct disciple. Luchuan paused a second. Other people also got strange looks in their eyes. The imperial advisor was the dean of the Dali National Academy, but in fact, he only had very few direct disciples, and his disciples were all extremely prominent figures. In the Great Li, as long as one could become a disciple of the imperial advisor, his future was destined to be a brilliant one, but of course there were exceptions such as Xiang Yuanjin, who died on the battlefield of the Empty Realm. Yes, master. Lu Chuan bowed to him. Now I should leave if you excuse me. All right, the imperial advisor nodded, so Lu Chuan and others left. After they were gone, the imperial advisor of the Great Li looked up to the sky. The positions of celestial bodies had changed. The fate of the Great Li was also revolving around a star, transforming. He thought to himself, the chosen one has showed up. Chapter 1104. Some big news made its way out from the residence of the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. The imperial advisor was going to take on another disciple personally. This news shook Emperor Li's city in an instant. Some big news made its way out from the residence of the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. The imperial advisor was going to take on another disciple personally. This news shook Emperor Li's city in an instant. The imperial advisor's reputation was so excellent that even the four kings could not suppress him. He was as noble and prestigious as the prince regent, and as strong as King Tiandao. One of these men was Emperor Li's uncle, and the other was his brother. Neither of them could suppress him. He truly was subordinate to only one man and above tens of thousands. Each of the imperial advisor's students was also outstanding. Lu Chuan, who had seized victory for Emperor Li's realm at the Empty Realm 10 years ago, was one of them. And there were even several disciples above him. Every one of their names was well known throughout Emperor Li's realm. For example, his great disciple Yen Yuan was now at the third tier of the divine path, the tier of unblemished holiness. He almost stood among the greatest cultivators in Emperor Li's realm. After all, there were so few who had achieved the nirvana tier. In all of Emperor Li's realm, there were not even 10. Thus, one who attained the tier of unblemished holiness was already at the top and far above most. Moreover, some people said that Yen Yuan was at the top of the third tier of the divine path, and that there was no one else at this level in Emperor Li's realm who could defeat him. And the imperial advisor's second disciple was also at the level of unblemished holiness. Thus, the imperial advisor's reputation within the Dali dynasty, in reality, was no less than that of Emperor Li's sons. This could be seen from the emperor's son Li Yao's attitude towards Yuanjin, a disciple of the imperial advisor, at the Battle of Empty Realm. Li Yao was a fellow disciple of Yuanjin and had great respect for him. And Li Yao was also a disciple of the imperial advisor, but he was not personally taught by him. He was just a registered disciple. If the emperor's son wanted to seek training from the imperial advisor, he naturally could not deny him that. Because of all this, when the news came out that the imperial advisor was personally taking on another student, Emperor Li's realm was shaken. Many people said that it was because of Yuanjin's death, and that he wanted to take another disciple to replace him. Everyone sighed when they thought of Yuanjin. He had initially been an outstanding figure at Dali Academy, who had achieved the limit of what was possible below the Saint Plane. There are very few people who could rival him, and yet he had met his death at the Battle of Empty Realm. Not many people knew the details of that battle, but some rumors said that Yuanjin had managed to enter the Saint Plane, but had still been slain by his two opponents working together. Of the two people, one of them was Xia Qingyuan of Emperor Xia's realm, and the other was the one who had won victories left and right at the Battle of Empty Realm, Yi Futian. This was an unfamiliar name to the people of Emperor Li's realm. No one knew who Yi Futian was, but since he had taken control of the Battle of Empty Realm and slain Yuanjin, he must be an outstanding and powerful figure. Was the imperial advisor personally taking on another disciple in order to train someone who could compete with this incredibly powerful junior from Emperor Xia's realm? Perhaps he had a plan like this. As for who he would choose, many people in Emperor Li's city already had a guess. It would be the student at Dali Academy, Dongchan. At the time of the defeat at the Battle of Empty Realm last year, Dali Academy had held its annual forum. Dongshan had undoubtedly been the first-place finisher from Dali Academy with his perfect performance. He had been number one in terms of both debate and polemic. The debate at the Dali Academy Forum was an argument in which they discussed their opinions and feelings about cultivation. The polemic, on the other hand, was a battle. Dongshan had given perfect answers. The one who had done this before him had been Yuan Jin. Some said that if Dongshan had been born a few years earlier, he would have been the one to enter the imperial advisor's household and not Yuan Jin, even though Yuan Jin was also an outstanding talent and a hero of his age. Yuan Jin had gone to the Battle of Empty Realm, and Dongshan had not. Yuan Jin had died at the Battle of Empty Realm, and the imperial advisor was taking another disciple. Dongshan was the most likely candidate. Many people seemed to already be sure that Dongshan of Dali Academy would soon enter the imperial advisor's household to cultivate. At that moment, many people at Dali Academy were discussing this matter. Even among those outside Dali Academy, there were some people who would talk about it from time to time. At this time, a handsome figure was standing outside of this top holy land that had been personally prepared by the imperial advisor with the full support of Emperor Li. He was looking at the Grand Dali Academy before him. Dali Academy was not old, and standing before it, one could faintly sense that it was full of vitality. The vast majority of the cultivators who came out of Dali Academy were extremely young, seeming to be about the same age as him. But they had all already reached various stages of the sage plane, having left the noble plane far behind. The true heroic figures of the Dali dynasty were all gathered together at Dali Academy. Even members of Emperor Li's own family came here to cultivate. He had let his sons and daughters come here to train, so how could the other noble families dare not to follow suit? Many people noticed Futian standing outside Dali Academy, and were quite curious. This young man was extremely handsome. Could it be that he was a student there as well? Perhaps he was a youth who sought to enter the academy. For who in Emperor Li's realm would not want to enter Dali Academy? But even the sons of noble families would not necessarily be qualified to enroll. The entrance exam for Dali Academy was the strictest in the Dali dynasty. There were none others like it. Futian stood outside and sighed inwardly. He had come to Emperor Li's realm from Emperor Xia's realm. Upon seeing the differences between them, he had realized that Emperor Li's realm's sense of unity was greater than that of Emperor Xia's realm. The imperial advisor seemed like someone who possessed great talent and bold vision. At that moment, a sword will suddenly shrieked beside Futian, and everyone who was outside Dali Academy was instantly drawn to him. And those disciples inside Dali Academy looked at him sharply. This man dared to draw a sword outside Dali Academy. What was he trying to do? There were also people there who had come to pay their respects to Dali Academy. When they saw what he had done, they turned to him one by one. Their faces froze in surprised expressions. They only saw endless sword wills wrapping around Futian's body, which then formed into real swords. The swords flew up into the air, then fell back to the ground, causing a series of loud noises. 7 swords were pierced directly into the ground. The sounds resonated together, and an even more powerful sword will spread out from among them. Futian stepped forward, standing behind the swords. A powerful storm of sword chi was born and gathered together around his body. And then a voice came from Futian. I, the 7th swordsman, who has reached the peak of the sage level, have come to Dali Academy to seek the path and to cultivate. His voice swept out, making everyone's hearts beat faster, especially those who had come to Dali Academy to pay their respects. They all looked at him strangely. Had he come to Dali Academy to seek the path? The disciples of Dali Academy also looked at him strangely. Was he wielding a sword outside the academy? Someone looked at Futian from a distance and asked, "How do you wish to seek the path?" "By training in swordsmanship," Futian answered. "Is that a challenge?" asked the one who had spoken before. "I am not challenging you, I am seeking the path," answered Futian. Asking to practice his swordsmanship in order to seek the path was indeed a challenge, but he wouldn't admit it. To stand outside Dali Academy and issue a challenge would not sound too good. It would be more provocative. Seeking the path sounded much better. It was humble, and his opponents could find no faults with it. The The seventh swordsman had come to the upper realm and was seeking the path at Dali Academy. Many of the disciples of Dali Academy were looking at Yi Futian. Was he doing this to draw attention to his performance, and thus gain entry to Dali Academy to cultivate? This method was very direct, but to be so arrogant as to stand outside Dali Academy and ask to seek the path would end very badly for him. Seemingly drawn by his words, more disciples walked out of Dali Academy. But most of them were just smiling and laughing and did not take any direct action. As disciples of Dali Academy, they naturally had their pride. Someone had come to seek the path, but he was nobody worth taking action against. At that moment, a figure walked out from the crowd. He was carefree and easy, and he bowed slightly to Yi Futian, saying, "I am Suyu of Dali Academy. I am the seventh swordsman." Yi Futian touched his sword to his chest in a gesture of respect. "I hope to learn from you," said Suyu. "And you as well," answered Yi Futian. Boom! As soon as the two of them were finished speaking, Suyu stepped forward as fast as a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, he was in the air. Up in the sky, a majestic force surrounded him, and it gradually formed into the image of a dragon. It roared and the sky trembled. Suyu raised his hands into the air and clapped them, and suddenly the golden dragon swept out, rushing through the air towards Yi Futian to crush him. "Rise," called Yi Futian, and suddenly one of his 7 swords cut through the air. He stepped forward and clutching his sword in his hand, his body shot up into the sky like an arrow. A ferocious storm gathered as Yi Futian's sword sliced through the air, and suddenly, a hurricane of illusory swords appeared in the sky and collided with the golden dragon. Everyone could only see the storm slicing through the air and cutting through the dragon's body. But the giant swords were also gradually destroyed. Yi Futian flew upwards, and he seemed to transform into a storm. His swords followed behind him, and suddenly thousands of sword wills burst out from them. Each one seemed able to cut through the very air itself. The images of dragons behind Suyu were overbearing to the extreme. He clapped his hands together again with what seemed like enough force to topple the mountains into the sea. A pure-blooded dragon Madra shook the skies until it seemed as if they would collapse, and it collided wildly with Yi Futian's swords. Everyone saw the terrible scene unfolding in the sky. In only an instant, the two of them had struck each other countless times. Of course, Yi Futian was not using his full power. He was indeed practicing his swordsmanship, and his ability to call upon storms of swords. He had come to the Dali dynasty not only for revenge but also to cultivate. Finally, an extremely brilliant storm of swords slashed down from the sky, and all the pure-blooded dragons were completely shattered. Suyu was sent flying backward. He panted heavily as he stared at the swordsman before him. "You win," said Suyu. "Thank you for the match." Yi Futian nodded and then descended to the ground. He brought his swords back down, keeping them held out in front of him. A strange look came over everyone's faces. Suyu was not well known in Dali Academy, but no one there was a weakling. All of them were outstanding people. From the battle that had just taken place, they could tell that both combatants' combat power was extremely strong. Suyu was absolutely not weak. But he had still lost to the 7th swordsman. It seemed that this swordsman did indeed have remarkable power, which was why he had dared to come to Dali Academy to seek the path. This battle caused great waves and drew in even more people. Disciples streamed forth from the academy continuously, and in an instant the area grew extremely lively. Chapter 1105. Someone had come and was standing outside Dali Academy, challenging people to fight and talking about seeking the path. Although many people inside Dali Academy scorned him, they did not care about him and thought that he was nothing more than someone who was trying to please the public with his claptrap. He was doing this because all he wanted to do was enter Dali Academy to cultivate, nothing more. But some powerful figures walked out of the academy and gave a bit of attention to him. If he wanted to seek the path, they would fulfill his wish. Someone had come and was standing outside Dali Academy, challenging people to fight and talking about seeking the path. Although many people inside Dali Academy scorned him, they did not care about him and thought that he was nothing more than someone who was trying to please the public with his claptrap. He was doing this because all he wanted to do was enter Dali Academy to cultivate, nothing more. But some powerful figures walked out of the academy and gave a bit of attention to him. If he wanted to seek the path, they would fulfill his wish. Before long, someone else had moved against Futian. A student from Dali Academy who was good at manipulating space rule power attacked him directly, turning himself into a shadow and moving extremely quickly. It was nearly impossible even to get a glimpse of him. His attack power was extreme. Futian was still only using one sword at a time. His swordsmanship was about to reach its peak, and his speed at drawing his sword, when combined with his natural speed, was simply frightening. He was able to block the disciple of Dali Academy's attack completely. In the end, his sword slashed through the air, and the disciple of Dali Academy fell in defeat. Many people decided then and there that this swordsman who had come seeking the path was incredibly powerful. And why did he have 7 swords in front of him? Could it be that they represented 7 different kinds of swordsmanship? For each fight he only drew one sword. Did that mean he was not using his full power in any of the battles? Before long, the third challenger attacked, seemingly to confirm everyone's suspicions. Futian still only used one sword to defeat the man from Dali Academy who was attacking him. This swordsman who had come seeking the path had won 3 times. For a time, the disciples of Dali Academy all had solemn expressions on their faces. It seemed that this swordsman had not just come to boast emptily, but had truly come to seek the path and to use the disciples of Dali Academy to hone his swordsmanship. At that moment, a young man wearing golden robes stood among the crowd. His features were sharp as a sword. His deep eyes flashed with different kinds of light that constantly changed. 7th Swordsman. His eyes flashed with cold light as he smiled. He looked at the figures behind him and then strode forward out of the crowd. A strange look came over the faces of the disciples from Dali Academy as they saw him come forward. For a time all became quieter. This person was at least moderately famous in Dali Academy. Your swords are not bad. The man who had walked forward swept his gaze over Futian's swords. But what gives you the guts to dare to come to Dali Academy and taunt us? I will give you 10 seconds to get out of here. When they heard this, everyone looked a bit confused. They had thought he had gone forward to fight. They would never have imagined he would directly ask the swordsman to get out of there. But when they remembered who he was, they all felt relieved. This was just his usual style. His surname was Li. This was the surname of the imperial house in Emperor Li's city. He was Li Xian, a third-generation member of the house of the Prince Regent and the Prince Regent's grandson. When he heard what Li Xian had said, Futian's eyes grew as sharp as swords. He swept his gaze over his opponent. He was familiar with his golden robes. He had seen them in Emperor Li's palace. Seeing his opponent's arrogant demeanor, he could sort of guess at his history. He was a prince of the Li house. Of course, in Emperor Li's city, and particularly at Dali Academy, there was nothing strange about running into someone from the imperial family. If you can defeat me while I wield the sword in my hand, then I will get out of here, Futian said to Li Xian. Li Xian looked at Futian with a bit of mockery in his eyes. His look was full of contempt. He was like someone who had been destined to rule others, mocking a toy that he held in his hand. Boom! A violent aura burst forth from Li Xian, and a group of golden afterimages appeared, stretching out his body. It was like there were countless Li Xians who had all appeared at the same time. The foremost Li Xian appeared right in front of Futian and reached out for him. At that moment, all the swords in front of Futian trembled and resonated together. Not only that, but Futian also felt like his swords were about to be shattered into pieces. Moreover, the space where he was standing was subjected to a ferocious binding power and a terrible shattering power. It seemed like he was about to be crushed. Futian drew his sword, and in a flash lightning swept out, raging wildly in the air like the light of catastrophe. His sword had given birth to the ultimate catastrophe. Purple lightning appeared before Futian, and space itself seemed to split as his power collided with the oncoming attack. Boom! Crack! There was a loud noise as his opponent's arm seemed to turn golden and slammed into his sword. The sword struck his hand, but he felt the almost saint-like power of his opponent. Boom! His opponent's arms continued forward and smashed everything, including his sword. His arms seemed to have been forged out of divine implements. He had come seeking the path, but Li Xian had not taken this as a training battle. Otherwise, he would not have used the power of a divine implement. When he felt the terrible destructive power in his opponent's hands, Yi Futian left behind many afterimages as he retreated. At the same time, his will spread out from him, and sword will shrieked as a great sword appeared in his hands. Boom! Yi Futian suddenly stopped retreating, then stepped forward. Li Xian felt as if he had stepped right on his heart. In the next moment the great sword whistled forward. It was incomparably heavy as it smashed into his hand. A loud noise rang out as the great sword left a mark in Li Xian's hand. Even though he had a divine implement there, his arm still trembled violently, and he felt like it was going to break off. He was thrown backward, but Yi Futian continued forward with the great sword following behind him. Li Xian's heart beat wildly as heavy sword wills struck towards him. Boom! 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 Violent impacts rang out one by one. Li Xian was driven backward, his feet scraping along the ground until he finally stopped. The great sword disappeared, and Yi Futian gave him a cold look. Li Xian lowered his arms, but they were still trembling slightly. That had obviously been extremely difficult for him to bear. A figure appeared behind Li Xian, but he seemed not to see it. He was just looking up at Yi Futian. A sarcastic look flashed in his eyes, and his mouth curled into a wicked grin. He spat out a command, "Kill him! Kill him!" These words that came out of his mouth had a chilling effect. This was not a joke. Even many of the people from Dali Academy were shocked by what he had said. This swordsman had directly challenged Dali Academy, but had phrased it as seeking the path. Even though that was a little bit disrespectful, Dali Academy could defeat him in battle to save face. Just giving him a beating would be enough to get their revenge. And ordering a saint-level figure to kill him after being defeated was not something to be proud of. After all, Li Xian was someone of particularly high status. Being a disciple of Dali Academy proved you were of high status, and moreover, Li Xian was a member of the imperial family. What Li Xian was doing went beyond what was right and proper. But it seemed that his opponent had been reckless and arrogant all along. For someone of Li Xian's status, killing a mere swordsman who had come seeking the path was not something that he would be held accountable for. The saint-level figure behind Li Xian suddenly moved to carry out his order. He moved so quickly that it seemed as if there was no distance between them. In a flash, Yi Futian felt a powerful force bearing down on him. A giant golden hand pressed towards him, seemingly invincible. As the hand pressed down, it was like the apocalypse. Yi Futian felt like everything in the area was going to be crushed, and it was difficult to even breath. A saint-level cultivator had directly gotten involved, and he was definitely a killer. There was no trace of hesitation. If Li Xian had ordered him to kill, he would kill. Although he had been full of confidence and carelessness ever since he had come to Emperor Li's realm, Yi Futian had not meant to offend anyone too much, nor had he intended to create any conflicts of interest between himself and them. He had seemed wild, but in reality, he had been quite cautious to prevent powerful saints from acting against him. He had come to Dali Academy, not admitting that he challenged them, but instead saying that he had come to seek the path. It was all very regular. The students of Dali Academy were known as the best and the brightest of Emperor Li's city. The foremost holy land in Emperor Li's realm would naturally want to save face, and thus would not try to do anything to him. But there could always be some accident or some person who did not care about the rules and had no morality at all. An example was Li Xian. This was the first time that Yi Futian had met him, but his eyes were already full of mockery and scorn. After he had been defeated, he had immediately asked his saint to kill him. As far as Yi Futian was concerned, things had gone from bad to worse. He had already attracted the attention of a powerful figure, and he had not even reached the true center of the Dali dynasty yet. Without revealing his identity, there would be those who would try to kill him. At that moment, his will flared up wildly, and a great sword appeared before him and shot towards the giant hand that was pressing down towards him. Boom! There was a loud noise that seemed so violent that it would shake the sky until it collapsed. The golden hand that smashed through the air destroyed everything in its path, including the great sword. It continued downward, and Yi Futian was sent flying, giving off a muffled cry. But he had withstood the assault. His eyes went cold, and a terrible storm of sword will erupted around him as he glared at his opponent. When facing saint-level figures in Emperor Li's realm, he could not use the halberd of time and space as he had in Emperor Xia's realm. Otherwise he would be revealed. Nor could he use other extremely powerful divine implements. If a lone swordsman who had come from the lower realm brought out an extremely high-level divine implement, there would be something wrong with that. And so, Yi Futian could not even draw upon the power of a divine implement to fight this saint. Yi Futian stared at his opponent, then glanced at Li Xian far away. He stood there calmly, quietly watching the battlefield. Or rather, he was watching Yi Futian. The seventh swordsman had come outside Dali Academy to seek the path? Who did he think he was? Even though the lower realms had shown their unparalleled strength at Emperor Li's palace, now that one of them had fallen into his hands, he would not be polite. Chapter 1106. The saint-level cultivator saw Yi Futian block his attack, and could not help but feel slightly surprised. Those at the level of the divine path were so powerful. Yi Futian was just an enlightened sage. The gap between them should have been enormous. The saint-level cultivator saw Yi Futian block his attack, and could not help but feel slightly surprised. Those at the level of the divine path were so powerful. Yi Futian was just an enlightened sage. The gap between them should have been enormous. He stepped forward, and the majesty of the great path swept down, pressing on Yi Futian. Even the many cultivators who were surrounding them and observing the battle could feel the invisible force. But since they were outside of Dali Academy at the moment, the saint controlled the scope of his power. He did not dare to let loose and break anything. He flooded his will into his hand, and another palm print smashed down from the sky, even stronger than the last one. Yi Futian looked up and felt that the palm print crashing down above him would crush everything in the area. A suffocating pressure descended. If it had been someone at the peak of the sage level facing this, they would probably have trouble even moving. But he did not retreat. Yi Futian moved his hands and suddenly, his sword will transformed, forming numerous great swords. A dozen or so swords appeared before him, and each one was filled with vast power. Boom! Yi Futian took a step into the air, and suddenly, one of the great swords cut through the sky, piercing through the void as it swept through everything. It rushed towards the oncoming handprint to withstand its mighty power. Boom! He took another step and clapped his hands together with enough force to collapse mountains. Suddenly, all the great swords shot through the air one by one, each one following the last. The palm print descended and a loud sound rang out. The great sword at the front was immediately destroyed. The giant hand pressed down with incredible speed, and booming sounds rang out continuously as the air itself trembled violently. Great sword after great sword was destroyed, but the hand did slow a bit, and slight cracks appeared in it. Rumble! Whoosh! Yi Futian took a step forward. The last great sword shot through the sky and finally sliced through the hand. But at the same time, the saint stepped forward and descended directly above Yi Futian. This swordsman might be so strong that he could destroy a saint-level palm print, but destroying a palm print was all that he had managed to do. The saint's hand pressed down like a millstone, and suddenly, a frightening golden storm appeared, destroying everything below it. Go! Yi Futian pointed up into the sky, and suddenly, all the sword will surrounding him shot up into the air. The sword shone brightly, and everything between heaven and earth seemed to be filled with swords. There was no trace of Yi Futian. Illusory swords? The saint-level cultivator was uncertain. The golden storm continued to press downward, and the illusory swords were violently destroyed. Devastating pressure descended on Yi Futian that tried to shock him back down to the ground. But as he fell back, Yi Futian reached out with his hand, and suddenly another sword appeared. As he pulled out the sword, his figure disappeared from where it had been. He firmly cut through the pressure that was coming from his opponent and managed to escape. At that same time, Li Xian felt a strong sense of threat descending. In the next instant, he saw Yi Futian waving his blade of light off in the distance. In a flash, he appeared before him, swift as a cloud and smooth as water. This was spatial swordsmanship. Sword will billowed from Yi Futian, and Li Xian went flying backward. But he could not outrun a sword. He could only stretch out his hands and clap them in front of him. His eyes were cold. Did he want to take care of him in a single instant? A divine implement protected his body, and a divine implement also covered his hands as he grabbed Yi Futian's sword. The sword slammed into his hands. Li Xian tried to yank it away, but he only saw golden light flashing by. The sword pierced through his hands and cut open his defensive light curtain, plunging towards his throat. In a flash, Li Xian felt a bit of coldness at his throat. He suddenly stopped moving his hands. His body stayed in that strange posture as he stiffened up. At the same time, the saint stepped forward and landed close beside them. He had felt it when Yi Futian had slashed him with his sword, but it had only slowed him down a little. As long as Li Xian could block his sword, it would give him enough time. But clearly Li Xian could not block even a single blow. As the disciples of Dali Academy beheld this scene, they all looked shocked. While facing that assault of a saint-level cultivator, he had fled the battlefield and with a single sword stroke, had gained mastery over Li Xian's life and death. That sword could truly be called amazing. This swordsman who had come to Dali Academy to seek the path was truly formidable. Let him go. The saint stepped forward. Yi Futian did not turn to look at him. Sword will billowed out from him as the tip of his sword touched the skin of Li Xian's throat. With only a slight movement, he could pierce through his throat and end his life. Li Xian tilted his head slightly. His face did not seem too disturbed as he felt the coldness at his throat. He slowly put down his hands and lowered his head, but he still stared at Yi Futian with eyes full of coldness and pride. He was indeed worthy of being called matchless in the lower realms. He had defeated the swordsman of Sword Mountain, and was able to control him with a single sword. That was amazing. My name is Li. Li Xian stared at Yi Futian as he said this. That is a good sword you have there. Take it away from me, and I will let you leave. Yi Futian kept his sword in place. He looked at Li Xian and said, Why did you attack me? How could I let Dali Academy be so easily humiliated? Said Li Xian proudly. Yi Futian saw that his opponent had remained calm all along, especially when giving the order to kill him. This was not because he had taunted Dali Academy. Moreover, he had come seeking the path and had said nothing humiliating. If Li Xian were genuinely thinking of Dali Academy's honor, he would not have had a saint try to kill him after losing. Li Xian was lying, but this was his first time meeting him, and there was no conflict of interest between them. Then why would he try to kill him? However, judging by Li Xian's attitude, it would probably be impossible to ask him the reason. And in any case it would be meaningless to do so. Let him go. The saint stepped forward again. His aura was frightening. Sword wheels swirled around Yi Futian, and he moved the sword forward, pressing it bit by bit into Li Xian's throat. He looked back at the saint and said, If you take another step forward, I can't promise you that my sword won't pierce through his throat. Blood trickled down Li Xian's neck. He felt the coldness there, and his eyes changed a little bit, going very cold. If you don't take your sword away, I can't promise that you will leave here alive today, Li Xian said. As he said this, his throat grew colder, and the sword pressed further in. His skin crawled and his face went a little pale. He gazed fixedly at Yi Futian. I promise that you will die before me, said Yi Futian coldly. Also, someone who called in a saint to help him after he had already lost promises have no weight. So you can shut up now. Li Xian obediently shut up. The sword was already in his throat. If it went any further, it would kill him. He could do nothing but close his mouth. All was suddenly silent outside Dali Academy. A group of figures flew through the sky. The headmaster of the academy had heard the news and had hurried over. As the people arrived and saw the scene before them, their faces changed. Although this Li Xian was not an outstanding cultivator there at Dali Academy, he was still surnamed Li. If he died here, it would certainly bring them no end of trouble. But that swordsman's sword did not move even a hair. He stood there still. They seemed to have entered a stalemate. Yi Futian did not know what would happen after he let Li Xian go. So before he could guarantee his safety, his sword would not leave Li Xian's throat. Li Xian has wronged you in this matter, but why don't you let him go first? The saint of Dali Academy said to Yi Futian. I have heard that Dali Academy is the best holy land for cultivating in Dali. That is why I came here to seek the path. However, after I defeated this man, he ordered a saint to kill me. I had no choice but to do this. I ask you, elder, if I let him go, will you swear on the honor of Dali Academy that you will guarantee my safety? Asked Yi Futian. The saint was silent for a moment after Yi Futian had said his piece. Li Xian had a special status. He was a descendant of the Prince Regent. If he wanted to retaliate against Yi Futian, the saint would have no power to ensure Yi Futian's safety. He naturally did not dare to swear this on Dali Academy's good name. Thus he could only be silent. When a man is angered, the bloodshed he causes spreads far beyond him. And if you cannot guarantee my safety here, then you will be burying Li Xian with me, continued Yi Futian. He kept waiting. Li Xian's face finally darkened. Was what the seventh swordsman meant was that if no one could absolutely guarantee his safety, he would kill him? Many of the people in Dali Academy secretly praised the swordsman. When he was angered, he would spread bloodshed. Li Xian's actions had indeed been too much. If this swordsman had been a little bit weaker, he would be dead. However, other than the most powerful figures of Dali Academy or a great figure from the Prince Regent's household, anyone who tried to guarantee Yi Futian's safety would be talking nonsense. Are you the seventh swordsman who came up from Emperor Li's palace with Lu Chuan and the others? Asked one of the elders of Dali Academy. Yes, answered Yi Futian. A look of surprise suddenly came over everyone's faces. The one who Li Xian had tried to kill was the foremost of those chosen from the lower worlds by Lu Chuan. It was said that Sword Mountain wanted to take him as a disciple. Some people reported this within Dali Academy. This was going to be troublesome. Outside the academy, all still seemed very calm. Two people stood in the middle of it all, not moving a muscle. At that moment, a line of figures stepped forward. Greetings, Brother Yan. The disciples of Dali Academy bowed to the one who was coming one by one, their gazes full of respect. Those who had come from afar to visit the college also gazed worshipfully at him. It was the great disciple of the imperial advisor, Yan Yuan. Now, the matter that was facing Dali Academy was basically up to him to decide. The imperial advisor was a headmaster of Dali Academy. All the cultivators of the academy could thus call Yan Yuan their sworn brother. Yan Yuan already knew what was going on. He walked in front of Li Xian and Yi Futian and looked at the two of them. Then he said to Li Xian, you were the one who started this. How do you plan to solve it? Brother Yan, if he removes his sword, I won't kill him, said Li Xian. Yan Yuan looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian said, I don't believe him. He doesn't believe you. How can you assure him? Yan Yuan asked Li Xian. If he doesn't believe me, what can I do? Li Xian's face grew ugly. Since there's no way to solve this, we're at a stalemate. So, seventh swordsman, use your sword, continued Yan Yuan. As he said this, everyone's gaze froze on him. He had asked the seventh swordsman to use his sword. Li Xian went pale. Did he want the two of them to die together? How could the seventh swordsman's life be worth as much as his? Chapter 1107. A strange expression came over Yi Futian's face. He was shocked. A strange expression came over Yi Futian's face. He was shocked. Yan Yuan was the disciple of the imperial advisor, and a saint at the third tier of the divine path, unblemished holiness. According to the records at Emperor Xia's palace, it was highly likely that he was at the peak of this level. Li Xian was of the blood of Dali. He had been brought here to the upper worlds by Li Xian's sworn brother Lu Chuan to cultivate. No matter which way he looked at it, Yan Yuan should be trying to mediate a solution, not asking him to use his sword. If he used his sword, there was only one possible outcome. Both he and Li Xian would die. Yi Futian glanced over Yan Yuan and saw that he was wearing only a simple robe. His was like brilliant jade, and his figure was slender and elegant. At that moment, his eyes were calm, without even a hint of disturbance. It was like what he had said was the most normal thing in the world. But Yi Futian and even those people in and around Dali Academy, who were watching, did not know why he had told Yi Futian to use his sword. He wants to kill you, and now you have him. You can't escape, and he can't guarantee your life. With such a deadlock, why are you still hesitating? Yan Yuan looked at Yi Futian as he spoke. It was as if he were trying to provoke him. What you have said makes sense, answered Yi Futian. His sword shrieked, and his arm moved slightly as he continued pressing the point of his sword into Li Xian's throat. That action caused Li Xian to go pale. Wait, he cried out. Yi Futian's sword stopped and he looked at him. Li Xian's face was extremely dark as he stared at Yi Futian. You may not be able to trust me, but can you trust Dali Academy? I can, answered Yi Futian without hesitation. Brother Yan. Li Xian turned his gaze to Yan Yuan. He was scared enough that he was willing to concede and turn over negotiations to Yan Yuan. Seventh swordsman, what will it take to make you put down your sword? Yan Yuan asked Yi Futian. Guarantee that I will live. Yi Futian's words were simple yet forceful. He was using his sword to preserve his own life. That is simple enough. Yan Yuan turned towards Li Xian and said, Li Xian, I can make this guarantee for you on Dali Academy's good name. But if you can't do this, then what should we do? Li Xian stared at Yi Futian and saw his cold eyes. He knew what kind of beast this seventh swordsman was. He would not do anything by half measures. He would not put down his sword. I swear on my life. Li Xian's voice was hoarse but icy. Excellent. Yan Yuan nodded. In that case, I swear on the honor of Dali Academy that if you put down your sword, Li Xian will not pursue this matter any further. Otherwise, it will be equivalent to Li Xian trampling on the good name of Dali University. He has offered up his life as a guarantee. Is this enough for you? It's not just Li Xian. If the man behind him pursues this matter, it will be equivalent to Li Xian doing so, said Yi Futian. A surprised look came over the faces of everyone watching. This swordsman's combat ability was extraordinary, but they had not expected him to be so careful. He had not given Li Xian any chance to get revenge. Very well. Li Xian's voice was still hoarse. Yi Futian stared at him and saw that Li Xian's eyes were full of cold, murderous intent. But Yi Futian did not care. Put down your sword, said Yan Yuan. Yi Futian pulled back his sword and suddenly, the saint from before flashed over behind Li Xian, looking at Yi Futian coldly. He was at fault for what had happened. Yi Futian had fled the battle under his attacks and had instead attacked Li Xian. His opponent was quite skilled at spatial swordsmanship. Let us end the matter here, said Yan Yuan. Then he turned to leave as if nothing had happened. The other saints of Dali Academy left with him. Li Xian had sworn it on his life. He would certainly not dare to do anything. Many of the disciples of Dali Academy watched Yan Yuan leaving and admired him in secret. Yan Yuan telling Yi Futian to use his sword had been a case of making concessions to gain advantages. Since neither of them had been willing to step back, he had to see who would be more firm and who would compromise. Obviously, Li Xian had compromised first and had asked him for help. Li Xian may have sworn on his life, but it was something that he had sought help from Yan Yuan about. No one had made him do it, so even the Prince Regent could find no fault with what had happened. Li Xian had lost this conflict without a doubt. He did not dare to trade his life for his enemies. After pulling back his sword, Yi Futian turned to leave. He no longer defended himself. From what he understood of the imperial advisor and Dali Academy, even a grandson of the prince regent, or even a prince, would not dare to besmirch Dali Academy's reputation. Li Xian had sworn on his life. If he acted against Yi Futian now, he would be seeking his death. Yin Yuan may have left as if nothing had happened, but Yi Futian did not think that Yin Yuan had handled the situation so well. Was it truly that easy to become a top figure at Dali Academy? Seventh Swordsman. At that moment a voice rang out, and a group of figures flashed over towards him. At their head were Li Yang and Li Yu. "My prince, my lord," Yi Futian called to them. Li Yang and Li Yu looked at Li Xian and saw him looking back at them. The Prince Regent and King Li were both of the four kings, but the Prince Regent was the elder, and so King Li had to call him uncle. Thus, from the point of view of seniority, Li Yang, Li Yu, and the Prince Regent's grandson Li Xian were of the same generation. Moreover, he was the direct descendant of two kings, giving him double status. "Is everything all right?" Li Yu asked Yi Futian. "Everything is fine," Yi Futian answered. At that moment, Li Yu's face grew a bit ugly, and not only because of Yi Futian's talent. Yi Futian had come from the lower worlds. Her father, King Li, was the master of the lower worlds. Lu Chuan and the people of Sword Mountain had chosen Yi Futian. In some sense, King Li's palace had formed some level of relationship with Yi Futian. Thus, Li Yu had always been good to Yi Futian because he had come from the lower worlds and had outstanding talent. But she knew that the seventh swordsman had almost died at Li Xian's hands. The most powerful figure from the lower worlds, who was controlled by her father, had almost died so unexpectedly. She was naturally out of sorts. But she still said nothing. She heard Li Xian say, "Li Yang, Li Yu, is he one of your people? Master Seventh Swordsman has been invited by Lu Chuan to come up from the lower worlds. He is the most powerful figure in the lower worlds under our control." Master Shadow-bearing Sword Saint of Sword Mountain invited him to Sword Mountain to cultivate, she said coldly. "Li Xian, you almost became a murderer back there." "Why?" Everyone who heard Li Yu's words looked shocked. No wonder this swordsman had been so strong and could get to Li Xian even under the assault of a saint. He was the foremost figure of the lower worlds, the one who Lu Chuan and the others had brought to the upper worlds. Many people knew about Lu Chuan's affairs in the lower worlds. This was why everyone had a look of wonder on their faces. They had thought that this was just a simple surprise attack. However, no, it seemed not to be that simple. Who was Yin Yuan? He was Lu Chuan's sworn brother, and the two of them had a close relationship. They valued each other greatly. Since Seventh Swordsman was the one that Lu Chuan had brought to the upper worlds, Yin Yuan had probably realized this as soon as he heard his name. However, Yin Yuan had just barely told Seventh Swordsman to use his sword. From Yin Yuan's perspective, he was just a mediator and was not trying to help either side. He was trying to solve the issue. But which one of them had Yin Yuan secretly been biased towards? Or maybe he was not biased at all. What was interesting was whether or not Li Xian had known that Seventh Swordsman was the person whom Lu Chuan had brought to the upper worlds. If he did know, then that was food for thought. That's how it is? Li Xian looked at Li Yu. No wonder he had the guts to come to Dali Academy and taunt us. And his swordsmanship is indeed quite good. On saying this, he placed a hand on his neck to wipe away the blood. There was still pain there and a feeling of coldness. However, I may have promised not to pursue this matter, but he better not do anything else improper. Otherwise, once I get my hands on him. Li Xian's face was cold. He did not hide his murderous intent at all, no matter who he is. So you better keep your distance from him so you don't get hurt. On saying this, Li Xian cast a cold glance at Yi Futian, then walked away. The murderous intent was clear for all to see. Today, the point of this swordsman's sword had pricked his throat, threatening his very life. This matter was not over. He would watch this seventh swordsman. Li Yang and Li Yu looked a bit angry as they watched him leave until he disappeared. "Master Seventh Swordsman, let us take you back," said Li Yu. Yi Futian nodded. "Thank you." He was not under threat anymore, but he still did not refuse Li Yu's kindness. As for seeking the path after the surprise attack, he no longer needed to continue to do so. The group of them left, and the disciples of Dali Academy and the cultivators around the academy dispersed. They all went to look up a certain name, seventh swordsman. Yi Futian flew through the air with Li Yu and the others. Who is Li Xian? He asked. He had looked up the top powers in Emperor Li's realm in the scrolls, but it was impossible to know everyone in the imperial family. From the moment that Yan Yuan had told him to use his sword, he had realized that his opponent was not a prince. He must be another descendant of the imperial bloodline, but he still did not know his actual identity. He was not of the blood of King Li. He is the grandson of the Prince Regent, said Li Yu. Li Xian always does things very casually and is a bit wanton, but I would never have thought he'd try to kill you. The grandson of the Prince Regent, Yi Futian thought to himself. No wonder he dared to be so wanton. He had nothing to be afraid of. Tell it to me straight. He must have known that I came from the lower world's part of Emperor Li's realm, said Yi Futian. Li Xian had not seemed like a man of noble birth to him. He had seemed more like an assassin. Li Yang and Li Yu looked surprised when they heard Yi Futian. They looked at each other. If Li Xian had known, then that could be punishable by death. His Majesty highly regarded the imperial advisor, and the people of Dali Imperial City said he only answered to one man. Obviously, in their hearts, he was only inferior to His Majesty. It was public knowledge that King Tiandao was not happy with this, and thus he was always in conflict with the imperial advisor. Everyone in Dali knew this, but the Prince Regent was still very low-key, and over the past few years had gotten involved in very few external affairs. The people of the Prince Regent's household definitely would have ideas of their own. Lu Chuan had brought Yi Futian to the upper worlds. If Li Xian knew Yi Futian's identity but had pretended not to know as he tried to kill him, then he definitely had ulterior motives. He may have been deliberately trying to stir things up. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.